everybody, this is Mike Ross out here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 Invitational $1 million tournament. This is absolutely insane. It is extremely beautiful out here, as you can see. It's going to be more beautiful once these matches begin. I hope you guys have your energy levels ready because this is going to be a serious, life-changing moment for all of us. Everybody, right now, I have the legend in the game joined with me by my side, Mr. Ryan Hart. Ryan, how are you doing this fine morning?
I'm fine. I'm really good. It's great to be here. You know, it's been a busy week. It's been a busy month. It's been a busy year getting things together. Of course, this is a big part of the FGC, a big time for the FGC as well, where there's lots of evolution in terms of tournaments, games, and events. So yeah, really cool to be here.
This is one of the biggest events I've ever been part of. This is absolutely crazy. So many killers here. You have the inside scoop though. Who's going to take it?
Very, very good question indeed. I don't want to give any spoilers, you know, I'm not going to let you know what I think, but, well, no, I'll give you a little bit. I mean, look, we just saw an amazing performance at EVO, you know, come on, let's talk about it. Men at RD, Punk, Angry Bird, they're all on top-notch form. Any one of those gentlemen could take it, you know. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of other usual suspects show up and do the damage as well. It's a mixed bag. It's hard to say because everyone's on form. We've seen so many close calls in matches, so many 3-2s, so many 2-1s, so many drop combos for the set. It's hard to call on the day. I mean, you have to bear in mind, they're playing for a prize pool of $1 million. And that's, you know, it's unheard of, right? We've never had that in the history of Street Fighter tournaments. We've never had $1 million prize pool for one tournament. So this is crazy. And that can cause a drop combo or two, man. I don't know what's going to happen.
Which also begs the question because, yes, this is something that is unheard of for us. And it's something I don't know about you, but have always dreamed of, to be a part of a tournament where players are actually going to walk away, you know, with an enormous amount of money, more than they've ever had.
House. Yes. That's a house. If you win this, that's a house. Right. You know what I'm saying?
So then the question I got for you is I seen the list of players. Why don't I see Ryan Hart's name in there?
Oh, well, I mean, if I'm in the tournament, no one's got, you know, got to make sure this all happens, you know, got to keep everyone, got to make sure that the people at home get what they want, got to make sure that everything's set up, you know, we're here for media day. So yeah, I think my role has evolved slightly from, you know, the professional player element. Of course, I still love playing, the fire still burns always, but I think, you know, it's kind of just a natural evolution with time, responsibility, you know, comes change. With change comes more responsibility. And so, no, I'm enjoying the journey. I'm enjoying the transition. I do still enjoy a set here and there, you know, get the DPs out when I can. That's right. But yeah, I think, you know, for the people, you know, in terms of what I'd like to do for the community, this is, you know, these are my shebangs to give back to the community, my little ways to say thank you for all the years of support and stuff, and offering this opportunity for viewers, for players, for fans, for casters, for talent, for everyone to come together and just be part of this amazing show is just a dream come true for me. So yeah, just happy to be a part of it.
You're a legend, man. Now can you know, I think there's an empty setup around here. Can we run a set?
Let's do it, man. But don't let the camera see the tech.
Oh yeah,
secret tech.
We're hiding the tech. We're hiding the tech. Thank you, Ryan. Well, after some time, we finally got our first player competitor. I'm sorry, Brad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, you know, I'm just saying, well, I was waiting for players. There's no players. Brad, where are they at?
Well, so I imagine a bunch of them are flying because I don't know if y'all know this, but this is coming, I think, less than 24 hours after a little tournament called EVO, which you might have heard of. That was going on in Las Vegas. And I know some people got bodied by some flight delays. Some of us managed to get here a little bit earlier, and so we're here hanging out. I also want to play some sets. I keep hearing this man talking about how much he wants to play sets. I have my controller right there. When we find some time, we'll have to play some sets.
I think we can play sets. We can have our own little 2-man invitational tournament here for like, I got like $4. We can run it for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't got $1 million. I don't got that's a couple zeros removed from what I can offer. But
so being out here in Riyadh, this is your first time here. This is my first time here as well. What is your overall feeling of being in this environment? I mean, have you even gone outside yet?
I actually haven't really had the chance to just yet. I got here super late last night and just crashed straight away. But I think they've been really taking care of us. The hotel is beautiful, and it was surreal coming off of the plane, right? And I'm sure you saw it when you came through too. The big banner for Gamers8 right over the customs thing. It's so clear up front that it's like, this is what we're here for. Everyone's excited for it. And that's super interesting and super exciting.
Yeah, I love that. It's like they make us feel welcomed. Yeah. You know, that they're throwing this event and they want everybody to be a part of it, everybody to be involved. As far as the tournament goes, I mean, we won't have to air this part, but who is your pick?
Look, man, I'm boring. I'm boring, man. Look.
You like Ken?
No, I didn't say I like Ken. I said I'm boring.
Okay.
You're the one that drew that conclusion.
Sorry, my bad.
Everybody at home.
My bad.
Yo, I said boring. Mike said Ken. I didn't say anything. But no,
Ken is fire.
look, we came into it going into Evo. If Mena wasn't on your short list, you were a crazy person.
Okay.
I thought to myself when the TNS Salty Suite happened, it was Mena Big Bird, right? 10-9. I was like, we just watched grand finals. I had the wrong bird. But Angry Bird, Mena, grand finals at Evo, I think you would be crazy to not expect something similar this week.
Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, everybody kind of said, yeah, Big Bird, Angry Bird gets it. It's one of the birds, one another. You know, we kind of view them as both equal and even threats. I mean, you got to be crazy not to think one of them are going to get it. So I agree with you on that. You know, you've seen some of the tournaments that just happened. Obviously, Evo just went down. You know, congratulations to Angry Bird for winning that. Do you see him being your biggest threat here this weekend? Who are you to the people that you are possibly, I don't want to use the word worried about, who are the people that you are focused on?
Yeah, of course, Angry Birds. He showed from the beginning of the game that he's the best player in the world right now. Of course, there is also Big Bird. I'm a little bit worried of Punk also. I know that he handled pretty well Dalsim. Of course, also he play Camille, and his play style fit well with Camille. So there is many players. There is a lot of Chun-Li also. So I think this character is really good. So yeah, there is many players that can be a threat, but I'm confident of myself and I'll do my best, and I know that I can beat everyone.
Absolutely. And I have a question too about practice regimes. Do you prefer to play online? Do you think online practice is good? Do you have an offline group of people that you practice with? How do you go about practicing?
Yeah, I'm lucky enough in France and in Lyon, especially my town, to have few players with I can practice. TKR, Johnny, Nassim, and many others. So I can practice, of course, offline. But yeah, my main training routine is online. I think online is really great, especially with the quality of the online that we have right now with SF6. So it's a great way to practice, but never forget offline because it's still different and really important to be ready for it.
And what are you going to do when you win first place?
Just have the vacation with my mother and my girlfriend.
Beautiful. Excellent. Well, good luck, man. I can't wait to see you play and put some hands on people. You just had an outstanding performance at the Kumite not too long ago in South Africa. How has your life changed since that moment?
It's a bit weird because now everything you say is like now people take it seriously. You know, there's a video I posted about the Luke target combo into the light punch. You know, I was surprised when it blew up, you know, because I post those videos sometimes, but nobody takes much notice. So now it's like everything you say, you know, people take notice. You know, they want to see you now travel. They were like, man, go to Evo. I'm like, nah, man, I'm a working man at the end of the day. I don't have enough leave days for Evo. You know, and come here as well. It's like I have to give up one.
Yeah, you're out here now where there's going to be extreme competition and a lot on the line here. Vega Patch, do you feel the same way? Is there a lot of pressure on you for you being here? Do you have people back home saying, oh man, you got to win, you got to do this? What is it like for you?
Well, I come from Spain, and yeah, my community is not the biggest in Europe. A lot of people trust me that I can do well, as I did in CACON Cup. In CACON Cup, I was like the underdog, like, oh, this guy only qualified because this region is not as strong. Yeah, but I did some work there. It worked fine. It was really fun. And I think I can give also some spooks here.
Okay.
I do well.
Y'all play the same character?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, both Chun-Li, right?
Yeah.
She's okay.
She's okay. Yeah. She's not bad.
What is she on the tier list?
Higher than Fang was.
I think depending on who's playing Chan, she could be busted.
Okay. All right. I like that. Yeah, I think Chun is top 5 in the game. You agree with that?
I think she's just outside that.
I should stop because I don't want to give the online trolls ammunition for you guys. I know you guys are dealing with enough pressure.
What's going on, everybody? I am Big Hollywood, Rob TV, and we are here in Saudi Arabia for Gamers8. You see the type of amazing talent that we have on display. I'm about to show you just a bit of it. Let's see what people are up to. We're just out here in the player lounge right now. They're taking great care of everybody. We're going to ignore that. You know, you got good food and everything. I need to have like a little backup or something like that. Look at my man's Mike Ross over there looking crispy. Man got the pointed shoes looking real nice. And what's this we got over here? We need to check out. Look at all these amazing players. Hold on, can I please interrupt you guys for 1 second? I apologize, JBM. I know you're a superstar. I seen what you did to Taquito, okay? Don't do me like you did Taquito, please. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm right here with none other than Mr. Crimson, France's very own. How you feeling right now, bro?
I'm feeling really great, like rest. Happy to be there. Second time in Saudi Arabia. I love this place, and I hope I will do my best and do well.
$1 million on the line, Mr. Crimson. You like to dress good. You always got a crispy cut. You know how many nice threads you can buy if you win first place? I think first place might be like $400,000 or something like that. What are you doing if you win that bread?
Honestly, just like having few vacation with my family. That's still big. Okay. And that's it. Finishing to buy my apartment, and that's it.
Okay, and then on this Dawson, you know, you got to, of course, we know you for being the Dawson extraordinaire. That's what you're doing right now as well in 6. What do you think about Dawson right now? Because there's mixed reviews on that character.
Solid character. I think we need time to explore his possibility. This character, like when you do a mistake with this character, you pay it a lot. No defensive wake up, etc. But with time, the Dalsim will do less and less and less and less mistakes. So I'm confident with this character.
Confident you should be, because Mr. Crimson is that guy. Looking forward to seeing you play and everything, and we'll chop it up again later on. Let's keep on going, Kerry, man. Let's see what else we got going on. Huh? Hold up. I hope Endon Walker does not think that just because, and Jobby M, where you going, Jobby? I need you here too, bro. Come on. Yeah, I am following you around. That's how you know I want this interview. We got Endon Walker and my man's Jobby M. First off, what's going on with y'all? How you feeling?
Tired.
All right, my man's kind of tired from that flight. How you feeling, Jobby?
I'm feeling good, but I'm also super tired. You know, I haven't slept since, I don't know, ever.
Right, I'm still tired.
You slept all day and still tired. Endon Walker, you're like 13 years old. How in the world are you tired? You have all the energy in the world.
I stayed up way too late last night.
What were you doing?
Playing Problem.
Playing Problem X. That's understandable. That makes sense. All right, so right now in this game, I know you to be really running with Ryu and Honda. Is that still what we're about to be seeing for Gamers8?
Yes.
What do you got to say for yourself for being a Honda player?
Ryu main, for one.
What about the Honda?
The Honda is just for when the setups are bad or when I have to play Cammy. And Cammy players deserve it anyway.
Okay, all right, I'll give you that. See, Endon Walker, you get a pass. I was a little worried. Me and other people at home were a little worried, but that made it, all right, that's understandable.
I really play Honda when the setups are bad, like in more than just the Cammy matchup. Otherwise, it's all Ryu.
Do you know how stupid a character has to be for we gonna go to them when the setup is bad? That's a shame, and it makes perfect sense. My man's Endon Walker always been a genius. Now, speaking of geniuses, man. Yes, good job, Endon. Good job, Endon. My man just know the cues. My man's Jobby M. I need you to tell me about it immediately. You know where I'm about to go. We was right there in South Africa. Your whole continent was on your back. You drew Tokido out of all names. What did you think at first when you got that draw?
I think after the draws happened, and then I'm looking at the names. I look at Problem. Problem is laughing. And I'm like, I think I'm gonna get Tokido. You know, he's like, yeah, I think so too, man. You know, and then when I got Tokido, you know, it was like, I wasn't really like afraid. And it was almost like I wanted like a big fish, you know. And when I got him, I actually wasn't like any afraid. I wasn't confident in the first to 5, but I was confident if I was going to go first to 3, first to 2. I was confident in it, you know. The reason for that is because I'd never played a first to 5 when such stakes are on the line. Yeah. So that's why I wasn't confident in that format. But the minute I got into it, actually what kept on coming to my mind as I'm playing him was Jam saying that people think Tokido won't DP. He's the guy who DPs a lot, you know. And then the first game when it happened, I also started thinking about Punk's match. You know, when he went all in, I'm like, oh, he's trying to do to me what he did to Punk to make me question myself on, can I do it with my whole time behind me?
You talking about Punk and Tokido at Evo?
Yeah, Punk and Tokido, you know. And also, there was also like an interview that Logan did with Punk and Problem. It was also playing in the back of my mind, and Problem was saying that he was looking at how Tokido played when the whole crowd is on your side, you know, and he did the same to Problem. Then when he did it, the first game, when he smoked me clean, I was like, oh, he's doing the same to me. You know, let me just pull out some water. You know, I'm gonna drive impact you so many. We'll see. You know, one way or another, one of us is gonna crack. You know, they did the first drive impact. I'm like, oh, he's not reacting. Let me do the second one. I'm like, nah, this nigga ain't reacting, bro. I'm gonna keep doing it until you do it properly. You know?
Yeah, it's okay. So a lot of people will probably be scared to like, oh, it's Tokido. He's gonna react to. Well, shout out to Tokido, of course. Jobby and everybody, the whole community got nothing but love for Tokido. But yeah, a lot of people will probably be too scared. Like, oh, he's gonna react to everything. He's gonna be perfect. No, that's not necessarily true. And then in this match right here, you know, the crowd was insane. I was in the crowd watching that, man. That was one of the best things I ever seen in Street Fighter, right? So, are you hearing the crowd while you're playing, or you don't really notice them?
Actually, every time I got a hit, those headsets were doing, because you didn't want to make them too loud, so that now it starts hurting your ears, you know. But every time I got a hit, I could hear them go nuts. At some point there, I was actually playing like a madman, you know, because the crowd was fueling me. Then now I had to like calm it down and like, hold on. You still haven't got the job done, you know. But when I won, you know, because I did the pop off, and then I looked around, dude, that stadium was erupting. You know, I was like, oh shit. You know, oh shit, am I allowed to say?
Probably not. Okay, yeah. So, you know, now, of course, that was Red Bull Kumite. You saw what Jobby M did. And now you see my man's here in Saudi Arabia for Gamers8. Jobby, we see your pool, your bracket. Don't you have Knuckle Dude? Aren't you in that one? Was it Knuckle Dude, Problem X? What is it?
And Big Bird.
Knuckle Dude, Problem X, Big Bird, and Jobby M. Okay, how are you feeling with Gamers8 as a whole? How have they been treating you out here? Is this your first time in Saudi Arabia? What are you feeling about the country so far? Just what's your experience at this point, and what you think about your pool?
No, the hospitality is amazing. You know, the guys have really been treating us well. In terms of the pool, I think my pool is one of the hardest. You know, Problem, Big Bird, Knuckle Dude, I just hate Carl. You know, but I think Knuckle Dude's Carl against my character is like 5-5. You know, it'll probably depend on how well he knows those matchups. You know, but Big Bird, Marissa, I have a personal beef against Marissa. The 2-touch and you're done. There's nothing more stressful than fighting Marissa last game, last round, and she has full resources. Yeah. You know, that's insane, bro.
Yeah, it is absolutely ridiculous. But I'll tell you what, if anybody can handle it, it is none other than Africa's very own, the Jobby M. Good talking to you, dog. What's going on? The best Capcom Cup run of all time. Yeah. You know, easily. How you feeling being out here in Saudi, bro?
Man, it's amazing, man. I never thought I'd be here. Like, not even traveled here, but I'm here in a 5-star hotel, so what's up?
Yeah, on God. And I seen, I saw the food you posted and everything. It's kind of lit.
Yeah, I love it. That was one of the best lamb we had. Yeah. You know, yeah, very soft.
We're gonna have to hang out some out here, bro. It's gonna be a joint. We out here for a whole week. All right. So as far as gameplay and everything, man, I was salty. I ain't see my man's at Evo. What's going on?
Evo?
I didn't see you at Evo.
Man, I didn't have money to pay for that, so that was a bit too expensive. So, and my sponsor wasn't going to pay. But now you at Gamers8, where it's a $1 million tournament. Look at that natural segue right there. We're talking about money, $1 million on the line. You can go to infinite Evos, getting first place at something like this. How did it feel when you got that email? Like, what did you think when you got that email and they said, yo, we want to invite you for a $1 million tournament? And that's crazy, bro. Like 1 million?
That's
OD. That's OD. Like that's enough for me to pay my tuition fees.
If you get first place, I think it's like 400K, 500K, something crazy like that. What you doing with that bag, bro? I know you're going to invest and be smart, but like, as far as on the fun side, what you doing with that bag?
Well, you know, as an international student, I was going to pay like 50K a year. So if I have 400, then that's enough for 4 or 5 years. So that would be good.
And what you in college for?
For math.
Math?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
What I want to do? I want to write programs, easy money.
Yeah, man's getting to that bag. You know what I'm saying? He said he gonna get that easy money, and he whispered it to me, but y'all ain't hear it. He also said y'all easy work when it comes to the World Street Fighter. No, he ain't say all that.
Yeah, easy cake.
He said
Easy cake.
What they know about easy cake, bruh? You know what I'm saying? My mans. All right, I gotta ask you, Jason, as far as your pool too. The pools officially have come out. What are you thinking about your pool?
It's not the worst group, but I have Punk, I have Kudo. They all play Cammy. I hate Cammy, bro.
Oh yeah, because you're playing JP. No. Yeah. You're playing. You didn't play. You playing DJ? Yeah. Hold up, my brother and DJ. That is right. No, only you didn't play any JP.
I still play a little bit for some. I still play a little bit for some matchups like Luke.
Okay. I was gonna say, I thought I was shooting for a second. I could have swore you were playing some. You had played some, and of course Kakudu, he mains them. Okay, but you were in with DJ. What you think about DJ right now, bro? I feel like, I play DJ too. I think he's like top 7. I don't think he's top 5.
Yeah, top 7. That's right.
Yeah.
He's not even close.
Yeah, it's like buff him or a little bit or something, bro. You know what I'm saying? What do you think they should?
Stop saying DJ's good, bro. Like,
Yeah, I don't get the concept.
yeah, I don't get it either.
People don't know any Street Fighter. If you think DJ is good, chances are you trash, bro. Facts. Can we you co-sign me on that?
Yeah, as a professional player, I confirm that.
Oh my mama. Okay, y'all heard it from the man himself. Man's like Zen. That's my first interview with him for the weekend, but it is about to be a movie. Make sure you're checking our Instagram stories and all that too, because we're gonna be posting, doing all kind of lit stuff, fresh in the throbes and all that. My dog, can't wait to see you compete, and we got more Gamers 8 action coming at you later on.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، والأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
تستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You want a war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
crowd, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. I am your host, Hollywood, Rob TV, and I am here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for Gamers 8. We have the best players from across the globe, all converging here in one place. And what are they fighting for? Oh my goodness, you won't believe it. $1 million is on the line right now, but there can only be one champion. If you want to see the action, as if that's even a question, head over to twitch.tv/gamers8 and twitch.tv/gamers8_B. There's amazing matches on both streams. Hollywood Rob TV had to give you a quick message so you guys know to pull up. It is about to be a movie. Gamers 8, Saudi Arabia.
You heard it from my boy Rob. You heard it from me now. It's Gamers8 2023 Street Fighter 6. $1 million blooming on the line and some of the best players from around the globe competing for that #1 prize. I'm super excited to be here. I am your desk host, F-Word. I'm going to be taking you guys through this weekend, and I'm going to be joined by an array of incredible talent as we go through. And to kick things off right now, I have two of my favorite fellow UK brethren here on the table, Jammers and Tyrant. My homies, how are you doing?
Do you know what? It's great to be here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. First time here, and I'm loving the experience, and it can only be heightened with the high-quality competition we have here for Street Fighter 6. So I cannot wait for this action to come on board. Tyrant, talk to us.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to be here, man. Listen, some of the best players in the world. Now scratch that, the best players in the world right here, throwing down for that huge cash prize in Street Fighter 6. Exciting new title, we're all loving the game. I'm sure the players are as well. Get ready to throw down and show some action, man.
I gotta say, my UK homies, you didn't pull out any stops right now. You're pulling out all the stops with Jammers. Looking very slick.
I mean, special occasion.
I couldn't pull that shot off.
Whistle.
You don't think so?
No. You got to be slender, slick like you, young. You got to have hair, I think, to pull off a shot like that.
Well, that might slap you two and a certain someone else off the list as well. What can I say?
And Tyrant, that jacket, you need to let me know the website, man. Love it, guys. As you can see, we are making full effort for you guys because it's nothing but entertainment, fun, and big things on the line. This is the Savvy Games pre-show for Street Fighter 6 here at Gamers8. We're going to taking you guys through a lot of interactions we had with the players as we've been preparing for this amazing and monumental weekend of Street Fighter action.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, like the game's only been out for like, a couple months now, but we're seeing some of the most amazing gameplay we could expect at this point. You know, Evo just happened, incredible stuff. Angry Bird is here, and he's going to be looking to retain that title and earn himself a nice chunk of cash.
Imagine that. Like, and he's on home soil here, arguably.
Back, yeah.
Right? He won in Vegas, now he's in Middle Eastern soil,
Mate,
Wow.
See, and the crazy thing is as well, just because I can't exemplify this enough, with how robust the drive system is in Street Fighter 6, the meta just changes each and every day. Heck, it might even change by the hour. There could be things that the players have been hiding from us that they're going to showcase here just for the big money cash prize there. And I cannot wait to literally see it. I mean, it's not just going to be just today. It's going to be throughout the entire next 4 days
of jam-packed action, man. And we're not missing a single match. 2 streams running throughout, guys. We got this stream, we got A, and we got B for Gamers8 for you guys to catch all the Street Fighter action. There will not be a single match that will not be televised, and you can see it all live here. So stay tuned. Now we're going to kick things off first with the Club Awards, guys. So let's go over to that and pay attention.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
Well, there you have it, guys. This is the Club Awards, and you can see what these guys are playing for. So the teams that are able to participate, where they have players represented across the range of games throughout Gamers8. For those of you who aren't familiar with Gamers8, this event is an 8-week event. I mean, this is just one weekend where Street Fighter, PUBG, and others will be featured. But those who are able to have teams represented, for example, Mouse have a really strong chance of closing that gap if Problem X has a good run, because they get a certain amount of points for their player who's represented. So the Club Awards, the teams all participate in. First place, 1.5 million for those guys, as well as the money that's there to be won for all the individual tournaments as well. Back to Street Fighter, however, we have a very unique format for these next 4 days, don't we, guys? Let's take a look at how the format works for Street Fighter 6 as we go through. So things kick off with the group stages, and the group stages will be made up of 4 players. Those 4 players will duke it out. There's 8 group stages. Top 2 will qualify. Interesting in here, it's a double round robin, guys. Talk to me.
Do you know what? I love that, because it means that, you know, you've got time to go away and study a loss. If you get smoked in your first game, you know, you've got time to really look at that, set back and think, right, okay, he was doing this. Next time, I'm not losing. And that's what we love about Street Fighter, man. Like,
I would say as well, sorry to counter your point, or not even counter, just to adjust to that point, it's a case of we know the game goes rapid. It is super swift. So the fact that you can do, like we said off camera as well, like the home and away sort of thing in the round robin, you can actually see, like you said, okay, we played the first one, it might blitz through that, and then you've got another chance to kind of slow things down and make that extended adjustment, I'd say, because you've got a little bit more time to adjust and come with a different game plan. Because if your game plan don't work in the first set that you have with the opponent, it's probably bound to work in the second one. So
This is it.
you've got a little bit more time.
And then you go to a best of 3, of course, top 16, and that will be deciding who actually wins. That's double elimination bracket, the bracket we're more familiar with. Now, what are they playing for, guys? That's one thing we got to highlight, because as far as Street Fighter tournaments goes, this is one of the most monumental prize pool, actually, to date in Street Fighter history, because the Capcom Cup that was announced earlier is not yet taken place, right? So this event is for $1 million, and first place is playing for close to $500,000. They're 400K USD in the bank if you get first place here. And then it goes on from there, 100K for second place, 5 to 6 get 50K, and then of course 9 to 12 get 10K. Even if, so in the group stages, as long as you qualify to that top 16, you're all guaranteed 5K as well.
You're getting paid out.
It's a pretty decent set. I mean, have you seen anything like this before in Street Fighter history in terms of opportunity to change your life? The closest, I think, is Capcom Cup, right?
Well, yeah, of course. And I think like we have to re-emphasize this point. That's just going to show you how brutal the group stage is going to be, because everybody wants in on the money, but only half of you can get a piece of that, and only a small percentage of you can get the big bucks, which is like, you know, the top 5s and above from there. So again, this is why I'm going to love this group stages from today, tomorrow, third day. It's going to be great.
Amazing.
Bro, I heard that Mena was saying that Evo was like the preparation for this. And you saw a 7,000 man bracket there, bro.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Speaking of Mena, him amongst a ton of others, including the Evo champion himself in Angry Bird, and the favorite in many people's opinions to win Evo, the two kids from the UAE, Big Bird here as well. As well as them, we have some legends attending, guys. Why don't you talk us through some of these amazing players who are going to be competing for this 400K over the weekend? So looking at this first, look at this, man. Look at this, baby. Phenom, Punk, Kills You, Nephew's in there. Mr. Crimson, Valmaster, Luffy, Big Bird. How many Evo champions on this page alone? MOV, Kudo, Otani's here, Umehara's here, Latif is back. Oh my goodness. Where's the Saudi qualifier? Vega Patch. This is just insane. I mean, the caliber of player we're dealing with here is nothing short of absolute top tier amazingness. And that's just one page, right? Next
Look at
page,
this,
guys. There's more, guys.
Are you kidding?
There's more. Talk to me, guys. Talk to me. Who we got on this
So
page?
we got lovely UK representation from Problem X, Ending Walker, 4 Fills. We got Hot Dog from Hong Kong, Xian from Singapore, NL from Korea. We got the Chinese contingent, Xian, DCQ, VX Bao, Takamura, so great team. Jabi M. Remember his
Rebel
momentum,
Kumite.
bro. Like you said, Rebel Kumite coming through to this. Hopefully he can ride the momentum and get much more opportunities to attend events like this, because again, he is South Africa's best player in my personal opinion. And the fact that he can compete with titans in the Street Fighter community, it's great to have players like him here.
And for those of you guys who haven't been paying attention, of course, the groups have already been set. It was announced a few days ago. A number of players have been given what those groups will be. Some were shocked to see NuckleDo included late on. Problem X and JarBM, for example, suddenly their group gets harder, I think, with that replacement. What a talent to throw in there. But this is how it lines up. You see Group A, Mena RD, Latif, Phenom, Otani. Group B, Nephew, Shen, Mr. Crimson, Wes. I mean, the groups go on. There's some really, really juicy matches to be had here. What's important, though, is that they will duke it out twice, as we mentioned earlier. It's double round robin. So it is 2 out of 3, which we know the professional players aren't crazy about, but they get to play twice. So you get to make that adaptation. And of course, the top 2 will be qualifying for that top 16 double elimination, 3 out of 5 bracket.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy. And that the double round robin format is a super interesting one for me.
Never seen it, right?
Bro, you can play 2 different ways in both different games.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you can play
well,
completely random one game and then you solid, play footsie's game, whatever. Like, you can change it up.
That's a fair point you make as well, F, that you can make a different character. And that's why we keep telling people in the community, as long as you understand the system, 2 or 3 characters. 3 might be a little bit much at the moment, but later down the line, 3 characters might actually be perfect.
Yeah.
But having 2 characters at a high level under your belt right now might be crucial in invitationals like this. So I think it's going to be fantastic.
And in true Gamers8 top tier esports fashion, absolute cream of the crop standards here, we have the schedule from start to finish. Match 1 all the way through to day 3, where the qualifiers continue. We know every single match and the stream and the time that match is going to be taking place.
Look at some of these games.
Look at the first games. We're kicking things off with the CEO Capcom Cup champion, Mena RD, going up against the former EVO finalist and the pride and joy of Saudi Arabia, Latif, coming back to Street Fighter, man. What a way to open things up. Then we've got Nephew Shen all the way down to Killzu taking on Vega Patch. What a schedule. Then it continues, guys. It gets better. Talk to me.
Oh, so your Problem X versus JRBM happening at 8 p.m. local time. Kakaru versus Valmaster. That's going to be an absolute nightmare for Valmaster. I'm sorry I had to say that on camera at the start of the hour. You got MOV versus Vega Patch. That could be a Chun-Li mirror. Who knows? Nakadu versus JRBM. Vega Patch versus Angry Bird. Damn, these lineups. And then to close out the night, Old Gen versus New Gen. Umahara, Daigo going up against the 4 fields. He might be anxious. He might be nervous with excitement.
Before you say that, can I just tell you something? Can I tell you something else, Jammers? That was Stream A. Simultaneously.
Oh my goodness, Stream
Simultaneously, baby. We got Stream B taking place at the exact same time. We got that kicking off with Phenom versus Otani for the first game, all the way down to the EVO champion taking on the legendary MOV, Angry Bird versus MOV, down at 740. That first page is, again, full of absolute banger matches. Page 2, Tyrant, talk to me.
Big Bird versus Knuckle Dude to kick off. That's crazy. Like, look, some of these matches are incredible. Angry Bird kills you. Big Bird Problem X, that's a classic. And then closing that out with Luffy versus Hot Dog. So, my word, honestly, some of these games are dream matchups that perhaps we will never see. You know what I'm saying? Like, when are you going to see some of these matches? You know what I'm saying?
In back-to-back, you know.
In back, like that, yeah. Like,
if I was not at this event, having the pleasure of hosting with you guys, I'd be taking a few days off work. I'd be grabbing the popcorn. I'd be sitting down in my seat and just loving every moment. This is untold, infinite entertainment for anyone who's even remotely a Street Fighter fan. The caliber of these matches is just insane.
We're giving you creme de la creme content here at Gamers8, and we want you guys to enjoy it from start to finish. We're here live in the flesh. You guys at home, I want you jumping out your seats, just like we're probably going to jump up from this desk as well, but it's going to be fantastic to see.
Well, it's a pretty hard one that's coming up now, guys. So what is the match to watch out of all those we just saw for today's event at Gamers8? I personally can't pick it. The studio have done their job. Let's find out. The one they're calling out is Shen versus Mr. Crimson has been voted our match to watch. This one brought to you by LG Ultra Gear. Shout out those guys and our other sponsors for this next few days of incredible Street Fighter action. This is interesting. Team Falcons versus Secret Lab Cheers. Why do you think that one's been picked? What do we know about these two players, guys?
So obviously, Xian, I spoke to him, I don't know, a separate interview with him talking about DJ. I said, why did you land on DJ? He said, I was trying out the cast, but everyone wanted high-level DJ experience, so I just stuck with DJ. Now, if I'm not mistaken, at Red Bull Kumite, like Mr. Crimson have a good time against Mono, so he's gone back into lab and he's found some stuff, and we were talking about this before. Mr. Crimson apparently has got some anti-DJ tech he wants to show off, and what better place to do that than here at Gamers8. But I'm not going to put Xian out of I'm not going to rule him out, because he always comes to tech the right place at the right time. So I just think it's battle of the methodological minds here. So it's actually going to be very interesting to see one aspect of it anyway.
Can't wait to see how that one goes down. I can't blame the team as well for voting that one in. It's a very intricate, unique one. It's not an obvious pick, but it has implications. Now, guys, we also have the next match coming up, which we just referenced. Let's talk a little bit about this one. This is going to be the kickoff match for Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 2023. I mean, what a freaking match to start off. NASA Esports with Latif representing his home country of Saudi Arabia, the most prominent fighting game player to ever come from the region, up against arguably the world's #1 Street Fighter 6 player right now in Mena RD.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, you can hope to kick off the show with a more of an incredible match. Latif, of course, maybe a bit more prevalent in other games, been dabbling around the board, but we know how capable he is when it comes to Street Fighter. Making that EVO Grand Finals with that C Viper a number of years ago in Street Fighter 4. But now, it's a different game. Latif is that guy that can break these games down to a science, and as we've seen in several titles over the years. So I have no doubt that he's going to have done his homework for Mena, because there's enough. Listen, Mena's in the spotlight non-stop. Like, he's been winning. He won CEO. He won't get on your level. EVO Grand Finals. There's enough to do your research. And Latif's a guy that definitely can do his research.
I mean, there's watching and studying, and then there's actually putting yourself in the pilot seat and doing it yourself. But one of my biggest worries here for Latif is his Blanca knowledge as a whole. I think if I was Mena, I'd go with the Blanca pick, because I think Latif, if you go with a more fundamental character, I think he can go toe-to-toe and compete with your fundamentals. So it's going to see how is he going to deal with, EX Air Blanca Ball? How is he going to deal with, level 2 from Blanca? What is he going to do against Blanca-chan, the Blanca dolls? It's like, it's going to be a real test of his Blanca knowledge. And then, of course, I like these two because I think it's battle of aggression in two different ways. Like, I like how exuberant Latif is as a person, but I see that in Mena's gameplay. So there's going to be definitely a good psychological warfare.
I think if you're Latif, you're also a tad bit unlucky to have come back after so long, really mastered Guilty Gear and had a good run in that. Come back to Street Fighter, biggest Street Fighter event ever in terms of prize pool money and magnitude, and you're up against arguably the best player in the world. It's a bit tough, but that's the way the cookies crumbled. And if there's anyone who can adapt quickly enough, I mean, if you're just talking raw talent, Latif's got to be up there with the best in the world. So
incredible.
He's the same caliber as Mena himself, so anything can happen. And he's had the players here the last few days to study this
exactly.
matchup.
True, very true.
Yeah, you've also got to think about, the home turf advantage. Mena's he's just travelled from Evo.
Yalla, Habibi.
all the way over. But Latif, that's the home turf advantage. This is, he's going to feel comfortable out here, so.
Okay. Well, there's a few other matches to be looking out for, guys, as the day continues. But that's the one we're going to kick off with. I don't know if you guys got any predictions for that match. Do we see Latif pulling off the magic?
I think as far as I can go, just out of statistics alone, I can see him forcing Mena to change character. That's about it. Otherwise, I think there's a lot of expectancy on Mena to win this one. It's no disrespect to Latif, but it's just because of how good and the momentum that Mena has right now, especially like Tyrant said, coming from Evo, because the players that traveled from Evo to here, they're playing off momentum now. That's what the main thing is. And because it's there with him, I think it might be a difficult thing to overcome for Latif.
And Tyrant, who are you calling for?
For this match?
Just a quick answer.
I'm going to say Mena.
Okay.
He's looking too good.
The logical answer. We'll see if Latif can pull off the upset. And also, the match to watch that was voted by the team here is, of course, let's take a close look at that one. We spoke a bit briefly about it, but let's go into a bit more detail into this one. You mentioned Xian and how he's going to be performing with DJ and, of course, Mr. Crimson. So let's take a look a bit more at this matchup that's going to come up. This is the match to watch of all the games we have here today, guys. Oh, my bad. We're just going to talk about the matchup. Okay, so
fair.
Regarding that matchup,
Gotcha.
Apologies. Tricked you guys. No, regarding that matchup, we have Mr. Crimson up against Xian. Now, Xian and Hot Dog, I had the pleasure of speaking to those guys after Evo, which was very surprising to see a character that a lot of people have ranked as #1.
Okay.
Not even in the top 26, not even in contention for top 26. I mean, Fudo was the closest, but even he whipped out the Dal Sim on many occasions in his run. So now I think this is top character privilege, personally, Hot Dog. I'm not sure I'm agreeing with you, but Hot Dog actually said to me he feels like the ceiling for the character is not as high as people think, and he's actually thinking of changing characters. He's not sure DJ is as strong as we were saying. I'm not sure I agree with that, but is that a narrative that you've heard from other DJ players? What do you think of that statement?
I've heard 1 or 2 players say there's a time limit on DJ, but I mean, with how explosive the damage output is in this game, I think you've always got a fighting chance. As long as you've got drive gauge, you can always compete with that as well.
Yeah.
I think maybe over time, I don't see him dropping below a top 10 character if the game remains the same. If there's substantial changes, different story, but
like I don't see how he can be bad. Like he's just such a solid overall character. He's got some of the highest damage in the game. Very solid fundamentals. He's got amazing, he's got plus frames. He's got good pressure, good long range tools. Like, character's ridiculous, honestly. Like, I think he's a solid pick for top 5.
Yeah, I think top 5. Personally, yeah. I think top 5. But I guess if you're Hot Dog and we're thinking maybe top 5 isn't enough, I don't know. There could be a number of reasons why.
There's one of the things for me in DJ's matchups is a projectile. Obviously, the #1 thing that people complain about with DJ is his drive rush. If you pop out a fireball, which Dalsim has, 3 different versions, it stops the drive rush. Then you got to think about it differently. Then you got to tackle the limbs. Can you jump over them? Dalsim's got very good anti-airs from a far-reaching range, and he gets decent damage of his anti-airs as well. So I'm like, okay, once the fireball comes out, then you start to see a little bit of the challenges that DJ has to circumvent. But other than that, I still think he's always in the dogfight. That's just me, though.
Wow, guys, we are heading to the main stage, guys. Counting down now, very excited. It's the beginning of Street Fighter 6 at Gamers8 2023. It's one hell of a tournament for the ages. And we're just 5 seconds away. Count with me. 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
spirit that never dies. Do you hear the echoes of the battle cries? Rise up.
The sun is blazing, the moon is shining. In a land of heroes, where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me, I walk through the fire right here for fame. Who will us the gusts of the storms in the desert? This is not a game. We fight for glory. Attention is up in the city of Riyadh. Everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck. It's simple the skills that we got. International scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show off and blow up the spot?
Welcome to an absolute extravaganza. This is Gamers8! First off, thank you to Ryan Hart, a four-time DreamHack champion, Guinness World Record holder, for presenting our trophy. But Atik, what we have in front of us today is a $1 million tournament right here in the heart of Saudi Arabia. It is going to be a movie, and I cannot wait to get into these games.
Well, exactly. We're going to see an amazing matches. Like we have 23 or 32 players coming from all over the world. They're going to compete in this tournament. We're going to see an amazing game. أعزائي المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، حياكم الله معنا في بطولة جيمرز 8 للعبة ستريت فايتر اللي راح نشوف فيها أبطال هذه النسخة، واللي راح نشوف فيها منافسات غير طبيعية. جو معنا 32 لاعب راح يتنافسون على هذا اللقب، معنا من أقوى اللاعبين واللي راح نستمتع في هذه الرحلة، ومجموع الجوائز $1,000,000. راح نشوف شيء غير طبيعي.
I'm telling you something, Atik. I could do that too, but I ain't trying to steal your thunder. You know what I'm saying? I could quite possibly do that. But what I do want to make sure that make sure everyone knows is the fact that Street Fighter 6 only recently dropped, and we are seeing a new golden era in the age of the fighting game community. We're seeing $2 million prize pools for Capcom Cup. We're seeing all of the bread on the line for Gamers8. It is absolutely ridiculous. We just saw what happened at EVO with Angry Bird, our new EVO champion, and of course, he is here in this competition as well. I cannot believe what is happening right now, but ladies and gentlemen, I think it may be time for our first match.
So let's see who's gonna be the first player to introduce here on the stage.
First and foremost, we have someone fighting out of the Dominican Republic. Let's see who this player is. It's Mina RD! Mina RD, the one and only two-time Capcom Cup champion. Mena, please make your way to your station. It is time for the bull himself to make his entrance. Mena RD, you can't come down now. We get your aura. We see, we understand, we feel the energy. This player, again, is the only two-time Capcom Cup champion, and we just saw him in EVO Grand Finals. Easily one of the favorites to take this entire tournament, and he is representing that Dominican Republic proudly.
Well, he made it to the EVO Grand Final, and he want to make it to the Grand Final here in Gamers 8. We're going to see what he's going to do in this tournament. أعزائي المشاهدين، معنا اللاعب أمينة اللي حقق المركز الثاني في بطولة إيفو اللي كانت معنا في الأسابيع الماضية. حقق إنجاز عظيم ووصل معنا إلى النهائيات، لكن ما حالف الحظ في النهائيات هناك، يبغى ياخذ اللقب في أكبر البطولات هنا برضو معنا، لكن في نفس الوقت عنده خصمة جاية يبغى ينافس في هذه اللعبة في أرضه وبين جمهوره. خلونا نتعرف على اللاعب الثاني.
Mena RD is looking absolutely serious right now.
أعطونا تحية للاعب لطيف. لطيف شرفنا ونورنا برضه هنا على المسرح. حرفيا اللاعب لاعب كبير معروف العاب الفايتنج، يحقق انجازات وحتى برضه بطولات في العاب الفايتنج بشكل عام، لكن حتى برضه يبغى يضيف لعبه زياده لتاريخه، يبغى يضيف بطولات زياده في لعبه توها نازله معنا اللي هي لعبه ستريت فايتر، يبغى يتنافس ضد اقوى اللاعبين واللي راح نشوف كيف راح يكون.
Latif, of course, is the home country hero from right here in Saudi Arabia. The crowd is hyped. They are behind him right now, and with good reason. This matchup is absolutely insane. Only here in Gamers 8 you get these types of matchups. Latif already has an insane pedigree when it comes to the history of Street Fighter, and he is recently making his comeback and looking absolutely insane, but it's not going to be any easy task against Mena RD. Ladies and gentlemen, can we make some noise for our first matchup, Mena RD versus Latif? Players, you can take your seats. Ladies, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm feeling the energy. The tension is kind of crazy right now with Teak. I ain't gonna lie.
We're still on the first day. This is the first match. We still have like more days and more matches. This is going to be amazing. أعزائي المشاهدين، عندنا في هذه اللحظة راح نبدأ فيها أول مباراة لهذه البطولة، راح تكون غير طبيعية. عندنا حتى برضو عندنا اللاعب أمينة أرضي ضد اللاعب لطيف اللي راح تكون مباراة تاريخية. خلونا على طول نبدأها.
Atik, I think that we have done enough. This match is about to be insane, and we're about to head over to our casters right now.
أعزائي المشاهدين، خلونا نبدأ المباراة على طول ونروح على طول مع المعلقين.
Ooh, boy, I feel the electricity in the air, baby. Welcome to Gamers 8, months-long celebration of all things competitive gaming. And yes, the Street Fighter 6 leg of the tournament has begun. Myself, Ringe, along with Vicious on the comms. How you doing, fam?
You already know what it is. When it comes to this crowd, it's absolutely electric. But when it comes to these players, it's going to be absolutely legendary here at Gamers 8. I am looking forward to everything that's going to be going down between not just these players, not just Block A, but for the rest of the tournament. And you guys as well will be ecstatic as we go along hour after hour, play by play. You already know it's gonna be big game day today.
We got 4 long days of Street Fighter, baby. If you're looking for that action, you are tuned in to the right place. And of course, both of these players, I mean, their reputations speak for themselves, but I love the way they made their entrances, bro. Mena RD was looking like a real bull, like exhaling the steam from his nose right there to get it popping, bro. And we heard him talk about, right, he was like, bro, Evo was just prepped for this tournament. So I can't wait to see what he brings to the table now.
Man, it's a different kind of hunger when you're a champ, right? When you are 2-time Capcom Cup champ and also champion at CEO Gaming and just falling just a little bit short, you know it stings a lot extra when it comes to that. But we also have someone like Latif who's been on the main stage numerous times, master of multiple games. Yep. This is where we get to see some real champions collide, and I'm really excited about it. I did have a little heart-to-heart with Latif. Okay. Right? Him coming from the States for a good amount of time. Obviously, he's the hometown hero. Yeah. Been in Saudi Arabia, from Saudi Arabia, but I gotta say, man, when he spent his time in Arizona, he was definitely powering up all the warriors out there. So I did get to talk to him. He was a little bit worried. His main objective is figuring out how to stop the big Blanca from Mena RD.
Man, yeah, the Blanca from Mena has been a complete problem, right? We've seen the Blanca and the Luke, but of course, I believe it was the Blanca that took down Punk's Cammy at EVO, at CEO, so I want to see what he brings to the table now. I'm assuming it's going to be the Blanca, and I think that character is a huge problem, you know what I mean? Especially for, I think, maybe someone that's not entrenched in Street Fighter 6 as much as Latif is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's got to focus on other games. Obviously, he was really trying hard in Guilty Gear at EVO as well, so he's going to have a lot of knowledge checks that he's going to need to know about. And just in general, I think Blanca's buttons are a big problem, man. Lots of active frames on him, great range. It's not going to be like super easy for Cammy to get into the range where she feels effective.
Right, and we've talked about this even off stream plenty of times over. When we're really assessing the matchup, I think Blanca, I think you had phrased this quite eloquently, he is quite the counter poker in regards to like those activity frames. And so looking at the kind of approach that Cammy can kind of take in majority of the matchups she plays, she has an excellent ground approach. She also has a really annoying air approach. Blanca being able to cover both those pretty consistently is what's really going to draw the problem out for Latif.
And a big thing about Blanca that is pretty much universally applied to the different matchups, right, is that when he is cornered, the air Blanca ball, bro, the the OD dive ball, as I like to call it, I mean, it is an absurd tool for Blanca to have. Obviously, it's going to beat your throw attempts if you're trying to commit to those early, but even if you're sitting there and block it, it is plus on block, so it's still Blanca's turn. So really, you got to be preemptive about stuffing it. We saw Punk experiment with the crouch fierce, right? The crouch heavy punch from Cammy in the corner, because it has that upward angle on the hitbox. It can catch the jumps from Mena, but we're going to get it locked in, baby. I want to see it, Latif. Going with that Cammy. The intel is correct, and you already know Mena bringing the king of the jungle to the table.
And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the very first game of Gamers 8 is going to be Mena RD versus Latif. This is the round robin. This is Group A, and it is indeed match 1. We're about to bring that fire. Let me see some of those smiles. There we go. I knew he was going to go for it first.
Yeah, 100%, man. Man, just hearing you say this is the first match of Gamers 8, oh, man, the electricity truly flowing, and it's not even from Blanca. Let's see what we're gonna. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
That's early.
That's early. But we already got a Mena RD. You can see making his way in. He's gonna establish throws early. Hopefully catch Latif teching later on. And the spin knuckle, the first one gets jumped back and punished severely.
I can't imagine Latif going for that relatively early. I feel like Mena RD wasn't really stuck on the ground game at all, but a big throw bait already. You could be dead here if you wanted to spend the level 1.
Not even
quite.
gonna do it.
I don't know about all that.
The ball at the end. Yeah, it didn't really look like it was effective, but the level 1 will surely be so.
Hey, it was a tough hill to climb for Latif, and it still managed to get out a bar from Mena RD. So like that's a little victory as well going into it.
Oh my goodness. Mena is like so good at reversals, bro. Like especially when it comes to higher stakes matches. I feel like the higher the stakes, the more often he actually wakes up with these invincible reversals. But right there, immediately exposing the parry. Latif is on life support in terms of drive gauge.
To get the forward throw, but what happens afterwards? You guys, the big counter, the big buttons actually coming in from Latif. The roundhouse right after. Here comes Mini Blanca. Man, that was so smart for Latif to just kind of go for it. Mena RD got stuck.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, and I like this. Okay, experimenting with stuffing the rainbow ball with a jump back air-to-air button. You see both of them definitely catching on to each other's rhythm right now. We'll take it to the skies at the same time.
And I do like the fact that you were talking about the big rhythm, right? Oh boy, level 2. You're about to feel the rhythm of the ball. Blanca. Damn! Punish counter. He was studying that, baby.
That was so sick right there. Yeah, it looked like Mena. That was like the parry bait, right? When he goes directly down with the lightning ball. Yeah, and we already saw Latif do a parry, so it was a good decision.
Oh
Latif
my
with
God.
the reactions now. Oh, but Mena won't stop.
It's been so clutch and a little bit, yeah, it's kind of reluctant to kind of move forward. Latif's trying to find a big opening, and no, there it is. Mena RD getting the punish, overextending Latif. He's got to be feeling that one.
Yeah, you could tell Latif, he was smiling a little bit after that one because, like, he caught on to a couple of Mena RD's options with the DP, right? And he knows he was very close. He got fooled into the animations right there from the Blanca. But yeah, man, he's not looking bad at all.
Not one bit. He did have a solid read. Like, most of the players kind of falter when it comes to, like, level 2 super art from Blanca. They kind of freak out and try to figure out how to even, like, defend against it. But going into game 2, man, Latif, I don't know what these cannon spikes are, Ringe.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that was definitely a little flub on his part. But right now, Mena RD immediately drive impact, exposing him at the wall. Try to burn him out with that level 1 super. Got close to it, but we'll finish the job nonetheless.
Looking real quick, Mena RD. Already looking at match point.
Oh yeah, we are in the 2 out of 3 territory. You gotta earn that 3 out of 5 here at Gamers8. Yeah, that's plus frames all day. I believe -3 on the regular Lightning.
That is correct, yeah. And Latif also ready for the air ball, excuse me, the OD version. As good, damn, as good as it is on block, you can still kind of prepare yourself by walking backwards forward. And Cammy does have a very impressive walk speed.
Yeah, you can tell Meta, he's starting to catch on to how often Latif is busting out, but instead, exposing that drive meter, drains the last of it, and then stuns him up at the same time. Oh my goodness, you're going for a ride. That is almost death. 1 bar to his name as well. Anti-air won't get the job done when it trades, baby. Mena RD 2-0 to start Gamers8.
That is a very, very confident 2-0 from the current Capcom Cup champ, Mena RD, knowing full well what to do against the Cammy matchup. We did see shades of the improvement from the matchup at hand from the side of Latif from round 1 into round 2, only in game 1, right? But as soon as Mena RD had kind of figured out what he needed to do, it was lights out.
100%, man. Meta, I mean, he is a calculated assassin in this game, right? And the way he kind of makes players play uncomfortably, right? If you watch the documentary from Reversal that followed him during, I believe, CEO, he talks about that. He's like, that is my play style. I am looking to make you uncomfortable. And he is so good at it. And Blanca, in general, is a perfect character for that strategy.
I don't want to be anywhere near Blanca.
No.
Anytime
never.
I see a Blanca, I'm already shaking in my boots. Like the character itself makes you uncomfortable. Like taking a look at the replays, you can kind of see it.
Mena RD is simply built different. You do not get to the point that he's gotten to without going through adversity, without having a calculated strategy, and that is exactly what we just saw right there. That Blanca is looking insane right now, Atik.
Well, I felt the energy from him. Honestly, like what I saw the gameplay, he really wants the trophy, and we're gonna see an amazing games next because we have more matches yet to come. لكن برضو أعزائنا المشاهدين هذه مباراتنا الأولى اللي انتهت قبل شوي بفوز مينا أرضي. كان مستواه ساحق في هالمباراة، ورانا المستوى شلون راح يكون معنا في هذه البطولة، لأنه من جد يبغى ياخذ الكأس هذا اللقب. لكن برضو مبارياتنا الجاية برضو لا تقل أهمية. خلونا برضو نشوف ومن المعنى في المباريات اللي بعدها.
Mena RD is going to absolute force in this tournament. He is not going to be easy to stop, and he has to be one of the favorites. I've heard some rumblings. I'm interested to see what the Twitch chat thinks about it. Is it possible that we get an EVO Grand Finals run back? Might we see Angry Bird versus Mena RD yet again in Grands? I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Who is your favorite to win this overall event, if you're willing to say?
Well, if I have to say, I'm obviously biased for it because I support like my locals here.
Okay. So you're going Latif?
Latif and West.
Okay. Latif and West, that's understandable. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with any bias at all whatsoever, at least when you host them with Big Hollywood Rock TV. Me personally, I gotta say, maybe Mena, I would say Mena, and of course Angry Bird, and we cannot forget about my guy Big Bird either. Punk went extremely far in EVO without even losing a game until I want to say winners finals, ended up finishing in 3rd place. But I tell you what, man, this tournament, $1 million, look at this production value. I can't believe it. Saudi Arabia is such a ridiculous place. I can't believe how amazing it's been out here so far, and I can't wait to get into our next matches too. We got some crazy stuff coming up for the people.
And we're happy to have you also here with us in this huge event. أعزائي المشاهدين، ما زالت عندنا الفرصة الحين حتى برضو نشوف باقي المباريات كيف راح تكون معنا، اللي راح نستمتع فيها. زي ما قلنا لكم شفنا المباراة الأولى بس، لكن باقينا مباراة واحدة ورا الثانية اليوم كله، ما راح ينتهي إلا احنا مستمتعين بإذن الله واحنا نشوف أقوى اللاعبين.
And the players, honestly, that we have here, I would say Shin, of course, coming all the way from Singapore. I would say we have to look out for Zen from over in China. Zen, absolutely ridiculous. We have players from all around the world. I would say that recently there's been an absolute brand new approach when it comes to the world of Street Fighter with the World Warrior program, with Capcom Cup having online qualifiers. We are seeing everywhere represented, and all of a sudden, these fighting game players and us talent, we're becoming jet setters out here. But for that much money on the line, $1 million, first place, $400,000. What would you do if you won that type of bread? I just gotta know.
I'm gonna buy a house, dude. You can buy a house.
That's ridiculous. Straight winning a Street Fighter tournament, and that's actually a possibility. This and Capcom Cup on the line, unbelievable year that we are having up to this point. So I have to ask you your sleeper pick as well. As far as a sleeper pick, I would have to go with none other than my man Zen. My man Zen is ridiculous. He had the greatest Capcom Cup run of all time from that loser side, having to fight his way all the way to grand finals from the last chance qualifier. So I can't wait for his match. But as far as your sleeper pick, who are you thinking?
Well, honestly, there are different players that I can see their potential also to have it this year. And I see maybe Mr. Crimson.
Mr. Crimson, of course, he actually won the first ever Street Fighter V major event, and then eventually he had a little bit of a dip and then fought back, showed that resiliency. Just as amazing as his scene is, he was at the head of it. Him even eventually, I would say respectfully, surpassing one of our other players, at least for the time being, champion Luffy himself, and ended up becoming arguably the best player in the world at the end, near the end of Street Fighter V. At least for one time, Red Bull, Kumite, and all that, my man was absolutely cooking, absolutely destroying things. So, what can you tell us about the local gaming community right here in Saudi Arabia?
Well, you can see them here in the crowds, and
it's
you can,
it's
everybody is actually watching it also in the home. Like not everybody is here as well, like, but they're coming, and I know that they wanna be here with us. أعزائي المشاهدين، أنا متأكد أن صحيح اللحظة هذه في هذه البطولة الحين عندنا مشاهدين من كل أنحاء العالم، لكن حتى برضو وجودكم هنا، دعمكم، وإن شاء الله حتى برضو استمتاعكم في هذه البطولة. وزي ما قلنا لكم فيها قبل شوي أن راح نشوف باقي المباريات وما نطول عليكم أكثر. أتوقع اللاعبين جاهزين الحين وراح نبدأ نرحب فيهم.
All right, so I know everybody at home been waiting. Well, it is finally time. Our players are ready. First off, fighting from the United States of America, we have our first player. Make some noise for a nephew! This player has a special nickname. If you hear these sounds, that means that the Dark Lord himself, Dark Nephew, is on his way. Nephew, make your way down here to your setup. It is time for us to see exactly why he has that name. Not everyone can go toe-to-toe with the Sith Lord. It is not going to be easy whatsoever for his opponent. We've seen him put in work in Street Fighter League. We've seen him put in work in CPTs all across the globe. And now he has finally made his way to the beautiful country of Saudi Arabia, and he is trying to fight for his piece of that $1 million prize pool.
And he's not far from it. He's already here to compete. أعزائي المشاهدين، معنا المتسابق الثاني أو بصح اللاعب الثاني نيفيو اللي جاينا من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية ينافس على هذا اللقب. وحاب أقول لكم أنه شارك في 7 بطولات للعبة ستريت فايتر وهي تو نازلة، يعني من جد قدر يحقق إنجازات كبيرة في اللعبة ويحرقها حتى برضه بشكل جدا كبير، وبرضه متخصص في شخصيات كثيرة. لكن برضه عندنا المتنافس الثاني جاينا من سنغافورة، خلونا نتعرف عليه على المسرح. أعطونا تحية للاعب شيان. لاعب سيان قدر يحقق انجازات برضو في اللعبه وهي توها نازله، قدر ياخذ 4 القاب في اللعبه وهي صار له شهرين حرفيا. فمن جد اللاعب يبغى يضيف ريكورد زياده، يبغى يضيف انجازات اكبر، جانا من مكان بعيد، نافس في بطولات عالميه، تاريخه عريق في هذه اللعبه ويبغى برضو يضيف اشياء اكثر لها. راح نشوف شيء غير طبيعي.
This is an Evo champion that you are seeing here. Shin, you can come over here, right here in front of your setup. This is an Evo champion, arguably the highest honor that you can get in the world of fighting games. This was back in Street Fighter 4. My man's using Gin, one of the hardest characters to use at the time, and his accolades since then have continued to pile on top of each other, one after the other. We are in the presence of fighting game greatness. We have Shin from Singapore fighting up against Nephew. One more time, can we make some noise for our second match? You guys can take your seats. And now we are about to get into the action. Let's send it right back over to the casters.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما رحبنا وتعرفنا على اللاعبين، خلينا نبدأ مباراتنا على طول. المباراة الثانية لليوم على طول، خلينا ننتقل مع المعلقين.
You already know what it is. We're back at it again, Ringe and myself, Vicious, to talk about these two players, Nephew versus Sien. You know, we've talked about quite the accolades that Sien has had over the course of years when it comes to Street Fighter. Had me looking up his history as well. He had first place at a recent Invitational not too long ago against ZJZ. Also taking down first at ICFC, one of the most stacked brackets at a weekly event. Then Nephew, on the other hand, he's been doing quite the amount of traveling himself too. Third over at Impact Protocol, second over at CEO. Then even before that, had his significant practice getting first at ICFC NA. This is going to be a matchup that I've been looking forward to personally because this is not only the kind of runbacks that we've seen over at Street Fighter League, but this is a brand new game, right? So it's going to be a different atmosphere with Jury going up against DJ.
First and foremost, I'm just glad Nephew made it to the stage. I thought we had like a WWE backstage attack on our hands for a second there when he wasn't showing up, but we're all good. He's here, and I'm very much looking forward to this as well because we got two of the best players on it, in my opinion, two of the best characters in the game. Jury and DJ are ground game monsters, right? One having the fastest drive rush in the game, the other having the longest drive rush in the game.
Yes, sir.
Right? DJ having the fastest, Jury having the longest. So I want to see if it turns into a battle of drive rushes early, and just in general, the kind of meta around drive rush is very interesting to me right now, right? When the game first launched, a lot of people were just letting it rock, abusing it, kind of even letting it rock deeper to get people throw tagging. But now we saw as Angry Bird, I mean, my man Angry Bird, drive rush jabbed his way to an Evo championship,
he sure did.
Right? So I think we're definitely going to see that type of meta on display here between two excellent players.
I'm not gonna lie, on a personal level, I have not seen Nephew at all this trip. I've seen Sien a handful of times. I think I saw Nephew kind of like show up behind me randomly, and I swear I heard the exact same thing that Rob TV did. I turned around, I'm like, oh damn, Nephew, I didn't even know you were here. Yeah, exactly, yeah, on some scary movie stuff. But in all honesty, I think, you know, we've talked about both of these characters very early on. I feel like they were hovering around like the top 5 conversations so consistently.
Absolutely.
And I gotta be honest with you, I don't know if that's gonna be like the same case. I think Jury may be a little bit like at the border of top 5. Not to say she isn't good. I think she sticks on people so consistently and such a problem to get off. But I think it's hard to tell genuinely now. And you know, a lot of the Japanese players thought DJ of the same caliber, right? Being within top 5, and they kind of just wrote him off as like, that's it. That's the player. That's the character. I mean, and he's gonna be that good the entire time, but it hasn't really been the case, especially at the most recent event at Evo, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels like both of those characters' stocks have kind of dropped a little bit. They were so high on everybody's list early on, and for good reason, like we talked about, right? As everybody was getting used to the system mechanics, these two make the best use of drive rush, arguably, in the game. So because of that, I think a lot of people were having trouble dealing with them early, but now, since people have settled in, figured out the matchups a little bit, figured out their own character strats, talked about the counter punching before with Blanca, that's a lot of what you have to do in this game. Find your big active buttons and put them out as people try to drive rush you, but that's where the drive rush slides come in. You can get the baits going as well for certain characters having those options, or just cutting the drive rush short with a throw or a jab or something like that. So yeah, man, I want to see how these two go about it. I think Xian in general is one of the best hit and run style players in Street Fighter history.
Right.
And I think DJ, both of these characters honestly excel at that, but DJ in this game with his strong fireball game even more so, in my opinion.
And I was waiting for the first strike here again. Game 1 between these two. Xian already off to to a very eager start. What a
love
stop
that.
against the Just Cool. The challenge from Nephew into the low forward. The backdash from Cien already. We're getting the big reach. +2 scenario. You have to hold this.
Oh, we're going to keep being plus. And then Nephew trying to pop off with the drive impact. Xian was chilling, and then now you don't have any resources. No meter, no drive impact. You're at my beck and call, baby. Xian, first round.
Jesus, these guys are exploding onto the scene, already leaving a trail of bodies, or at least, at least one round's worth.
Oh,
Man, you literally just prefaced it with the whole double drive rush forward. Who's gonna strike first? Man, it's like your mind reader.
That's beautiful, baby. The battle of the drive rushes. Indeed, and we talked about it. Jury's longest, but DJ's the fastest, and he's the one that beat her to the punch that time.
It's the bullet train that takes you from Tokyo to Osaka. That's exactly how M. Bison would say it in the movie. Now, are we gonna see death right now? Oh, without a doubt. Didn't even need the level 3.
First round was 24 seconds, and second round was 21 seconds. These two characters are trying to get in each other's faces immediately, and that's what we're seeing here.
I feel like the technician behind him was like, hey, can you slow it down just a little bit? I don't know if you've noticed, but we had a little bit of a break in between. We got to run the clock a little bit.
Yeah, he's like, we got a schedule to keep, brother.
Yeah, man, what are you doing out here? That's one game already on the side of Cien, and that's just how it goes, man.
Yeah, man, I mean, Cien is explosive in this game. I think he felt his performance at EVO might have been a little lackluster too, so when something like that happens, right, you're even extra motivated, and you really want to put bodies in bags early.
Again!
Oh, man. And this time, Xian, he did actually go with, I believe, the crouch medium punch. Last time he left Nephew standing, so now switching it up with a throw, you can see.
1, 2, 3.
So perfect. Oh, the frame kill set up. Oh!
I'm done. There's nothing to commentate. There's nothing left to commentate, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Cien
Give
has
him the rush.
Nephew, he had one meter. He had drive meter to pop off at that point, but the backdash on that just blew his mind. My man's was shook in the corner.
This man is reading the room right. There's the
go.
jump in, Nephew. There you go. You're playing like a man.
That's
you face your fears. Oh, and we got the throw bait as well. Watch out for the pressure. Forward throw. What are you gonna do about it, Nephew? Does he have the adjustments made?
Yeah, he might. Oh, Xian though, immediately after that. That was a plus frame button from Jury too, but Xian not scared whatsoever. Yeah, but then throwing out the fireballs. I love this. Trying to slowly make his way back into this game. Safely but surely, Nephew getting to that throw range again and making it work. Oh, driver versus, he's gonna burn himself out. Oh, and then baits out the
wait
up
a
kick.
minute.
Okay, Nephew, he's the one that's starting to have the reads now after Xian was having real estate in his brain.
He's got the Vegeta mentality. The more you beat me up, the stronger I get, right?
Yeah.
Now it's Satsui no Nephew.
The Sith Lord, as Raw put it.
What?
All right, you got me good with that one. Oh, popping off. I love that right after the drive rush. Normal, obviously, plus frames. But when you see DJ camping like that on the down back, the up kicks are not far behind.
Yeah, you got to get ready for that charge, right? You kind of treat it as if you were playing against Guile, just the more active one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the drive rush forward off of the jab, still getting the tick throw. Missed the plus frame opportunity of Cien going with forward and medium kick. Maybe it was an advanced level frame kill.
Oh, my. Nah, that seemed like a Bob Ross setup to me. That was a happy little accident. My man's whiffed and then immediately caught Nephew counter poking. You could be right. Xian is a scientist, and that could have been a frame kill. But whatever have you, that's a dub in his book and for the set.
I'm going to need to talk to Mike Ross after this and confirm whether or not it's actually a frame kill or not. But either way, that was indeed a quick match from Cien.
Indeed, indeed. So we're going to take a look at the highlights of that one. Explosive match. Cien already on the board early. That was beautiful.
Never thought that I would see the day that a player would make the Dark Lord, Dark Neth, see the light. That was kind of free. I'm not gonna lie to you. My man Shin was looking ridiculous, but it is only the first match. I guarantee you my man's nephew is going to be coming back stronger, but Shin is showing his pedigree right now. That DJ is looking phenomenal.
Well, they still have the chance because it's still like the group stage now. لكن برضو أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأولى قد إيش كانت خرافية، فعلا شفنا شين قدر يتفوق فيها بشكل جدا كبير، لكن باقي عندنا المباريات الجاية راح نمشي واحدة ورا الثانية بدون ما نوقف. عندنا باقي المباراة اللي بعدها اللي راح نتعرف عليها الآن.
The nice thing about this tournament, of course, in the group stages is that it is double elimination. I mean, it's double round robin. So everyone plays everyone 2 times, not even just one. And speaking of one, this next player that we have coming up at some point has been considered the #1 player in the world. We're about to see exactly who this is. I am proud to announce Punk the God. This player, I have to say, has what I would personally consider the best neutral game of all time. In the history of Street Fighter, I have not seen anyone play the neutral game quite like him. In 2017, around that time, we saw one of the best runs that we have ever seen in the history of fighting games, winning tournaments back to back to back. And even though that's history at this point, we seeing what he is doing in the brand new game, just now making it all the way to winners finals of a tournament, Evo, 7,000-man bracket, without losing a single game. He was so close to the glory that he deserves with his skill, and now he has the chance to take it all the way home. Punk the God, absolute animal.
Wow, he's a legend and he's here to compete in this tournament again. We're gonna see this amazing performance here in this tournament. لكن برضو أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا بانك هنا وبرضو رحبنا فيه على المسرح، حاب أقول لكم أن اللاعب هذا أسطورة حرفيا، شارك في أكثر أو بالأصح محترف من أكثر من 10 ألعاب، الألعاب الفايتنج، وفي نفس الوقت تو اللعبة نازلة ستريت فايتر 6 بعد ما نزلت شارك في 12 بطولة حقق منها 7، يعني من جد اللاعب ما خلى شيء. وفي نفس الوقت في مباريات اللي كانت معنا في ايفو ما خسر اي مباراه الى نوصل معنا في النهائيات، ومن بعدها اخذ المركز الثالث. لاعب اسطوره معنا، لكن برضو منافسه اللي معنا اللي راح نرحب فيه برضو على المسرح لاعب يافع، لاعب صغير بالسن، هذا وقت صعوده، خلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب فيه على المسرح. أعطونا تحية للاعب زين. مشاركاته جديدة وحضوره برضو قوي معنا، لاعب الصاعد بما تعنيه الكلمة، خصوصا أنه حقق برضو إنجازات قبل لا يوصل المرحلة الحالية. هذا اللاعب اللي تخاف منه، هذا اللاعب اللي راح تتوقع الكثير منه، حرفيا جالس يطلع السلالم ويحقق إنجازات كبيرة، وممكن حتى برضو ينافس على اللقب في هذه البطولة. راح نشوف برضو منه مستوى أسطوري في البطولة الحالية.
I need to see maximum respect on this young man's name. Do not let that baby face fool you. Some people were mistaken when they competed against him in Capcom Cup in that last chance qualifier, and then he showed them exactly what he is about. Mans like DCQ and VX Bao tried to warn the world at Capcom Cup what he was gonna do, and they did not listen, and he showed them who he was. Zen, probably the greatest Capcom Cup run that we have ever seen, and Punk the God, one of the best players, if not the best Street Fighter V player of all time. This match is going to be a war. Players, you may take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Zen versus Punk the God. And now, It is time to get into this action, Atik. Who you think we're taking this? You got Punk, you got Zen. Let me know, bro.
This is going to be difficult to predict لكن برضو أعزائي المشاهدين صحيح المباراة الحالية بين بانك وبين زين اللي راح نشوفها مباراة راح تكون أسطورية وفي نفس الوقت أنا أعتقد حتى برضو أن اللاعبين راح يكملون المشوار معنا حتى ممكن بعد المجموعة صحيح مجموعتهم صعبة لكن ممكن يطلعون منها ويوصلون معنا إلى البلاي أوفز فممكن نشوف مباراة غير طبيعية.
We have done enough talking. It is time to see some of the best players in the world throw hands, and also we're going to throw it over to the casters.
أعزائنا المشاهدين كلكم جاهزين فخلونا نبدأ المباراة بدون ما نطول عليكم وننتقل مع المعلقين.
I just love the way Rob has been bouncing on stage, man. You could tell that the electricity, the atmosphere of such an amazing tournament is definitely flowing through his body. But right now, Ringe and Vicious on the comms once again, bringing you another legendary match here. Punk the God obviously getting third place at CEO, and you heard Rob run down the accolades. My man got to wake up, though, to deal with Zen. That is one of the longest yawns I've ever seen. Sorry to break up my point. I was just enamored by that one. That was wild. Hopefully he's got all the yawns out and ready to play. Zen on the other end, right? We saw him at South Africa Red Bull Kumite rocking the JP, but in the rustlings of the grapevine say that he may be playing the DJ as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about what the matchup's going to be like. We talked about this even in the back room with all the other commentators in the building. You know, DJ doesn't look like a bad shot, but at the same time, I think JP can really much fight his own ground against the Cammy matchup. Now, it hasn't necessarily shown that way, and a lot of people kind of talk about it on social media, but you're really taking a look at the buttons. I think overall, the presence that JP has seems like it's pretty formidable against whatever Cammy needs to do on the ground game. I think there's a lot of activity that this character presents, not just from the projectiles that he has, but also from the normals, right? Standing medium kick could be a problem.
Yes.
Medium punch can also really occupy that space, even for the anti-air department. Crouching heavy punch can be a real terror against Cammy, and also even that roundhouse for some further out attempts at maybe trying to whiff punish or at least whiff a dive kick in front of the old man. So I'm kind of curious to see how it's gonna go down. Now, both these players, right, with the accolades that they have, both are absolutely phenomenal. And I do mean this. This is the time where you really need to check each other's reactions, right? Yeah. Zen is, what, 20 years old, right? Coming in at what? Like, he's already made like 60K under his belt, to be honest with you, in regards to how he's performed in Street Fighter V. But this is a whole different game. I know for sure he has the exact same tenacity as his opponent, Punk the God.
Absolutely, and you brought up the reactions on both sides, right? Punk, I mean, what does AJM say? He's modern without the controls. He's all classic, but the reactions, bro, are out of this world. And that's how he's always been, right? He really kind of dictated how Street Fighter V was played in the meta, in the high-level meta early on, because his reactions were so good that he was whiff punishing with the input delay. Like, that's this insane. Man is ridiculous. So it's wild. I do love the fact that you bring up JP's buttons, though. He's got great buttons to stuff these drive rushes. And another thing that Cammy can do is like get the spin knuckle in right past the projectile. So if Punk tries to hard read that, again, those same buttons that you mentioned are going to be able to stuff it. And he's got interesting options. I love the stand heavy kick that you bring up to deal with maybe the dive kick or something like that. And he gets such a heavy reward if he does land that. And that's, of course, that's going to be on the JP side of things. DJ, if he does bring that character out, I think has plenty of tools as well. The up kicks are going to chase down Cammy regardless if she does a dive kick or not. I think he's got buttons that make her uncomfortable on the ground as well. I'm very interested to see what Zen goes with.
I think that's going to be the main question. It's not a matter of like who has the greater will. I just want to see what the matchup is going to be like compared to like what character. So we are going into the character select screen. We're going to take a look. Obviously, it's going to be Cammy for Punk the God. It is indeed the DJ. It has come to fruition. Damn, we're good. We were legit talking about this like what, maybe like an hour ago. I'm like, I think Zen's gonna be going for the DJ.
Yeah. When we were thinking about it on paper a little bit, it just seemed like a character that can kind of make Cammy a little bit more uncomfortable early, right? Like for JP, you gotta be super on point to get Cammy off her game. Right now, though, I think a DJ does the job that Cammy does almost just as well.
Oh, that is punishable.
That was unfortunate. Yeah, committing to the stand fears. A little bit too close for that one. And Zen tried to wake up with the parry. Does wake up with the OD kicks this time and finds it, but only a little bit drive me. And that's why Punk did the spin knuckle, right? He wanted to get back in the face for
that was the uppercut. You know damn well that was an input error. Not an input error, but you know, it overlaps. That's going to be a big punish counter. Can he close it out here? He sure can. Machine gun up, taking care of the rest of the life bar.
That shaves the health off the characters that it hits, bro. It is wild to see that. But yeah, what an open up for Zen here, and then he gets the punish counter on the landing. This is a great start for him, man. Oh, and then Punk gets caught, gets the full combo off of it as well.
Was that a punish counter? I think he just got hit with the crouch medium punch afterwards.
Oh yeah, you're right. Didn't actually combo. Man's Punk was maybe just holding up, trying to get out.
Oh, Just cool again. Man, the exchange from both, it's a scramble, but no, in that +2 situation, Zen actually gets to convert off of that trade so easily. Yo, the standing leg kick into the link. We gotta bring it back, man. I want to see the full shebang event. Give me the level 3, baby. There you go.
The pose at the end. I love
there
it.
you go.
Man, Zen off to a roaring start here. First game, and we know how quick the rematch is in this game. These players
we
are
gotta
already
go back.
ready.
We gotta go back.
They're
Listen,
already ready.
In the game of Street Fighter 6, the rematches are instant. There's no time.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Zen had the perfect parry ready. Ooh, the meaty slide with the drive rush behind this. Still, though, Punk confident in the trade and confident in the throw bait as well. But Zen waking up. I love this right here. Even faking the fireball out, trying to get Punk to jump, and he gets another perfect parry.
Not a tool, man. Oh.
Drive rush, no check from Punk. He does jump, but doesn't take advantage of it. There's something he'll take advantage of, though.
I think that's the first blatant mistake that Zen has made, trying to get a read off of Punk, trying to get a throw as well. But we talked about this earlier. The up kicks could be so detrimental to Cammy's airborne approach. And that's more than enough in the tank. Yo, the heavy kick Sobat, bringing Zen into match point.
This is a great position for Zen, too. 2 bars to his name as well, and then the hezzy on the drive rush caught Punk off guard.
And it's so tough to call. Like, whatever normal. Damn, that was a good punish. Yo,
real.
Punk got just outside of Sobat range.
Talked about the reactions on both of these fellas, right? Punk showed it off there. The Fierce actually gets
Damn,
the jump and the
that was
Sobat
slick.
link. That was really cool.
The standing heavy punch caught him in air. Oh, the standing medium punch, back heavy kick as well. Just cool extension.
Oh man, this is gonna hurt Punk right here. He's gonna be on life support health-wise afterwards. Zen's gonna build up that drive meter as well, so he's got a lot of options on his table.
You gotta drive rush forward, right? You have to.
Oh!
Hey!
And there it is, 4 rounds straight if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct, sir.
Wow, Zen. What a start to this. And we saw him get off to a little bit of a slow start at South Africa Kumite for Red Bull, right? But no slowdowns here, baby. Coming out the gate.
Quite impressive, man. They were scrapping it out, though, at one point in game 1, round 2. It's absolutely impressive thus far, but I gotta watch that back. I feel like those matches were just a blur to me.
Absolutely. Let's get into it.
I tried to tell you. I tried to warn you. You probably thought he was soft. You saw him. He looked like a nice 15-year-old kid or something like that. But he is not. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing when it comes to the game of Street Fighter. And he just probably shocked the world with the way that he started off this tournament. A 2-0 domination over Punk the Guy. What was that, Atik?
What a start of this tournament. We're gonna see an amazing gameplays, especially that if this is the start, this is just the first couple of games that we had. How's it going to be the next games? برضو في نفس الوقت اعزائي المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأولى قد ايش قدر يتفوق فيها زن وقدر ينتصر فيها صدم فيها من جد صدم فيها العالم كله بالمستوى الأسطوري اللي شفناه لكن زي ما شفنا هنا في هذه المنافسة تقدر تتوقع كل شيء كل اللعيبة ممكن يبهرونك بالمستوى اللي يقدمونه هذه بطولة عالمية هنا حضور عالمي معنا كل اللعيبة متجهزين لها من فترة طويلة عشان يحضرون هنا ويحققون اللقب في هذه البطولة.
These matches moving forward definitely have a lot to live up to. And I also need to make sure I give a quick shout out to all my low-tier DJ players out there like Big Hollywood himself. We've seen 2-0 so far. I don't know how these DJ players are doing it with such a low-tier character, but they're making it happen. That being said, we need to take a look at our next competitor fighting all the way out of the land of fighting game godhood, Japan. It is time for Otani! Otani was an absolute monster when it comes to Street Fighter 5. Otani, you can come on down to your setup. Walk down here. We need to see you up close and personal, not just from a distance. We feel the aura, but we need to feel a little bit more. Come on down here. We seen what my man's did in Street Fighter 5. He was absolutely ridiculous. And of course, when you're fighting out of Japan, when you're fighting against Daigo all the time, Tokido, Mago, Fudo, and you are still able to make a name for yourself, do you know the level of talent, the level of skill required? And that is exactly what Otani has. That is how he built his name, and he is definitely a force when it comes to Street Fighter 6.
Well, this guy is coming up strong in this tournament, and we know that all Japanese, they want to take all fighting games. And Otani is not an exception for this tournament. لكن برضه في نفس الوقت مشاهدينا هنا معنا اللاعب أوتاني اللي جانا من اليابان يبغى يحقق اللقب في هذه البطولة، وفي نفس الوقت منافس شرس تاريخه عريق خصوصا في الجزء الماضي من لعبة ستريت فايتر. برضه تنقصه الأشياء كثير في هذه اللعبة، فهو جاي هنا يبغى يحقق ألقاب ويبغى يبدأ رحلته في هذه اللعبة. لكن برضه منافسه معنا شفناه ورحبنا فيه على المسرح وشفنا مستواه، وبرضه يبغى يرجع بشكل أقوى. عنده الفرصة أنه يعوض مباراة واحدة عدت بالنسبة له، لكن هذه مباراتها الثانية وأنا متأكد أداء راح يكون أفضل. راح يلعب برضه في أرضه وبين جمهوره. خلينا نرحب فيه على المسرح. أعزائنا المشاهدين أعطونا تحية للطير. لاعب كبير، حتى برضو نفسيته عالية، متأكدة أنه يبغى يرجع بشكل أقوى، خصوصا أن مباراته الأولى كانت شوي صعبة، والأمانة كان يلعب ضد المركز الثاني اللي حقق بطولة إيفو، لكن الحين برضو أنه يقدر يؤدي بشكل أفضل، وأنا متأكد مستواه ما راح يكون سهل في هذه المباراة.
Latif, of course, has an absolutely ridiculous cheering section in here right now. The whole crowd is heavily behind him, and I tell you what, I might be a little bit against Latif. I don't want to make everyone hate me, but the reason I'm against him, Atik, is because he's so buff. You know, he's making me look skinny out here. Imagine being in that much shape. I just don't understand it. My agent's gonna have to talk about this. But this match is gonna be ridiculous. Latif, Otani, you may take your seats. We have our next match ready, and now we are about to head over to our casters.
Well, don't talk about muscles. Here, I'm skinny here next to you, dude. أعزائي المشاهدين مباراتنا الحالية برضو راح تبدأ، فخلينا ننتقل على طول مع المعلقين ونشوفها على طول.
The final matchup here for Group A, that's right, it's going to be Otani versus Latif. It's going to be vicious, back at it again with Ringe. You already know what's good and what to expect. But first and foremost, with the utmost sincerity, seeing one of the former players of Shinobiism Gaming, I do want to give a big shout out to those involved with Street Fighter League, and also a moment of silence for our young commentator, Nanai, who passed recently. Just wanted to show some love to everybody that is a part of his fan base, everybody from his family to his friends as well. A very sudden, unexpected occurrence that had happened, but just know that his whole lineage thus far, his career has been nothing but legendary as well. He's been highlighted, he's also been goated. I think overall, he was one of the greats to really lead the way for some of the new commentators in Street Fighter League. With that in mind, we also have a legend in Latif going right into it. Now, I did talk to him as well. It makes sense that he would be somewhat prepared to a degree in this matchup because Otani, he's going to be bringing out the Luke.
Yes.
Latif had to prepare for that matchup anyway, just in case, because he had to face off against Mena RD in round 1, right?
Precisely, yeah. And we saw, I believe, at the airport, you know, a lot of these players came straight from Evo. I believe Mena RD and Latif were on a similar flight. We saw them practicing in the airport. So Latif should have some matchup knowledge up against the Luke. We'll see how he does against the Cammy, of course. But Cammy is such a mauling opponent, so quick to kind of get in that face of Luke. But one of the great things about Luke in this game, and I mean the last game too, is that he has a pretty good walk speed, but his normals take him so far forward, bro. So a lot of this game, right, you like catching people with that crouch medium kick. Cammy has a great crouch medium kick, great range on it, but Luga walking back, he can easily get a whiff punish with that stand fierce because it just brings him back into range of the opponent. So be on the lookout for that, for sure.
I'm looking forward to seeing what this matchup is going to be like to this degree right now. Latif, you know, obviously the hometown hero, he does have the champion's caliber in regards to the gameplay and what needs to be done in terms of adaptation, but it's Otani, man. Like, he's been grinding it out with the like over in the land of Japan. I think overall, this is going to be a very sturdy match, at least for Luke. I think he's got more than enough in the tank to stop whatever approach Cammy needs to be doing. And also, that whoa, what was that? The fireball, the fireball game can be a little bit tough to manage, even if you have something like a spin knuckle. He still has one of the best fireballs in the game. So let's see how it comes to fruition. Game number 1 between Otani and Latif. Drive rushing forward already. Latif ready for it with the jump back. He's trying to be a little bit cautious about the approach. Back throw Otani, catching Latif, trying to walk backwards.
Indeed, you can see Otani immediately trying to go in again, but then charge him with a flash knuckle. That was a little reckless. Latif gonna make him pay for a little bit, but he's testing Latif's anti-airs and a quick even flow DDT Raven style.
Right into the bridge. I feel like if you do that enough, the bridge gotta collapse, right?
Right into the sea with the monsters, bro.
Oh. Blanca Jen's not gonna help you out with that.
No, neither will his snake in the back.
It's true. Man, that thing is a monster.
Okay, again, testing Latif's anti-airs, right? You see the back-to-back jumps from Otani now. Really wants to see if Latif's gonna be able to do it. Look at this, like forward jumps, neutral jumps. He did it from pretty far away the first time, but still.
Sturdy. Damn, the force knockdown off the crouching jab anti-air. Against the dive kick, you love to see it. But that's the problem too, right? If you kind of commit to some of these lights and pestering against the dive kick, if you get punish countered, you're in for a full-on combo. But more so, I think the corner carry and like the presence after a spiral arrow is great. But yeah, perfect. Let's seal it out. Level 1 to secure the deal just in case. But I gotta say, man, Otani had plenty left in the tank, right? He could have gone for like, you know, an entire perfect flash knuckle sequence, drive rush forward. Man, he is gunning for it.
Oh, another.
You can hear the snap.
And I love him, using that OD extension right there, just because of the optimal Oki he gets. So I'm liking this from Otani a lot. And you gotta watch it for these Japanese players. When they're looking to close out a round and have 4 bars, they love doing the raw drive rush into a low into the drive cancel. That is like a staple of their play. Right now, Latif trying to get his bearings back here. He's got 3 bars on deck. Otani gonna cancel that into the fireball. That block string can be exposed if you're looking for it.
Right. Well, that's a tough thing to look for sometimes.
And and then if he just doesn't do it, then you overcommit. But Latif committing to that level 3 right now. He was pretty broke in terms of the drive gauge, so wants to take this life lead, wants to give himself some options here.
That's right. Just about equal exchange, not equal exchange necessarily, but get that roundhouse being within it.
Exactly.
And I love the check against the drive rush. Forward throw is enough to put him into the, at least the river perhaps. Round 1, sorry, 2 on the board for each, right? So we got 1 round apiece. Man, English is hard, I gotta say, man. I don't even know how Atik can speak another language, because I'll tell you what, man, English already is tough.
My man, Rob always pops when Atik speaks both. I love it. My man, Latif, though, I love seeing, you saw the sigh of relief he had when that first round was on the board. It was like a basketball player. He needs to see the first shot go in to get that rhythm. And look at the check on the drive rush. He's starting to cross up spin.
Did you block that? I didn't block that.
Nah.
Chad didn't block it either.
My man is feeling himself now, and then back-to-back driving back to the corner. You want to test my reactions? Let's see yours, fam. Wake up with the crouch medium kick to Otani. Let's get that level 3. I need to waste this burnout meter.
It's not going to put Latif into burnout, but I feel like 1 block would. So we're going to see what the approach is.
Do?
Yeah, there it is. Now it's a burnout. Oh, no! That could have been a little bit more dangerous. Otani just not really comfortable with that range to get a full conversion of anything. Again, he's dried out now. He has the bar to mess with. Latif, if he gets hit once, he's dead. But Latif, possibly death by 1,000. Cut the neutral jump bait against the throw. It's Latif getting the first game against Otani.
Beautiful stuff from Latif at the end right there. I love how much he was walking back. We talked about it, right? Those round-ending scenarios. Otani loves to get that raw drive rush into the drive cancel. Latif was just way out of range of any raw drive rush buttons.
Is it weird that I'm still not used to how fast we get to rematches?
Bro, yeah, like I keep thinking the replays like instead of the actual rematch.
The same exact thing. I'm like, is this a replay? But it's not.
I love it. Street Fighter 6 let us tap the vein, baby.
We need more. Sandblast to check as well, Latif. He's taking a lot of liberties with some of these dash forwards against Otani, but it's at further ranges out. Man, the jump in paying off dividends. Snap the neck, cash the check. We'll see what happens. The throw bait. You can spend a little bit more. Otani not comfortable with it yet.
Man was not looking to teach Latif the whole lesson right there, but catches the crouch medium kick. Latif not looking for it. That is a cancelable button, but again, just catching him off guard.
A little frustration, I think, coming from the side of Otani, not getting the full conversions that he's looking for.
Yeah, he definitely, especially after dropping the first game, that can start to compile, really wear on your mental game. He's got to relax, got to compose himself. That could have been a big whip punish for Latif, but he was already committed to the drive rush.
Oh, they were scrapping for it too. And it was kind of close to call too with the angle. Man, what was that? A little bit close to call with the dive kick approach from Cammy, which even allowed that scrap. I thought she was going to be plus enough to continue.
Me too. You see Otani, he was just harassing with that crouch medium kick right there because he didn't have the meter to cancel without burning himself out. So he's trying to get some of that meter back, but Latif now putting on the pressure, very smart. Didn't confirm the hit he got, didn't believe Otani would get clocked. All believes in that one though. He's got the level 3 on deck and he's going to spend it. Might as well, man. I know he's not going to have this meter going into the next round, but nonetheless, getting the W is the utmost important thing.
I know Sajam and Yipes had highlighted this over at EVA, but the amount, like, you know, when it comes to like the economy of meter, I feel like you get it back so easily, right? You get at least like 1 or 2 bars every single time. And I gotta say, Cammy is quite that battery. She's been very consistent in building it all back up. And now Otani, he's spending the cash early, so he can ensure at least some sort of intimidation factor, right? Having this life lead, it does push people over the edge a little bit. But now Latif, he wakes up with the OD uppercut.
So this is the thing, though. Latif waking up with that, right? He relieves some of the pressure, but now the drive meter is so in Otani's favor right now. But Latif, he's doing such a good job pressuring that he's actually gotten it back. Just as I say that, Otani spins that last bit for the crouch medium kick drive cancel. Oh,
that's
again, bro. Latif, the anti-airs just have not been there this set so far, and Otani ties it up.
I believe this is the first time we've had a real set, right? It's gone down 1-1 now. I think they're going right back into the replay. Let's take a look. Dang, okay, I see you, production. Let's go.
And we caught the Otani perfect parry start on the drive rush. Oh, he reacted in time. Last frame for the drive impact response from Latif. Oh, the reset? It's like that?
You dirty dog. Oh, shades the cap. Doesn't fall for it. Otani snapping the neck again. And I love the wake-up jab option from Latif, but it's still Otani. He smells blood. Is he gonna spend even more damage? Yes, sir. Close to burnout. Are you gonna drive rush forward? No, he's waiting. He's waiting for Latif.
He might be waiting for those forward bars. We talked about it before. That drive rush into the drive cancel could be looming. Right now, though, he's gotten close enough to where he can just pressure normally. Oh, off the whiff. He tried the buffer, right? But since the change, it just came out anyway. Oh, tried the drive rush, but he had so little drive meter that he ends up burning himself out, and the flash knuckle just taking down Latif.
Yeah, there's a way to alleviate that now, right? You can do the standing light kick canceled into the drive rush. Even if you have less than a bar, you still manage to get yourself that drive rush, but it is a little bit more telegraphed, right?
Yeah, that's true, but I love the fact that you brought up that point. That is a way to still get the drive rush out, even when you have a pixel of drive meter.
Oh, damn, that was meaty. Oh, but no cheese on it. Come on, man.
Fortunately for Latif right there, you see some things getting away from him. You can see even the shake of the head on the frustration after getting thrown. He knows he left a lot of damage on the table.
Just about dead even in life, if I'm not mistaken, but Latif does have the resources available to him. Otani building that same resource up. Latif trying to open it up with the drive rush cancel forward, even off of the block. He's trying to apply that pressure, looking for the big mistake from Otani. No whiff punish there. Back throw now.
Oh yeah, Otani taking the screen advantage here, keeping Latif locked down in the corner. No confirm off that though. Very surprising, and this is gonna give Latif a big opportunity. Spin that level 3, get yourself back into the game, and get that big drive meter advantage. Man, that's gonna put Otani broke as a joke for the drive meter.
But he's gotta watch out. He's got 3 bars. Otani, now he's stuck in burnout. The flash knuckle out of desperation. Latif just had to sit there and block it. But if anything, Otani might be the one in danger. Latif, he has to calculate the strategy carefully. He's tempting him. You thought you could walk back on a low forward range? Watch out for this throw, amigo. Yeah! He thought the same exact thing. The neutral jump throw bait yet again. Final game, final round between Otani and Latif.
Otani was holding the parry right there, trying to catch Latif getting over aggressive, but we're big chilling. I love this from Latif, the patience, and then the drive rush. As soon as he sees the jump, right, he's just gonna get out of there. Oh no, anti-air again! This is so tough for Latif right now. Otani's getting so much mileage off these jumps.
Yeah, she does have a couple of tools to contest it, right? If it's not going to be an uppercut, she can utilize that back medium punch, or even like, oh!
Love that bait right there. That's why he immediately went to the throw. He wanted Otani to DP.
That's exactly it. Latif, he's backing away. He senses danger. Trying to bring it back to mid-screen.
Oh!
That's Otani right there, just walking forward, looking for the buffer. Latif erroneously committing to said buffer. Otani taking her to Memphis.
Oh man, half a bar drive meter left for Latif. This is looking tough. And he just takes it to the face. That's not good, brother. And the drive impact, no reaction will seal it. And he couldn't drive impact back at that point, right? Because he had no life to survive the absorbing blow. So he needed to parry, he needed to super, and it was just an overwhelming moment of mental stack. So great stuff from Otani, bringing it back from a first game deficit.
I think we could officially say Otani is of the American crowd, considering how many times he's brought Latif over to Memphis. You know, he's already welcome. But Otani, again, man, very, very impressive stuff to kind of highlight some of the weaknesses or the things that Latif wasn't ready for. Now, I can't necessarily say that they're weaknesses, but we'll take a look at that here with our desk analysis.
Man, we've had some crazy matches, guys, and it's only going to continue. First 4 down for the day. Latif extremely close there against Otani. Went one up, looking like he was going to take it, but that jump game was just a bit too abusive from Otani. Needs to work on that, Latif, if he was going to stand a chance of making the adjustment and coming back in the latter stages.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. When he was going up against Mena earlier, he was kind of struggling with the anti. Oh, actually, no, his anti game was exceptionally good. And then it kind of just went downhill from there. And we kind of see the remnants of that against Otani. He was picking it up. I love the fact that he was able to match Otani's pace and then take advantage of the maximum damage output Cammy can offer and then really go from there. But then again, Tyrant, the anti game was just too crucial for him.
I mean, yeah, you can see it as well. Latif a bit more comfortable in more traditional-based matchups, you know, as opposed to the Mena Blanca pick, which was a bit more, you know, chaotic. Played a lot more solid against Luke, you know, as a character that, you know, allows Cammy to get started a bit easier. But in the end, it wasn't enough, man. A couple of mistakes from Latif as well. The low forward into the drill was a bit, you know, misplaced, and that essentially cost him the match. But
see, and this is what I brought up at the start of the hour as well. I said, if you pick a fundamental character against Latif, he'll be able to go toe-to-toe with you. We actually saw that like in full effect here against Otani, but he again managed to clutch it out there in a nail-biting set.
Luke jump heavy punch, man. That downwards hitbox is no joke.
But if you've got an invincible DP, you don't have to worry about it too much. But unfortunately, Latif wasn't able to utilize it. I've got to say, Otani himself, despite clutching it out, well done to him. Definitely got to remember this kid's age, man. He's a young, very talented player.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely looked a bit nervous at times as well. A few drops, missed his drive rush a few times, missed a couple combos as well in conversions. Manages to get the result, but he also needs to step up, I feel, because this is one hell of a tough group if he wants to make sure he qualifies in top 2 into that, of course, also important top 16 for Sunday. So he takes it this time around, but some areas for improvement for both players.
Yeah, and we were debating, or me and you were debating about Otani's combo routes. Like he was going into flash knuckle into the DDT follow, which you do get a decent knockdown situation, but obviously Eford, you were debating, it's like, okay, maybe you should just drive rush cancel, send to the corner with a heavy flash knuckle, and then limit Latif's options from there. But I guess there's something he's been either working on or he knows that we don't. It might not be specific to Cammy, it might be universal, but I do like the flexibility of how you can spend your drive gauge, and Otani showcased that there really well.
I think, let's talk about that when we get to it, because we really want to talk about everything that's happened, guys. Once again, this is the STC roundup of the matches that we've seen. Shout out those guys and other sponsors for this amazing week of Street Fighter action. This is match 1. It was the one we were all looking out for. It was the hometown boy, Latif, who we just saw a second ago. This time against Mena RD, it was the Blanca we expected, and that was such a clever wake-up super, right? Because he finally got some momentum. I know you're going to press. I know you're going to try and apply pressure. I'm going to bet it all. Just because I'm in burnout doesn't mean I'm completely vulnerable. And he was able to close that one out against him too. Some good moments for Latif, though, in this set, despite being convincingly beaten. Some good moments.
Definitely a couple flashes of brilliance. But, you know, it's like we come down to, you mentioned earlier, you know, this matchup is obviously one that Mena has prepared for. You know, we saw it at EVO, we saw it at CEO. Like, he's just too informed on the Cammy matchup right now. You know, he understands Blanca is his pick for that, and you can see right there, Mena sitting top of the table. 2 wins to 0, man, looking solid.
and Phenom there 1-1. Those matches, if you didn't see, guys, those matches were available on Gamers8GG_B on the B stream. Shout out to the guys commentating and covering those games. We're going through with A as well, and this is how the group standings is, as you said, Tyrant. Phenom 1-1, Men at RD running away with it. Then the next match we saw, I actually said before this one started, despite the extremely wobbly walkout from Nephew, I actually thought he was going to win this. I thought, I'm a big fan of Shen, but Nephew's in such good form. Wasn't to be the case.
Here's the thing for me and Jan's DJ, just real quick. He has been abusing drive impact like no other player in the scene currently. And when you spend drive gauge to deal with him defensively, he snipes in on your drive gauge and knows how to deplete it even further. And it looked like Nephew didn't know how to play the game. And that's disrespectful for me to say, because he's one of the best in the US. Like, Jan made him look like light work.
Yeah, bro. One other point I'd like to highlight as well is that Cien lost to Jury at EVO. He lost to Kills You. Oh, good point. And he was actually really nervous going into this because he's got 2 juries in his bracket. Good point. He's got Wes and Nephew, of course. So, he was telling me beforehand about the jury matchup. He's not that comfortable, but bro, it looks like he did his homework perfectly because that looked solid to me. Nephew unable to get going. Offense often the best form of defense. It doesn't matter how the matchup is. Yeah, exactly. if your opponent's constantly in block stun and having to deal with drive impacts in the corner, it's going to work in your favor, and that's what happened. Nephew just not quite up to his usual form, not given a chance to get warm, and this is how this group stands right now. You have Shen, of course, with his victory. Mr. Crimson got his win as well over Wes, and then there's another match here we had on stream A into the next group. Oh my goodness,
Punk versus Shen, and that input error, man, Street Fighter 6, please get that sorted. That happens to me too.
I will
Very
tell
frustrating.
you what, though, sorry to cut you off. To be fair, you can use level 1 as an anti-air. You can use it at level 1.
That's not what he was trying to do.
No, in that regard, yes.
Definitely
but I'm saying in certain
that, right?
situations you can use it there. But again, that is right. That was an execution error. But this was an absolute steamroll. Believe
Honestly,
it or not, right?
Zen switched characters, spoke very humbly about where he feels he is at the game recently. I was expecting Punk to be the one leading the dance in this one, but it wasn't to be, man. Bro.
See, now here's the interesting thing, right? I spoke to Punk yesterday on Tuesday, and he said, I said, any last words before we close out this interview? He said, please don't dry rush me because I will check it. You picked the wrong character to say that against. Because again, it's DJ, man. Fastest drive rush. It was very hard to deal with that just overall.
Yeah, man. And it seems like a lot of former M Bison players are switching to DJ.
Yeah.
You see that, Zen, Mono, from Street Fighter 4. There's a lot of people, Hot Dog as well. Like, the character's becoming very popular.
Why are you not playing him, Tyrant? You're a former Bison player.
I mean, I've got my charge character in this game, all right? And it's, it's definitely not DJ. Man, like Edmund. We got Honda. We got Honda.
You don't want to think too much, right?
Yeah.
DJ, as broken as he is, does require some intellect, right? Unlike Honda, just pick up the stick. I
can't even argue, bro. Like, but yeah,
I get it, bro.
But no, you see that, they're getting their charge fixed there with DJs. Yeah, he's a super strong character here, so I get it.
Guys, it's been an amazing first segment, 4 incredible matches, some surprise results already, drama already here at Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 2023. We must take a short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to look at the matches to come, and believe me, they are as juicy as ever.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
The action continues here at Gamers8 2023 Street Fighter 6, biggest prize pool ever seen in Street Fighter competitive history. And we've done a little rotation. We've taken out the pretty boys and got the slick boys in. I, F-Word, are now being joined by Sama Damascus, the one and only, and Brad Muse, up-and-comer, huge name, loads of fans out here, all the way from the States. Guys, firstly, pleasure to have you. Secondly, how you doing?
Listen, man, pleasure to be there, obviously, an absolute honor to be there. But doing great. These first matches have been absolutely ridiculous. They've been really fun to watch. A little bit heartbroken for Latif, because he's my boy, like I like rooting for him.
Yeah.
But plenty of games, man. Great weekend. How about you, bro?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's been an amazing experience to be brought out here. Thanks to everybody that decided to have us out. I mean, you drew right attention to the fact that it's, new for me. And yeah, I think coming into this next block, doing the research in advance, we do have another Latif block match in this block, and it's got a little bit of a different energy after these first couple of matches because he's unfortunately not gone his way.
Yeah, and of course, guys, we'll be making sure we cover what we can find out from the chatter on Stream B, because there's a ton of matches happening there as well, and some crazy results there too. Now, to kick things off here on the mainstream, we have another local representative, the Saudi Arabian qualifier, rocking that deadly jury. It's Wes, and he's going up against the one and only former EVO champ, of course, Xian. What about this one, guys?
I think the first thing to mention, obviously, Xian, easy to introduce, right? It's Xian. Wes, the only thing I can say is I was watching him on the B stream earlier, and he really ran Mr. Crimson to the last round, right?
Wow.
That was a 2-1 for Mr. Crimson. Damn. That was close. His jury is really good, and just seeing him being able to square up with Mr. Crimson shows that this guy is a threat, and you can't just rule this guy out already because you don't know him. Just seeing how well he played against Crimson, I'm looking forward to see more.
He's also got that local Dowsim experience, one of the broadcasters here on the Arabic stream. Quite a strong Dowsim player, so that local exposure is always going to help with a unique character you don't see often. Brad, any thoughts on this one?
No, I think you're absolutely right, and I was going to say, I had even spoken with some of the Arabic talent before we went live because I was trying to do the research, and I was like, I can't really find a whole lot about Wes other than the fact that I had seen him putting up numbers when we were all playing in the Players Lounge, and they were telling me, one of, if not the strongest player in the local community, wins their, local Street Fighter leagues an awful lot. Definitely going to be excited to see that local representation coming in, but measuring up against Xian, no small task.
Big ask. And we're getting a lot of those big asks. Speaking of big asks, there's another one to watch out for in this segment. So that's the first match. The next match we have is Mono taking on Zen. Now, we saw what Zen did to Punk already, right? So that was like good lord. I mean, this is like one of the top performers at EVO, probably in terms of talent, the best performer at EVO, now going head-to-head here. So what do we think of this one, guys? Who's our favorite? Is it going to be a DJ Mirror match as well?
That's the question, right? Because last time we've seen Zen, he was JP, and Zen has been working on DJ now, but...
Yeah, so I got to speak to Zen yesterday as part of the interviews that we were doing with some of the players, and he spoke about the fact that, you know, played JP for a while, maybe didn't really feel great in his hands, so he's experimenting a little bit with DJ. And it's interesting because I feel like when I spoke to Mono about the matchup, I think he was expecting the DJ mirror. So maybe going to be caught a little bit unawares coming into this. I was really excited for this match, obviously, because Mono's the homie, and we all remember Zen's legendary run at Capcom Cup last year. But having seen what Zen just did to Punk after Punk's EVO performance, I'm a little bit scared for my homie. I'm a little bit scared for the boy.
Well, it's a good point. I mean, also, when you look at Zen's scenario, he's very modest and very humble, even when he was doing what he did at the greatest Capcom Cup run we've ever seen in terms of qualifying for Capcom Cup at the last chance qualifier with Dictator. He was very like, oh, you know, I'm not as good as my, you know, Chinese counterparts. They're a lot stronger than me, and he's maintained that level of humbleness. It's almost like it gives him that strength. So that lack of pressure he puts on himself allows him to play almost free of any pressure, and I think it affects his performance, which could be the case here. Whereas Mono carries a whole nation on his back, has won some serious majors before. You almost expect him to be the more seasoned guy of the two. It's a very difficult one to call.
Yeah, you can't call this one. You know, like you're talking about Zen being humble. When I met Zen at Red Bull Committee, the first thing he told me was like, I'm not even the best, man. I shouldn't have been invited. Should have been VX Bao, should have been other guys. I'm like, bro, you invited, you're good. Like, you know, rate yourself as well.
And the matches continue. And I'll tell you what, they're not getting easier for our local boys, because the next one coming up is Latif taking on Phenom. So Latif was already given a bit of a death group anyway. Now he's up against, arguably, I mean, in my opinion, if you look at Street Fighter history, maybe the most underrated talent and one of the most consistent performers in Street Fighter history. I'm talking 5, 4, and 6. Phenom is just an absolute force. Other than the fact he hasn't got these humongous accolades in his history, he's been there, he's beaten the best in the world. It's a big ask for Latif in this one. It's going to be Ken Kami. I don't know how it's going to go, but I mean, Latif's got a tough order in front of him, I'd say.
There are only 2 players who qualify to every Capcom Cup on SF5. Phenom and Momochi.
Say no more.
That's like... That's the stats. Like, you can't compete against this stat. No one else. Phenom has been on every single Capcom Cup on SF5, and he like wants to do the same on 6, and you can expect him to do the same on 6.
Yeah, I mean, you can't undervalue the importance of being that consistent of a competitor. When you're coming into a format like this where things are feeling a little bit different, it's really easy to be taken off kilter, maybe feel a little bit uncomfortable compared to how you might normally play, be it at, you know, an offline major, an offline local, or even the online locals that people are attending so much now from their own homes. A player with the seasoned history of Phenom and the seasoned consistency of making these deep runs, you gotta imagine that being in this setting is not gonna shake him. But at the same time, I feel like if there's any character that you're gonna come in and have decent matchup knowledge and how you should be dealing with it, Ken is on the short list of the characters that are probably the widest represented.
This is good though. Yeah, that familiarity, as strong as he is, that familiarity is going to count a lot. We've seen some characters get away with absolute murder just because you don't see them often. Dhalsim's a great example, but that's a really good point. One thing we can look forward to in this match also, I must say, both of these guys keep themselves in great shape and are not uncomfortable in front of a camera. So we shouldn't see any awkward walkouts for this particular segment, which I'm actually very excited about. Latif and Phenom. Who wins is to be seen, but that's an exciting match to look forward to, guys. Few more to come through this weekend, guys, and loads more matches to come. I mean, this one, I'm kind of 50-50. I'm going to go Phenom. But because it's home and away, I feel like Latif might have a really strong run in the second half of this overall event. I don't know how you guys are feeling about his chances of qualifying. Of course, 0-2 down now. Needs to really win this to have any chance.
It might be 0-2 down, but it feels like his power is rising throughout the event. Like the first match against Mena, like the very first match was difficult. Second match, you could see Latif getting the nice reactions. Against Otani, it finished on a heartbreaker, but at least it's an upwards curve, right? So I think the next step on that upwards curve is getting a win. Obviously, he's 0-2, but this is a double round robin, right? They're going to play each other twice, so there's still a chance for him.
Yeah, well, and there's something else to be said that, like, okay, he lost to Mena. Just second place at the EVO finals, I'm like, okay, that's not a heartbreaking loss. In the sense that, you know, not to disrespect Latif, but Mena is coming into this as one of, if not the most prolific competitor, the only 2-time Capcom Cup champion in existence. Second place finish, losing only to Angry Bird at EVO.
And he won CEO.
Yeah, and one CEO, you're absolutely right. That's a hard loss. At the same time, the match with Otani was so close. I feel like that really could have gone either player's way. And if Latif is just getting warm, then I absolutely agree with you. He can 100% rebound back in the next set of these matches.
speaking of Evo champions, we have Shen coming up against, and coming up again, his opponent this time, the one and only, representing France, representing Lyon, representing Dalsim, Minjo Clinzon. I mean, this is one hell of a talented guy. We've seen what he's done with Dalsim since breaking onto the scene. We saw him win Rebel Kumite. We saw him break the mold of beating these demons. Now he's up against Shen, guys. DJ versus Dalsim, I can't say I know too much about it, but please talk to me through this one.
First, that was a very good bad French accent. I have to rate it.
I was going to say, it actually upset me that you didn't immediately chuckle. I had to suppress the chuckle. We've been giving him crap for his accents all week.
But talking about the game itself...
Mon français,
no.
c'est très bien.
Just no. Okay. Talking about the game itself, obviously, Mr. Crimson Zian, the one thing to mention, Crimson lost to Mono at Red Bull Committee. Went back home, hit up Maldomino, one of the best DJs in Europe, and was like, first 1 million. I'm going to grind this matchup, I'm going to know this matchup, and he came up with a lot of anti-DJ tech, right? He's a very meticulous, mathematical kind of player. He always comes up with the counterplay, and that's why I'm excited to see what kind of counterplay did he prepare against DJ, because that's the one I want to see. And Zian is surely a menace. They haven't played each other yet in the game, so they have to get a feel of each other's gameplay.
I think the counterpoint to that is I feel like, you know, Mr. Crimson, when I think of him, I think about how strong he was towards the tail end of Street Fighter V. And that's in part, sure, Dalsim's relative strength to the rest of the cast, but I think Dalsim is a character that historically takes a little bit more time to come alive. I think Dalsim usually has a lot more situational matchup awareness, that it's just natural that it's going to take players more time to develop that piece. And I think so far, in watching Mr. Crimson's play in Street Fighter 6, I can see that we're trying to eke out. It's almost like Sim comes alive in that last 5% of optimization, and I feel like the Mr. Crimson we're watching right now is not the one that I expect to be talking about when we're looking back on the history of Street Fighter 6.
Absolutely, really good point. Also, we've got to take into consideration on the flip side, where's Shen getting his Dalsim experience from? We know there's some strong ones in Japan. Netcode isn't too bad. They're probably playing over there, but that's a big assumption. Has he even played Tori Messi? Has he played Mochi? We don't know. This could be a unique one or an awkward one for him too. But without further ado, we're going to kick off, guys. You can see the countdown. We're going into the next segment. Another 4 juicy matches to come in 4, 3, 2, 1. Yalla Habibi!
Gamers8. So far, this tournament has been living up to the hype. But before we get to these next matches, I need to address the people at home, because I see people in the Twitch chat saying that only Gamers8 can afford Kevin Hart to host. I don't think they're talking about you, Atik. I'm not understanding what you're talking about here.
I think it's obvious.
What do you mean it's obvious?
Maybe it's you, maybe.
You think they're saying I look like Kevin Hart? That's absolutely insane, it's disrespect, and it's inaccurate. But I'll tell you something, Kevin Hart has some good jokes, but these players are not a joke whatsoever. So far, these matches have been ridiculous. What's your favorite match so far, or who do you think is looking the hottest?
Well, we already saw some amazing matches already, but I'm looking forward for the upcoming matches. I think it's going to be great. I think it's hard to judge right now.
It is a bit tough to judge, but them DJs looking mighty nice. Cooking with that low-tier DJ. Capcom, please give my man some buffs. But this next player does not need buffs whatsoever. He is ridiculous, and we are about to find out exactly who it is. Let's take a look at our first player. Make some noise for Wes! This player is fighting out of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, home country. My man, of course, at this point, he has his scene on his back, him alongside Latif, and he does have the power up. You see the energy, nothing but smiles in this crowd right now. He qualified for this tournament by winning the Street Fighter League Saudi Arabia. My man actually qualified, not just the invitation, so his hunger gotta be entirely different, and his jury is ridiculous and is about to be on display right now, Atik.
Yeah, well, this guy, he came up strong to this stage, and I saw some of his gameplay play. He's literally dominating some of the community cups that are happening here in Gamers 8. مشاهدينا بعد ما شفنا ورحبنا باللاعب معنا ويس وشفنا مستواه الاسطوري في المراحل الماضيه، هذه اول مباراه له معنا الحين هنا على المسرح، وانا متاكد انه راح ينور وراح يبدع في هذه المباراه، لكن خصمه شفنا منه انتصار ساحق، شفنا منه اداء اسطوري في مباراته الاولى، هذه مباراته الثانيه، في حال يحقق النصر فرصته راح تزيد في التاهل. خلونا نتعرف على اللاعب الثاني. رحبوا معنا باللاعب سيان. اللاعب هذا يبغى يحقق انتصارات، يبغى يكمل سلسلة الانتصارات اللي معه، ما يبغى أي هزيمة في مبارياته. هذه ثاني واحدة، لكن الأولى ما كانت سهلة بالنسبة له، لكن يقدر يحقق انتصارات أكبر. مبارياته واحدة ورا الثانية جالس يمتعنا فيها، وبرضه في نفس الوقت حضوره جدا قوي معنا في هذه البطولة. جاينا من مكان بعيد، جاينا من سنغافورة بعد الإنجازات الكبيرة اللي حققها في بطولات الثانية. هذه واحدة ثانية يبغى يحطها في جيبه في المنافسة العالمية اللي معنا.
Every great player at some point had to have a starting point, Atik. They had to start somewhere, and eventually you get to a big stage like this, going up against a legend, and you have the ability to make your mark. There's a whole lot of pressure on the line for both players, but my man's Wes fought hard to qualify. The crowd is ready. Everybody is excited. Wes, Shin, you may take your seats. It's time for our next match. And Atik, we got to head over to our casters, brother. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Come on.
Well, this game is going to be crazy. So, أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا نبدأ مباراتنا على طول ونروح مع المعلقين.
Ooh, we back at it once again. Ringe on the mic, but I have switched out my partner. We got my boy Tyrant Wrestling Boys in the building. How you doing, fam?
Hey, let's go. What's going on, Ringe? I heard you out there with a couple of wrestling references, but it's cool. You know, Vicious didn't really get those, but I'm out here now, bro,
Man,
so
now
bring all the heat. Let's go. I heard that Raven even flow DDT, bro. We're going to be getting some of those. Let's go, let's go.
My man, you already know that was a great one to pick up on. And Wes and Cien, this is a matchup I'm very interested in, right? Because Wes, obviously from Saudi Arabia, right? Probably the most unfamiliar player to the wider audience that we got here at Gamers 8. But my man, we've been watching him play. He's been putting bodies in bags during casuals with that jury. So Cien cannot be sleeping on this.
Yes, absolutely. I actually got some games in with Wes as well, some jury mirrors indeed. And yeah, Wes is definitely a jury aficionado, a real believer of the Feng Shui engine. You know, not usually one you see. A lot of jury players like to hold on, wait out for that big level 3 and the Oki situation, but he's a real believer of the Feng Shui engine. So let's see how he can do here against Cien's DJ. And Cien, of course, you know, needs no introduction. Like the host said earlier, like this guy, you know, Evo champion, a 2-time Evo champion actually. In Street Fighter 4 and then Street Fighter 5 online. But yeah, here he is, really trying to get that big cash prize here at Gamers8. And you could see from his earlier matches, he is prepared and ready for this competition.
Speaking of his earlier matches, right, Cien actually took down Nephew's jury, right? That's what we saw earlier. So the fact that he already has another jury on his plate, we'll see if it harms or hurts him. It could, or excuse me, that's both the same thing. It helps or hurts him, excuse me, now I've fixed that. We'll see if he's like warmed up in the matchup or if Wes's style of jury is just so different that it kind of throws off Cien. That's always kind of the double-edged sword when it comes to playing these matchups. I want to see. Cien has been a problem on the ground all day, every day. I don't think it's going to be any different here.
Yeah, and it's like I mentioned on the desk earlier, don't forget that Cien did lose to Jury at Evo.
Oh, like fair enough, okay.
Eliminated by Kills You, so, but you wouldn't have guessed that as we saw against Nephew earlier. So let's see. Oh my goodness, ready like that. Oh, but the 2 hitting.
Yeah.
Heavy punch.
Wes was already going right. It was an active button, so the next hit just came out and stuffed Cien's perfect parry. That is something that happens when you perfect parry like the first or second hit of multi-hitting moves. But speaking of which, right now catching Wes reaching and we're doing teaching.
Bro, DJ's damage is absolutely absurd. There you go, closes it out, low forward low strong drive rush, and that is going to be the round for Cien. Looking like he came prepared for this matchup now.
He is bulldogging his opponents down right now, right? Even off of the trades, he's immediately pressing the button back. He knows what range he's going to fall in. This has been slick from Cien, but an even better anti-air. Did the drive impact too early, so he gets tossed into the corner. That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, meaty drive impact is one of the strongest strategies going right now, but didn't work out, unfortunately, there. Okay, Cien in this burnout state. Oh, wow.
The Soulbot whip punish.
Oh, not enough. There's Slasher, you gotta hold the pressure. Oh, and now this is horrendous. Yeah, this could be it right here.
Up against DJ in the corner. He doesn't have his drive meter, so the OD fireball block strings are not going to be on deck, but we got the feng shui, as you called out before, and Cien not watching his legs.
Yeah, here we go. This could be it. The real game changer double overhead. There it is!
Wes loves that double overhead. We saw him opening people up with it left and right in casuals, and he'll do it even against the best in the world.
And there you go, guys. Man, I'm telling you, bro, this Feng Shui engine can be a real game changer when you need it, and you still go into this round with 1 bar, so real good call there from Wes. But here we go, early level 3 on the way for Cien. Never a bad time to use it in the 3rd round.
Especially when Wes is already low on drive meter, right? It's gonna put him below, oh, not quite below 1 bar, but very close to it. Tries to bait something out, because usually people want to pop off when they have low drive meter, right? They're like, I'll burn myself out. I'm not gonna let you burn me out. But Cien, empty with the bait there.
Yeah, all the air-to-air, punching him down there. All right, and that drive gate looking mighty bleak for Wes.
Just chunking him down right now, but the delayed dive kick kind of throwing off Cien's anti-air.
Oh, what a jump!
Oh, first fireball thrown. Big punish just leaves him standing. Wes maybe trying to escape to the skies, but firmly grounded.
Yeah, that heavy Sabat kick, you know, leaves DJ point blank. He gets so much from that. You got to think about the options he gets. He gets, you know, plus into button. He gets shimmy. He can do just cool. Like the options that he has. Yeah, it's a scary character for sure. DJ, man, no joke.
And when he did that up against Nephew, he did the exact same thing, right? He followed up with a button first. So now I want to see on the subsequent pressure if he's going to do a throw on that same string, right? Because that's what he did up against Nephew. He switched it up the very next time he prevented that heavy Soba kick. Presented it, excuse me.
Yeah, really, really strong, man. DJ just has it all, it feels like, you know, excellent neutral, amazing damage, Oki situations, plus frames for days.
Fastest drive rush. He really does. Oh, and even a normal anti-air in addition to the up kicks, right? That stand heavy kick is super great when you're like in their face. Can't really hit crossos, but nonetheless.
Yeah, it's real strong. Okay, there we go. OD fireball in the corner. Okay, sends out the regular fireball. Parry attempts.
Oh, the knee. He had been so on point with anti-airing the jump 2K, but that time just comes up short.
Forward throw. Okay.
I love that. Just the jab pressure from Cien and then walking back.
He might be dead, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is DJ, baby. That health bar is kaput.
Yep, goodbye.
Bye-bye, fam.
The damage.
Nah, this character's damage is off the charts. And right there, I love this. He hadn't really represented the raw drive rush a lot, right? So 3 rounds in, 4 rounds in, let's do it.
Okay, and then you see Jarvis, the trunk goes like, punish counter, just cool. Might be GG's on the way.
Yeah, for real. He's going to have the corner now. How's Wes going to pop off? He's not. He's just going to firmly block and then try to drive parry, but Cien just letting him out of the corner a little bit.
Okay, tries to perfect parry to jump in with no dice, but there you have it. He's just going to close this out. Needs a little bit more. Oh, drops a combo.
He did jump it at the end. We got the feng shui pop from Wes.
Yeah, here we go. When they're in burnout, it's even worse. You have to hold even more of that feng shui pressure. Okay, there you go. Gets the hit.
And now Cien, I mean, he has level 2, so he could have popped out with an invincible reversal before. Level 3 on deck as well, but he hasn't chosen to do it yet. Oh, and the drive impact finally comes out. Load up a stock, get back in the face here.
Yeah, resets into another drive impact.
Sometimes you got to get greedy.
Oh, what a comeback. And you can see both times Wes has activated Feng Shui Engine. He has made a full comeback, Ringe.
Man, what a way for Wes to put himself back into this set. Come on, brother. You need one more round on the board to tie it up, though. Oh, shit.
Trying to bait the OD jackknife kick. Okay, I like that.
Not gonna lie, we got pressure in the corner again. Oh, immediately pressing buttons on it, though. Cien, he also pressed buttons on Jury's plus normals earlier. I mean, he's willing to challenge.
Absolutely. Jumps over. Okay. Both these players slugging right now. Cian wants to close this out. Wes puts himself into burnout, and there we go, activates again. You're going to have to hold this pressure. Oh, this time, realizes the threat and drive reversals to push Jury away.
Ooh, and that OD fireball from Jury is -2, right? So even with the OD, it's not even plus on block. So great recognition from Cian in that previous block stream.
And now becoming a little bit more active is Cian, even in that burnout state. Okay, got to be careful. Oh, I like that dive kick to get over that fireball. Okay. Oh, it's looking bad right now. Oh, there it is. EX closes it out. Wes.
Let's go.
Survive. Okay.
The nods right there. He's filling it. 1 game on the board here. And yeah, man, this guy is no joke. Again, I know a lot of our audience is going to be unfamiliar with Wes. Coming out of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, just hasn't gotten the spotlight that a lot of our other invitees have. But man, he is here to play, and you can tell he's on the level of the rest of these players.
Yeah, man. You really, it's like I mentioned before the set started. I'm glad I brought up the Feng Shui engine because it's been such a game changer for Wes here. You can really see both the times. Oh, and the cross-cut DP input, so nice. Yeah, Jury has it a little bit easier than other characters when it comes to that cross-cut DP.
Oh, but yeah, almost got caught with the jump in there. Cian able to get this pressure going in the corner now. Immediately pressing Buzz on the drive rush normal. He's not scared, but catches the recovery of that Bud, which means punish counter City.
Yeah, no doubt. Very active defense on the part of West there. Oh, tries to, yeah, that was for a throw attempt. Plus frames on deck.
That time, though, definitely not. Just ended up absorbing the fireball. Sometimes you can get caught off guard, and when your opponent... Oh, speaking of which,
that's dead.
Wes going to be able to close it out as she embedded on the OD up kicks.
That's it, and this could be curtains here for Cian in this match, unless he can turn it around and go back to some of that magic from the earlier rounds.
Saw the hard blink from Cian right there. He's trying to reset.
That's a classic for Cian as well. Oh, the clap back.
We saw the reactions on display with the anti-airs on the jump 2K, right? Wes is in there, bro. Gets the counter hit on the media as well.
Here we go. Feng Shui engine back on there. Safe jump. I love this string.
Look at this, just shaving off Cian's drive meter. Cian tried to make something happen. He was tired of losing that.
Safe jump again. Look at this. It's non-stop for Wes. Oh, there you go. Drive reversal. Get off me. He's had enough.
That burns out Cian, right? That's going to put him handicapped severely.
That's right. Cian rather go into burnout on his own accord than his opponents, which in a way you got to respect it. Cian on the way and the burnout. Bro, this could be it.
He just knows when to press on stand medium punch. That is a plus on block button. Yeah. And he was in burnout too, and he still pressed.
You got to respect it in a way. Oh, gets the hit. Oh, burnout. No, it's not enough. Not enough.
Oh, wow, it actually traded with the up kicks that time. Was still alive here, but he catches the drive rush, and Cian gonna force a final round.
What a match. What a match. All right, final round. Let's get it, guys.
This is wild, bro. Intense to start this block. This is the first match of the block, right? Wow.
What a one to start on.
And again, Wes with the anti-airs, but so on point, sneaks in the drive impact as well.
Yeah, and I like that, using the light through her store there. A little bit more damage, but every little helps when it comes to Jury. Okay. Oh, man, here we go. Oh, this time the throw, that's so smart. Wow. Okay, get off me.
Quick little pop-off. This time the OD up kicks does connect. Oh, catches some press and trying to play footsies.
Oh, dashes into it. Oh, okay, walk up throw there for Wes. Really feeling it right now, you can tell. He's hungry for this win.
He wants it, right? He can smell it. Very close. And Cian's towards the corner as well. Wes has made such a good job. Oh, drive impacting there, and that's why Cian's getting out as soon as he can. Gets the counter hit. As long as he finishes this, he's going to take it.
No, level 1.
Yeah, level 1 at the end of the up kicks. 2-1 Cian. By the skin of his teeth, man, Wes made him sweat.
Wow, yeah, and he had to work hard for that win. Going into that, a lot of you guys were like, who's Wes, who's Wes? Well, he put up one hell of a fight against one of the best in the world in Cian. What a match right there. That was excellent. Great display of Jury and DJ, of course, for the win of Cian. But man, Wes, what a display.
Yeah, if you didn't know, now you know. Incredible stuff from Wes. Cian able to compose himself. He's an Evo champion, right? You can tell. The composure is there. He is a veteran of the game. He does not panic, composes himself, and closes it out.
Amazing stuff. Very solid. Very, very solid.
Yeah, man. And
Wallahi, I'm finished. I don't think I could take too many more nail-biting matches like that, Atik. That was ridiculous. I know that y'all didn't know my man's West was gonna cook up like that. Y'all probably thought that that might have been a blowout or something like that. No, not whatsoever. Saudi Arabia has ridiculous talent when it comes to this fighting game community, and my man's West just proved exactly that. That jury was looking nasty.
I told you West is not gonna be easy to beat, and we saw his performance there, and I know he's coming up stronger next matches. لكن برضو أعزائي المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأولى كيف كانت مباراة كان مستوى أسطوري صحيح ويست ما حالف الحظ أن يفوز فيها لكن راجع بشكل أقوى خصوصا أن لكل لاعب راح ينافس الثاني مرتين فممكن يرجع برضو ينافس فيها سيان مرة ثانية ممكن يتفوق عليه لكن فيها ممكن يكون فيها كمباك ولا لا لكن نتركها للمرات الجاية لأن ما زلنا في مرحلة الجروب ستيج وبعدها نكمل في مباريات اللي بعدها.
Well, I'll tell you what, Habibi, as much as I like hearing you talk, I think that I like seeing the action a little bit more. I believe that we have our first player. Mono P.O. Mono, the fighting pride of Puerto Rico. We've seen this man go from just an in-game legend, just from the player standpoint, at least in Puerto Rico, just from the player standpoint, a top player, eventually going over, becoming a TO, growing his scene, opening esports lounges, doing things with Red Rooster, starting leagues, you name it. And then eventually he comes back to competing and shows he is one of the best players in the world. We seen what that Fang did back in Street Fighter V, that huge CEO victory, and he has been cooking up ever since. Mono is a tough out for any opponent and can 100%, he has a chance to win this tournament.
True, he's a really tough opponent and we're going to see him the first time here in the stage. We're going to see his performance now here in Gamers 8. برضو زي ما شفنا اللاعب معنا مونو ورحبنا فيه على المسرح ترى اللاعب من جد لاعب عريق لاعب عالمي جانا من مكان بعيد وبرضو خبرته أكثر من 7 سنوات في المنافسات في البطولات لكن برضو خصمه شفنا أداء الأسطوري كيف كان شفنا لعب المباراة الأولى لعب ضد بانك وهزمه لكن الحين راح نرحب فيه على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لزين. اللاعب هذا شفنا المستوى الأسطوري اللي قدمه شفنا الرعب اللي ورانا إياه في مباراته الأولى بس شلون قدر يتفوق شلون قدر يفوز على أحد أكبر اللعيبة اللي هو كان أبانك في مباراته الأولى لكن الحين يحتاج يكمل الانتصارات هذه يحتاج أنه يحافظ على المستوى هذا بس يقدر يكمل معنا في المراحل الجاية ويتأهل معنا من جد لاعب صغير لكن من جد مرعب وهذا اللي يخوف أكثر شيء اللاعبين الصغار.
I gotta bring up that my man Zen is a huge, big-time hip-hop fan. He loves rap. If you look at his face, you would think that he's all about Lil Uzi, but his gameplay is far more Nuck if you buck, and we're about to see that right now. Zen, Mono, you can take your seats, and we are about to get into the action. Let's send it over to the casters.
Well, I wonder if he likes my rapping in Arabic. I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely sound like you got bars, man. You be putting a whole lot of words together real fast.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna rap sometimes in Arabic. We're gonna see if it's gonna happen or not. لكن أعزائنا المشاهدين الحين اللاعبين جاهزين معنا خلونا نبدأ المباراة على طول ننتقل مع المعلقين.
All right, we are ready to kick this one off. We are back, guys. It's going to be battle of old school versus new Bison players.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
Mono, of course, was the dictator main, one of the dictator mains for Street Fighter 4, and Zen, you know, just coming out of nowhere towards the end of Street Fighter 5 and just absolutely dominating at the final Capcom Cup and making a name for himself there. but we can see right there, it's going to be Mono, will be his opponent. It's going to be a great one.
What's great about this too is that you could tell that the character taste translates beyond just one game, right?
Yeah.
Because like both of these guys are playing DJ.
Yeah,
so,
that's,
right?
bro. and I think that's what it's going to come down to. A lot of the Bison players, like I said on the desk earlier, are switching over to DJ. Hotdog29, of course, is also using DJ too. So I don't know. I think they're just trying to get that. You know, they're just trying to scratch that charged character itch.
It feels like it, right? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. He's got a little bit of funky setups as well, like the jump 2K. Like, there's definitely things about DJ that I think appeals to these Bison players that kind of like the solid footsies, but also the outside the box type options. I definitely think they can get that scratch or that itch scratched, excuse me,
there you go,
with the DJ. And yeah, man, I love the hip hop references from my man Rob, by the way. We'll see if Zen can channel some Young Lean and make Mono a sad boy.
Let's find out, bro. It should be an exciting game nonetheless. And the way that Zen handled Punk, bro, that looks so impressive.
And I wanted to bring up before we continue on with this matchup, on Stream B, there's a lot of action going down right now, including Otani defeating Mena RD 2-0.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, guys, if you want to check out the action, I highly recommend watching in squad mode or, you know, multi-Twitch, whatever you want to do. Just have both these streams up at once. You want Gamers8GG_B for the other stream, so you don't miss a second of this action, because there's a lot to check out here at Gamers8 for the next 4 days in terms of Street Fighter 6.
Oh, and we are dancing, baby. It's the DJ mirror. I believe Brad said on the panel that this is what Mono was expecting. He was expecting Zen to go with the DJ. Obviously, we saw the JP at Red Bull Kumite, but right now, he is looking fierce on this character.
All right, I see it for sure. Okay. Immediately faking out here off the bat.
Oh, just cut him off the pass, but nothing to confirm the hit. Wake up with the perfect parry. It was a light button though, so he couldn't get a punish with the option he chose.
Yeah, not always able to get a punish on those light buttons, depending obviously on the situation, but here we go.
Whoa, yeah, I tried to get intimate with him right there though. Mono with a just cool steps back. Oh, he tried it again, but Zen reaching a big time.
Yeah. Mono going for the little slight shimmy back there, but Zen, you know, with the call out. And we saw it at Capcom Cup, right? Zen just so good when it comes to making these hard reads on his opponent. And let's see if he can make something happen right now, because it's looking like Mono will be the one to take the first game, draw first blood.
Those machine gun punches riddle the opponent's body with bullets, bro.
Oh my goodness,
like,
bro.
It is out of this world how much damage it does.
I'm still kind of sad that you don't get more hits by mashing in this one. that was always a nice legacy feature for DJ.
Whoa! And that's something that DJ can be exposed with, right? That's what the DJ players lament, is the fact that he can be drive impacted pretty frequently on these big reaching buttons. Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh, them shook right there.
The backdash shimmy, and look at the damage DJ gets on that. Ridiculous.
Oh, and the jump in after the tech throw. I love that read from Zen right there, right? Tech throws in this game leave you so far away. So a lot of time the players want to use their projectile, and he just jumped right in.
Okay, there we go. Throw right there. He said, oh wow.
My goodness, baited it out. He was already committed to the drive rush, but the up kicks took so long that he gets a free punish anyway. This is quite a lead in this round 3.
Yeah, this is huge right here. Mono going to be on the verge, just over. 1 drive gauge remaining.
And look at that, that's just so wild about DJ, right, is that he can bait your wake up with a just cool and then go back in even if you don't do anything.
That's right.
Perfect, back to back. A god of war who forgot how to lose. Zen is here.
My goodness, Zen is just looking like he's on another level right here. Look at this.
Yeah, right back into it. Oh, the EX. Fireball just blowing through, right? That's the priority system in this game. Oh,
nice. There we go. Mono with the clap back. The eye. Oh no, missed it! That's such a shame.
Yeah, almost a 6 side switch combo. I love Zen recognizing the L up kick right there and just going with the target combo to smash him down. And again, yeah, he just went with the light on the drive rush, which leaves him plenty of time to react with his own drive impact. Reset, you're not ready. His level 1 is also not invincible, so Mono was trapped in the corner there. Great stuff from Zen.
Yeah, you gotta like... When it comes to DJ, if you've only got that level 1, you're going to be holding even more pressure than most characters. Because like you said, no invincibility kind of hurts.
Yeah, if he would have gotten the level 2, he was just a pixel away from it too, but he didn't have it quite yet. So great calculations from Zen.
Oh,
reaching.
Good choice from Mono there. Using that just cool sway to mix up his options.
Oh, level 2, okay.
We got these, we got these. Oh, he got the rhythm, bro.
Oh yeah, he's from the island, baby.
Yeah, we got seasoned combos, bro.
Shout outs Puerto Rico. Oh yeah, and then caught him off guard there. Quick little throw. Catches Zen, trying to press the button too late.
Okay. All right, the verifiable out there. Zen on dire straits here. Just a pixel left. Oh,
I thought the jump 2K was going to cross up, but it's all right. Catches the jab after he lets go to the parry.
Very nice, very nice.
Mono's still alive here.
Oh yeah, don't count out Mono.
Definitely not.
He's been on the big stage, bro. Like Rob introduced him, bro. He does it all. TO, competitor.
Yeah, one CEO in 2022, right? In Street Fighter 5.
Huge, that victory for him.
Oh, actually got the wall splat, reached in time, but Zen just attacking on a button, and then the jump back gets out of the corner, no punish, we are scrambling.
Okay. Oh, the perfect parry.
That was such a great bet because he was about to be burnt out with that next normal. So Mono, what a bet on that parry.
That was a huge gamble, actually, but it paid off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, waking up with the button again. We're scrambling, right? Nobody can stabilize right now, and that's exactly why Zen's going into this level 3. Let's slow it down for a second. Let him gain his composure.
Yeah, Zen in full control right here. Mono needs to maintain that composure. Oh, wait, that should be it.
He's got level 3, yeah.
Yeah, closes it out.
Machine gun upper.
I don't know. I think he's on a pixel. I think it's a pixel.
It's going to be so close, man. Where's James Chen when you need him? Turn on the in-game commentary.
Let's see. Okay.
Oh, okay. He's definitely alive. Oh, and he wakes up with his own Mono. Good job committing to the light button right there. Allowed him the recovery to block. And the trade will send it to a game 3. Great stuff.
Wow, nail-biting finish there at the end of the second game. Here we go, guys. We are going to get third and final match underway. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, immediately the low, and he tries to parry after gets exposed for it. Mono is cooking right now, fam.
Yep, looking outstanding. Ooh, okay. Like Jackknife maximum. Of course, does double up as a jump in this game. Gets out the corner.
Oh, not for long, though. Apparently, that took off so much as the punish counter burns him out as well. You are at his mercy.
Yeah, this is where it gets real bad against DK.
Oh, nah, to jump in as well. Tries to pop off with the up kicks. No invincibility necessary. Well, my man's got punished for it regardless. Maybe it was execution error.
Yeah, it could have been. He wanted anything to get him out of that corner right there, but right here, Zen is on set point.
There we go. Oh, he tried the just cool. Actually got chased down by the drive rush. Back to back with it. Yeah, it wasn't a perfect parry, so it was still Mono's turn.
Okay, jab, Sabat. Okay, good space in there on the just cool.
Oh, I love that. He's putting the pressure on him again, right? He's maintaining those plus frames because it wasn't a perfect parry, and now we're getting big damage.
Yeah, here we go. This is a huge situation. Zen could be on the verge of closing this one out. Rinse just needs maybe one more big opening here.
My Mono, how's he going to spin this last bit of drive meter? Oh, he's not going to spin it at all, actually. The drive impact connects. Zen closes it out 2-1.
Wow, and you know that stings a little bit more when it is the mirror match right here. Zen will take it over Mono, but what an effort from Mono, man. He really is a strong player. Could be waiting for that Aki.
Beautiful. I'm a fan of gaslighting myself and saying mirror matches aren't a real proof of skill, you know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't get salty, but I know Mono might hurt a little bit more than me. Great stuff from both of our players. I can't wait to see the highlights we got for this match.
Oh, no doubt. Looking forward to seeing those once again. Guys, we'll get this on the screen for you in just a moment. But Zen gonna take it, and he is looking real good in his group right now with 2 huge victories under his belt. But don't forget, it's double round robin.
That was some ridiculous DJ versus DJ action. Those brothers, and I do mean brothers, they was throwing hands right there. I'm telling you, if they united forces, they probably could have took part in the Montgomery River Brawl. They were cooking up that much. But in the end of the day, Zen, the baby-faced assassin, showed exactly why, up to this point, I'm pretty sure he is undefeated.
بالضبط صحيح. ما شفنا مباراتنا الماضيه فعلا زين جالس يتفوق فيها واحده ورا الثانيه، ما شفناه ينهزم نهائيا وفعلا يحقق الانتصارات، رغم انه من جد شفنا كان خلينا نقول ميرور ماتش اكثر اللي كان فعلا دي جي ضد دي جي، لكن مباراه كانت جدا ممتعه وحتى برضو شفنا المستوى الاسطوري اللي قدموه. لكن الحلو في الموضوع ان احنا ما زلنا في البدايات، ما زلنا في المرحله الاولى اللي اصلا ان اللعيبه كلهم يحاولون يجمعون النقاط الاولى عشان يريحون نفسهم، لان بكره الفرص راح تقل بشكل اكبر.
So I just got a quick question. So did you just translate the Montgomery River Brawl Part 2? I think I heard you say it.
No, I did not say
that. Oh, you
did?
Okay, cool. All right, don't get me fired. All right, guys, so we do have our next match ready. Let's take a look at our first competitor. From Team Nasser, Latif! The crowd's energetic. They love seeing Latif walk out on stage. He will have ridiculous support throughout this entire tournament, and with good reason. Of course, Latif is the home country hero, being from right here in Saudi Arabia. But not only that, I've heard of Latif way since back in Street Fighter 4, before Big Hollywood even had the name Rob TV. When it was Online Warrior, I was watching that Sea Viper, and now he is back in Street Fighter 6 to show people exactly why he is who he is.
Well, even though that he had 2 difficult matches before, but he's coming up strong. And I know this guy, his mentality is never go down. So I know for sure that he's coming up stronger. لكن برضو أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما رحبنا في لطيف معنا على المسرح، أنا متأكد أن معنوياته ما زالت مرتفعة، عند الفرص أنه يعوض، ما زال عنده الفرصة حتى برضو أنه يتأهل معنا إلى المراحل الجاية. مباراتنا الحالية برضو مباراة راح تكون صعبة، لكن كلنا متحمسين لها، فخلونا نتعرف على طول مع منافسة. رحبوا معنا في فينوم. فعلا اللاعب هذا تحديدا جاينا من النرويج، من الاجزاء الماضيه كان يحقق بطولات حتى، يعني من جد اللاعب هنا جاي يبغى يحقق لقب الحين في لعبه ستريت فايتر 6 من اول ما نزلت الحين، وهو في اكبر مرحله فيها الان، خصوصا انها فيها البطوله العالميه. اللاعب من جد تاريخه كبير وجاي هنا يبغى ياخذ اشياء اكبر. I know this guy is not going to be defeated easily.
Oh, not at all. Yeah. Phenom is, of course, one of the only players ever to have qualified for every single Capcom Cup. Absolutely special player. Phenom, Latif, you may take your seats. This is interesting because in real life, Phenom is actually also an MMA fighter. Latif is pretty much a bodybuilder. So if we ever actually threw some gloves on them, it's interesting. We might get the answer to Bradley Martin's questions. Who wins out of a bodybuilder and an MMA fighter? We're about to find out right now, but of course, in a street fight, we're about to see what goes on, who's gonna take it. Let's head over to our casters.
Well, virtual fights are different and we're gonna see it now. فأعزائنا المشاهدين، مبارياتنا الحالية خلونا نبدأ على طول وننتقل لكم مع معلقينا.
I need to find a hat and throw it into the air to call some backup because Rob's got me cracking up in the studio, man. Goodness gracious. Well, yeah, it's going to be a great match up next. Latif, we've already seen him on a display a couple of times here. That Cammy got exposed by some jump-ins from Otani, but besides that, he's looking real solid. And I love the fact that you highlighted he looks way more comfortable in the Shoto matchups, the traditional Street Fighter matchups, than something like Blanca, right? You brought that up on the desk. So this is going to be along the same lines, right? Up against the Ken from Phenom. But I mean, Ken is a menace in this game. like at his Dragon Lash range, he just has so many options to present that it's very hard to react to anything at any given moment, right? He has the OD Fireball, he has the Dragon Lash, the Drive Rush Jab. Like there's just so many things he can put out there. The crouch medium kick being 7 frames, if you're trying to check, he can counter poke with that. Like there's just so many things at that range that you have to contend with.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's going to be that Cammy for Latif, a matchup that we did see at Evolution, of course, in that top 6, Angry Bird versus Punk, and that went down to, that was a great match. So I imagine that, you know, these players are going to be trying to channel some of that energy up here at the Gamers8 main stage. Man, Phenom is no joke. Honestly, I had Phenom down to make top 6 at Evo, and like, of course, 7,000 players, not everyone's going to make it, but yeah, Phenom, you know, on his best day can easily beat everybody. Like he's just so strong, right? And it's crazy to me that we go into this tournament and a guy like Latif is perhaps seen as an underdog.
Yeah, 100%, right?
Speaks levels to the competition.
He is a legendary fighting game player.
Yeah.
Like no hyperbole there, no exaggeration. Like this man is a legend. I believe 2nd place at Evo Street Fighter 4 one year, right, with the Sea Viper. And obviously, I mean, he damn near wrote the guide on Zato and Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
So this dude, I mean, he is a menace to say the least. And I mean, I remember I heard tales of Latif back in the day doing stuff on pad with Zato that only the Japanese players were doing, you know what I mean? Like he really is one of a true talent in fighting games. So we're gonna see how he contends with Phenom on the Ken, because like the panel was saying before, Phenom qualified for every Capcom Cup at Street Fighter 5. This guy is incredibly talented. And I think he's come up a bit short on his results so far in tournament. So I think he's still figuring out his kind of 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5 game plan. But once he does, I have no doubt this fella's going to be at the upper echelon of results.
Oh, of course, yeah. Phenom, you know, it takes him a little bit of time to get going. Sometimes in these games, like, you know, Street Fighter 6 is such a different ballpark as opposed to 5. So, you know, but once he gets going, we know the level of talent Phenom can achieve. What a whiff punish right there. Low forward into the OD drill.
Oh, wow. Sorry, as an update, I just wanted to highlight earlier. So I actually mentioned on stream that Otani defeated Mena on stream B. The names were actually switched. So Mena was the one that defeated Otani.
They were both playing Luke.
Yeah, they were both playing Luke, so easy mistake to make. So yeah, Mena actually still undefeated here at Gamers8.
And there you go. Perfect parry on that Jinrai follow up there. Latif. Okay.
Wow, what a way. I was busy correcting my mistake from before, and Latif running away with the first round.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys, this round robin format, everybody plays everybody twice. So if you perhaps don't get the result that you wanted against a specific opponent, you do have time to correct that mistake and still qualify from your group. So really interesting format here. I've got to say, I'm a fan here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, nice. The jab. Check in Latif trying to get out of the corner, but Latif, he's been letting those ODs rip, man.
Absolutely. Really aware of Phenom's, you know, Phenom's such an interesting dynamic of a player. Like, he can play aggressive, he can play defensive, you know, he can mix it up.
Yes. He is one of those that's a really all-around fighting game player. Just takes the meaty Drive Rush Spears. You don't want to do that, fam.
Yeah, okay, OD Fireball in the corner right now.
OD Fireball is not plus in this game. Latif definitely could have pressed back, but he was respecting it.
Okay, Phenom right here on the verge of that burnout, but Latif always letting it happen.
And that's why Phenom's chilling too, right? He's like, the drive is just coming back. Latif is not trying to be overzealous about it.
Yeah,
doesn't want to be too linear.
And Latif, of course, does have that level 3 locked and loaded, and we all know what you cannot do when Cammy has level 3, and that's throw a fireball, my friend.
Exactly. Projectiles off the table, bruv. Latif, I mean, with that CA of his own, he can do major damage here. He's going to save it. No, let's spend it.
Okay, and of course it is the CA version, so that burnout, that drive gauge is going to be depleted a little bit more.
Yeah, Phenom, that's 2 whole bars deleted because of the CEA. And look at that roundhouse just chunking him to a pixel. This spin knuckle puts him in burnout. Phenom, he still has meter though. Oh, he might have tried something there, but instead gets poked out with a crouch medium kick. Latif taking the first game.
And you could see right there the game plan of Latif working out perfectly. Do you see how defensive he was playing when he had all the resources that he needed to close out the round? Latif, so strong, and just an amazing mind when it comes to fighting games.
I love that challenge from Phenom right there. He didn't like where the OD dive kick hit. He thought it was a little high up, so he challenged successfully.
Okay. Oh, no whiff punish there on the medium kick. Okay. Drive rush straight into the cannon spike.
I like this. Latif getting cheeky now, pulling out the hooligans. Just to make Phenom a little bit worried about it. Because Phenom, he wants to get that distance so he doesn't get burnt out.
Yeah.
The drive meter was really low, but he's managed to build some back up now. Great job challenging with the jabs to get off the OD dive kick, but a perfect jump from Latif. And speaking of perfect, we got parries on deck as well.
Yeah, there we go. Enhanced Tatsu. Wow, again.
Yeah, successful, 100% success rate if I recall correctly so far.
Bro, and I guess Latif, you know, he's got a read on Phenom there.
But that's something great that you could do to... Oh, no, we'll get back to that point in a second as Phenom leaving damage on the table here.
Oh, look, here we go. Oh, that's going to be close.
It's going to be close. And he pops off. He's not going to get bullied with this one. Phenom letting the level 1 rip. Yeah, Latif enjoying it. He was like, you had to do it. I wasn't prepared. Fair enough.
Yeah, just as it was looking like it was going to be his round right there, and he was going to move into set point, Phenom steals it back. Dragon Lash.
Oh, yeah, that looked like the heavy version right there. Latif tried to parry the option afterwards, got thrown for his trouble.
Okay, and look at these, Ken. We all know how good. Oh, nice answers for the throw loop, but no follow-up on the EX spike.
That was tough because Latif, even though that OD spike hit high up, he got a punish counter.
Yeah,
so he could have followed it up, but leaving some damage on the table, and Phenom taking advantage of it heavily here, tying up the set entirely. So what I wanted to highlight before was the fact that he got the punish counter on the jump over, right? That's something that you could really look for in this game on cross-ups, right? If you have a button that's not good against cross-ups, or you're a little bit more forward where you can catch the person landing, that is a great option to do. Obviously, a lot of the times you want to do it with crouch buttons so you can guarantee that they're grounded, but the timing was perfect from Phenom on that jab.
Yeah, really nice. Here we go, guys. Final game. Nice little three-piece. Ken with so many strong confirms, as we saw at EVO multiple times. Angry Bird, Phenom, looking good. Oh, although, no, never mind. That's going to be burnout immediately. Charge up the hooligan.
And Latif, oh no, he dropped the combo. Latif, man. And you know, going with that drive impact that early as well might have been a mistake, right? You kind of want to abuse your opponent being in burnout for a little while longer. Speaking of abuse, Phenom with the stand fierce punish counter combo, safe jump city.
Wow, safest of jumps. My goodness, punched her in the boots.
Yeah.
All right.
Untied the laces with the jump in.
Yeah. Okay, far range jump. Here we go. Latif just trying to make the most of this burnout state.
And that's the thing, right? If you can get your opponent to block or you block yourself, the burnout does increase quickly.
Okay. Oh, he was literally a pixel off.
That's dead.
Oh my goodness, that drive. Look at the burnout gauge. Look, you couldn't even see a space on that gauge.
Literally, and the insult to injury as it comes back as he gets KO'd. Come on, fam.
He's like, you wanted that, right? Yeah. Got you.
Oh, speaking of gotcha, crouch medium kick the god.
Okay, the throw again from Phenom.
Oh, he wanted to catch a region right there. Great discipline from Latif.
Yeah, he saw Latif jump down and went for the cannon strike earlier. There you go, got it. Side swap as well. Okay, backing off.
Yeah, Phenom backing off right now. Oh, what a stand medium punch press from Phenom. You don't see that button often in the neutral like that. He just checked the pressure.
Okay.
What damage he got off of it too.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, trying to close that gap here. Phenom smells victory, just needs one more big situation perhaps.
Drive rush jab pressure here. Trying to be safe about it.
Yep. Okay, jab. The throw punish, that's dead.
Oh, yeah, getting the punish counter on the throw.
2K.
So much damage, so much drive meter, just taken away with it. And yeah, as you said, 2,000, right? So basically 20% of your life just gone like that.
Yeah, it's never easy, bro. You gotta be so careful how you use that parry in this game. It can be a make or break mechanic. And as we saw, it was the breaking point of Latif right there, as Phenom is gonna walk away with it and take that game 2-1. But what I feel like Latif's kind of getting warm now. He's kind of warming up.
Yeah, he's looking good, right? This is a double round robin format, so he's gonna have some more games. But yeah, man, I can't wait to get into the highlights here. Let's see exactly how Phenom took him down.
You just know that we are being blessed by the Street Fighter gods when we have matches this good at the beginning of the event. This is only day 1 of 4 for Gamers8, and we are seeing ridiculous matches. I want to make sure everybody remembers exactly how this format goes. Don't got to go into full detail, but it is double round robin for group stages. And as far as these groups, only 2 people make it out of each group, making it down to that top 16. If you lose, it's ugly for you.
Yeah, exactly. But until now, the players still have chances, especially for Latif. He lost 3 matches, but he still have 3 more to come back. أعزائي المشاهدين، بس تذكير سريع على نظام البطولة، أن صحيح هم مقسمين إلى مجموعات، لكن لكل لاعب عنده الفرصة أنه يعوض، لأنه راح يلعب مع خصمه مرتين، فإذا خسر منه مرتين راح تصير أصعب بالنسبة له أنه يرجع. في نفس الوقت كل اللي يحتاجه أنه في كل فوز يجمع نقاط، والمراكز الأول والثاني هم اللي يكملون معنا إلى مرحلة البلاي أوفs. في المراحل لسه ما زالت مستمرة معنا، لكن برضو عندنا المباراة اللي بعدها اللي راح نبداها على طول.
And with that being said, let's get right into this next match and take a look at our first player. At this point, we have seen Shin's DJ be arguably the best DJ in the world. Now, of course, Mono is looking phenomenal too. Zen is looking ridiculous as well. But you cannot have that conversation without bringing up that man right there, the Evo champion himself. And he had a very, very tight match with Wes. But usually, if you have a tight match like that earlier in the tournament, it kind of gets you going. Now, all of a sudden, you're alert, you're ready to go. So Shin might have unlocked a second gate.
Well, exactly. And you mentioned that DJ, he's known for, maybe like Xian is known for DJ, but even though that DJ maybe is a low tier arguably, but with Xian, he's an S tier. And we saw already some of the matches that he pulled up during this tournament. لكن برضو أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما رحبنا باللاعب سيان، لكن باقي معنا خصمه. سيان مستواه كان جدا ثابت، يؤدي أداء مرة ممتاز، ويمتعنا حتى برضو بالمنافسات اللي عنده. لكن خصمه معروف أنه بطل في ألعاب الفايتنج كثيرة، بطل في أكثر من لعبة، بطل تاريخه عريق في هذه المنافسة. جاينا كلها من فرنسا، فخلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب فيه على المسرح. رحبوا معنا باللاعب مستر كريمزون. والله اني احب اللاعب هذا، الامانه احبه جدا، لكني ما احب شخصيته، بكل صراحه. شخصيه داصم شويه كريهه بالنسبه لي، لكن مستواه اسطوري، احد افضل اللعيبه في شخصيه دالسون، من جد يمتعنا فيه وبنشوف منه مستوى اسطوري. جانا الحين في ستريت فايتر 6 راح نشوف منه مستوى رهيب. I just said that. Okay, I love the player, but I hate his character.
That's understandable. Dawson does get a whole lot of hate, but you know something that I do love? The fact that my DJ propaganda seems to be working and spreading worldwide. The evil plan is coming to fruition. Mr. Crimson, Shin, you may take your seats. We have a match of gargantuan proportions coming at you right now with Shin versus Mr. Crimson. Let's get right into it and take it over to the casters.
Well, speaking English and Arabic at the same time makes me stutter a lot. لكن إن شاء الله نجلس أدي أداء ممتاز. فخلونا نبدأ المباراة على طول. ننتقل مع المعلقين.
All right, guys, let's get into it. This is the big match that a lot of us were looking forward to at the start of the show, and we're about to get underway here at Gamers8. Man, it's going to be a big one.
And just before we get into details about the match, Atik, don't get gaslit by Rob, bro. Don't be listening to his opinions on his character, you know what I'm saying? But of course, yeah, this is going to be a great one. This is, you know, they asked us for what we would consider match to watch of the day, and this is what we decided on, right? Xian versus Mr. Crimson. I'm very excited to see these two duke it out.
Absolutely. I think F-word will be appreciative of that one there. Mr. Crimson.
Oh, I'll do the real F-word one. Monsieur Crimson.
There you go. All right, okay.
Let's do it here. Of course, Mr. Crimson, one of a few French players invited here for the Gamers8 Invitational for Street Fighter 6. But yeah, Cien, man, he's been looking super, super good so far. And, you know, Dawson versus DJ, definitely going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, and you know, Brad talked about this on the desk, how Dawson takes a little bit longer to come online than a lot of other characters, right? Just given all of his tools and whatnot, and you have to figure out how to use them optimally. And Mr. Crimson, I mean, he's got one of the fastest processors in the business, and that's why he's so successful with a character like Dawson this early. But man, up against the powerhouse, the NOS-fueled Cien DJ, that's just gonna be drive rushing in, closing that distance. I'm really interested to see how Mr. Crimson keeps him at bay.
Yeah, let's check it out here. So, Mr. Crimson definitely been working on this matchup, you know, as a character that, you know, it's hard to get a lot of super high-level experience up in Europe at the moment. You know, there are some people rocking DJ, but, you know, the super high-level DJs, I feel like residing in Asia right now.
Yes,
so,
for the most part.
Yeah, so let's check it out here. Let's see how this goes down. Yeah, Dalsim, you know, going to be able to most likely just keep DJ at bay, but bro, once DJ gets in, we've seen the kind of damage this character can dish out.
Yeah, and I want to see, like, is Cien going to try to work the fireballs early while they start from a distance? Is he just going to go in and drive rush immediately? Mr. Crimson is also great at sneaking in his own drive impacts because Dalsim's like has deceptively long range, right? So I want to see if he kind of uses that up against Cien as well from like around this space, honestly.
Okay, let's check it out. Okay. Oh, already trying to use that drive rush to close the gap. Yeah, DJ with a few tools to really throw off Dalsim.
Just like that, right? He feinted the fireball, baited the slide, but what a great perfect parry on the cross-up. That is very important in this game, period. What?
Wow.
You're perfect parrying the stand fierce first time?
First time as well. Yeah, that's nuts. And Dalsim, yeah.
Oh, and that's why you want to perfect parry the cross-ups, right? You saw.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Crimson is a believer of that parry. You know, if you play Sim, they're ready with those parries. But right now it is Cien cooking, going to work.
And let's not forget, Crimson is one of the best at utilizing all the defensive options at his disposal, right? We saw his V-shift usage really change the game in Street Fighter 5. I'm sure he's going to be looking to bring the parry in the same direction, but the level 2 pop-off does not catch him. Mr. Crimson has a big chance to bring this match back.
Absolutely. You can see right now, Cien fighting for his life in that burnout state. Let's see. Oh, Crimson. Oh, no, he didn't have enough life.
I forgot about it, yeah. Crimson's life too low to absorb the hit.
I thought he had enough.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't even on my radar, bro.
Not me neither.
Wow, Cien with the mathematics right there. And it's like we said, bro, this guy is a scientist of Street Fighter, Cien.
Yeah, not many people are going to calculate better than Cien. It's just how he gets down, bro.
For sure, for sure.
And then go to the other side, tries to throw him towards the corner, but great tech from Cien. We're staying in the middle of the screen.
Okay. The meaty flame there.
Yeah, you got to be ready with the parry when you land. Get some drive meter back.
Exactly. Burnout here for Cien. When did that happen?
For real, you got whittled down. I mean, that Yoga Flame, if you don't parry it, it really shaves off your drive meter. And speaking of which, Mr. Crimson using that drive impact, knows he's locked into the fireball at that point. Gonna use that level 3 as well. Pause the burnout meter, that is so important.
Gotta think about that level 2 there from DJ. I think Cien might use it, given the right chance. Oh, nice.
Counter hit, yeah. I was gonna say punish counter on the landing, but no, he actually caught Cien trying to press the button once he landed.
Okay. Is there, just trying to push back. Cien.
Oh, perfect anti at that time. And again, Cien is not ready with these parries on the Yoga Flames. It seems like he doesn't have a lot of Dawson experience.
Yeah, could be. Let's see here. Tries to get out the corner. Thrown out of the drive impact. That's massive there.
That was sick. Whiffing the slide for the frame kill, exactly. Oh, he actually was out of range after the cross jab. I'm very surprised about that.
That was interesting. Cien, though, not out of range with that jump. Down light kick. Oh.
Didn't even want to do that with it. Nice, yeah. And that fireball hitting on the way up is so great for Dalsim.
Oh, yeah. That slashes out.
Man, Cien burnt out again, bro. Oh, and the drive effect. He keeps exposing that block string, right? Like, you're going to cancel into that heavy fireball? Fam.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's noticed from Cien's gameplay that he does like to do the block strings into the just cool, and using drive impact during those strings is a great way of blowing up those just cool attempts, the follow-ups. They do lose. Oh wow, he committed to it. The target combo gets the hit. Hey. Double jackknife maximum. And the grab. Yeah, the throw pressure from DJ is so strong. So plus on his throw.
And I love that. He conditioned him to just block and hold that, and then after the throw, he gets the throw bait. That was classic conditioning in fighting games right there.
Yeah, real nice from Cien. Okay, and yeah, there. That counter hit, that juggle state does land anytime Dalsim tries that float.
Nice pop off again, right? Mr. Crimson has been using that teleport and throw a lot, so Cien reading it perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Crimson. Okay, here we go, trying to use that fireball. And I think it's so strong for Dalsim that his fireballs don't fizzle out in this game.
And look at that, yeah. I mean, half a bar chunked down. And yeah, the fireball game from Dalsim in this is immaculate, bro. It's so much. And he finally exposes it, right? He cut the block string short and jumped the drive impact. What an adjustment.
Yeah, excellent play. And then the drive rush into the DI. So hard to be ready because you're thinking of so many other things. DJ, man, trying to close it out here for Cien with the level 3. All right, Mr. Crimson goes down, and we're going to have 1-1 on our hands.
Honestly, that could have been a dissertation in fighting games, that game 2. Like, the way he adjusted to his loss in the first game, the way he conditioned Mr. Crimson in the corner, I mean, that was classic. That's exactly how you play fighting games at a high level.
Oh, yeah. We're right back in here. Here we go. Throw break from Cien.
Try chase down, yeah, respecting it, though.
Wow, anti-airing, that jump down light kick is not easy, especially with a character like Sim.
He finally finds the slide on the fireballs. He's been looking for it, even to stand fierce now.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, stand fierce.
Okay, ready there. Whoa. Yeah, Mr. Crimson, look at this. He's looking pretty right here with this round. Full drive gauge. Looks like he hasn't even broken a sweat.
For real, man.
Look at this. That's going to be that. Can't get out of that one. Bob out should be enough here to close it out. Of course there is. Perfect for Mr. Crimson with 56 seconds on the clock.
Man, this is so wild to see. Crimson getting a perfect with Dalsim, never an easy feat, bro.
Oh,
especially up against a DJ. Character that's so volatile, I can just get a hit at any moment.
Yeah, we should give Mr. Crimson an award just for getting a perfect with Dalsim. I mean, this version of Dalsim is kind of next level, right? So.
Yeah, but again, Cien is not showing the drive parry off the anti-air. Look, he's just getting his drive mirror chipped forward. He can throw the parry out there.
Yeah, getting depleted heavily there. You're not wrong.
Crimson, yeah, utilizing both the stand fierce and the crouch fierce right there. You see the crouch fierce. Maybe he was thinking a fireball was coming through.
And what a chase to get the grounded punish as well. Okay, I guess the throw here. Let's see what Crimson goes for. Drive rush slide. There you go. Perfect parry into the throw. Plus frames, always great for DJ.
The meaty slide with the drive rush behind it. He recovers in time, but Cien, you can see he's a little shook. He didn't even respond with a drive impact of his own. And Mr. Crimson, he's got the level 3 on deck. You can see him fist pumping already. That is game. Wow. And he needed that, man. He had dropped a game or 2 leading into this match. So the fact he was able to get a dub here, huge for the Frenchman.
Absolutely. After Cien, winning those first couple of matches as well for Crimson, the little pop-up there was well deserved. You could really see how much it meant to him to get that W, and you can really see the passion coming out of a guy like Mr. Crimson anytime he plays Street Fighter.
Yeah, Crimson wears his heart on his sleeve. A great match. I want to hear what our fellas at the analyst desk have to say about it.
Well, there you have it. He exacts his revenge on the character, the cursed character that got in the Rebel Commentator, as you so eloquently pointed out, Damascus. And that rounds off the next 4 games that we were hoping to see. Amazing results, a few surprises, some phenomenal performances as well. We need to talk all about it. And of course, I'm back here with my homies, Damascus and Brad Muse, to talk about that, guys. Have you found this last 4 matches and segment of Gamers8 Street Fighter 6, guys?
It's been fun. We had hype, we had upsets, a bit of everything. The B stream was a fire as well. Woo! And a good finish as well. You said it best, right? The way Crimson played showed that he's been working hard on this matchup. He came with everything, played the exact right way, right? We know that DJ is weak to random DIs, and Crimson immediately instilled the fear of DIs into Cien's head, and I think that's a huge argument in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, so first I'll address the block as a whole before we get into the specifics of, I think even specifically Cien versus Mr. Crimson. Block as a whole, fantastic. Fire matches, I know we had a couple of shutouts in that first block. Nothing excites me more than seeing players go the distance, and the fact that so many of these matches were as close as they were, it warmed my cold New England heart, let me tell you. Now, to and what you said and piggyback on Cien versus Mr. Crimson, we went into this with the expectation that Mr. Crimson Crimson had labbed that matchup. And that was so apparent when we looked at it. We were actually talking about it while it was still on the match. Those DIs were not random, they were calculated. There is a reason that Mr. Crimson kept DIing through Fierce Fireball and blowing that up. That was a practice response. And I think what was interesting is you had said in the analysis segment, before we went live, you had wondered how much Dalsum experience can Cien possibly have. And Ringe similarly had remarked during the set that there were elements of that character matchup that he didn't look super polished on.
Yeah, I think like one of the things that caught him, like the easiest thing was just that DI for the Fierce Fireball. Like, 'cause when you block Fierce, what can DJ do? Cancel to a special or not cancel and be punishable, right? So you're literally just like doing Fierce, you know something's coming, that special you can DI. Crimson just meticulously like removed that Fierce from Xian's arsenal.
And I have to give credit to Xian because in the short space of a 2 out of 3 set, he made the adjustment and obviously 2 taps into the neutral jump to punish the DI. So he baited it out that one time as well. But there's layers upon layers that Mr. Crimson showed in this matchup. Even the neutral scenario when he was just doing a Fierce under the fireballs. The fireball, the EX fireball dash forward to clash with the heavy fireball from DJ, takes away one of the fireballs, but then does the slide underneath the second one. I mean, that's some seriously specific shizzle we're looking at. And he's clearly done his homework, as you referenced. Super impressive. Learning as I'm watching, to be honest with you. The game is so young. Players of this caliber with Dalsim are still quite rare. You know, we've got F-Champ, of course, we've got Arturo. We've got the Japanese Dalsims who are both incredible. Fudo, of course, doesn't play him exclusively, but is insanely good with Dalsim. And we've got Mr. Crimson. It's not something I've been exposed to much. That was an absolute joy to watch. And it makes me reconsider, you know, where do we put Dalsim? He definitely seems like someone to be watched out for. So looking back at how it all started in this second segment, guys, the first match, which we spoke loads about, an absolutely nail-biting one. Wes versus Xian. Talk to me.
This comeback, man. Wes, obviously, you know, surprising a lot. We said it, right? You have to, like, take a look at Wes at his level. He's been playing really good. Made the matches really close. But when everyone was like, all right, cool, that's a 2-0 for Xian, you know, it's why not? Wes just brought it back. And from there on, that was the run for him.
Yeah, I think for me, I've spoken a little bit that I've undervalued the strength of Feng Shui Engine on Jury. I feel like I had yet to really see it used in a way that it really landed for me. Watching Wes's Feng Shui Engine sequences here and the way that he was so methodical in making you worried about the drive gauge burn and then using it to set up stagger strings, made a believer of Feng Shui Engine out of me. I felt like he showed me the use case. And like you had said about Crimson teaching you about Dalsim, I'm coming away from this with a new understanding of Jury, thanks to Wes.
And this is how things stand. Mr. Crimson on absolute fire. Another shout out to Wes. As much as we're talking about him, it was Shen that was able to come back from 1-0 down and win that one. He sits in second place. Nephew, 1 and 2, picking up a match there against Wes in the mirror. So still alive in this one, but a lot to do. And Wes, of course, despite some incredibly impressive performances, unfortunately sitting at the bottom with 0 and 3. One thing he didn't do was the fuzzy, which all of the Arab commentators were screaming, fuzzy, fuzzy, fuzzy. He might have been one up there, didn't happen. Now we go on to the second match of the segment, which was a DJ mirror match. DJ really, really well represented, I must say, at this event. This is only a fraction of the players we have, and we've already seen, what, 3 or 4 DJs already, guys?
Yeah, I think the thing for this matchup for me was really early on, it seemed apparent to me that I think Mono had a better grasp of the fireball game. It was really apparent that he was using the fireball feints to cheat space forward and try to get into the mid-range. I think Mono had the advantage there. The problem was once that fireball game devolved and it got into mid-range, Zhen had the answer in the mid-range. And my fear was that Mono wasn't going to play to his strengths. And it wasn't until towards game 3 that he started cycling back into the fireball game. But by then it was too little too late. And on top of all of that, the number of times that he had these unfortunate combo drops where like up kicks didn't connect the way that he wanted it to. It was a real shame. But Zhen came out, you know, especially coming off of, you know, being fresher to DJ. We talked about how Zhen had been a JP player a little bit more historically.
Yeah, he's been JP a lot, and he said it, right? He was moving to DJ first to just like explore that Kami matchup that seems to annoy a lot of the JP players, but probably realized that DJ is good in a ton of matchups, so might as well, you know, get the character there. And Zen still undefeated today after like a pretty good run. Mono on 2-1, Punk on 1-2, and Kudo.
Off to a flying start is Zen, representing Zen for China and doing what he does best, turning up when he isn't the most well-known player in a group, and finishing off as the most dominant. So far, so good. Still a lot to go, though, guys. Those of you who are late to this, it's actually double round robin, so we're not even halfway through the matches in these groups yet.
Well,
the next match we saw was Phenom taking on Latif, and we saw an extremely mature performance from Latif in the early stages where a lot of people have written him off, but Phenom making the adjustment, guys.
We mentioned it earlier, right? Like Latif, obviously an extremely seasoned player from Street Fighter to any other game, you know, former Evo champion on Guilty Gear as well. You can see him just growing through the event, right? I was talking to Latif yesterday, and he was telling me, I'm taking this tournament as an opportunity to learn, right? He doesn't see him as a favorite at all. He thinks that he's like, it's weird to be in a tournament and I'm the challenger, I'm not the favorite. Because usually that's what he goes for, right? He enters the tournament, all eyes on him, he's expected to win. He's like, it's a very weird situation I'm living right now, but he wants to take this tournament as a learning experience. And just seeing him able to square off against some of the very best, honestly, that match against Phenom, I believe in Latif for a while, man.
Yeah, I think for me, what I noticed was, and we noticed this very early on in even the beginning of that set, was the patience that both players were willing to exhibit. You know, Latif, when they were towards the end of their drive gauge, there was this complete slowdown where they were both just sort of willing to sit full screen. And we saw that a little bit in the first block from Latif as well. I think what happened was, Phenom got a little bit wise to the fact that when the match starts to feel unstable, Latif was tending towards trying to stabilize and chill, and so you started to see Phenom doing a little bit more stuff like busting out with the super when things were unstable to throw him off kilter, or in game 2 starting to bring out that Dragon Lash, which we never really saw Latif answering the Dragon Lash, and Phenom just started to shift into that thing of, if you're going to play more passively, I'm going to expose those gaps.
I love that, because Phenom wasn't really using Dragon Lash. But I think, therefore, I am. I exist, therefore you must adapt to me. And the fact that Latif is such a good spatially aware player, he was standing outside Dragon Lash range constantly, and Phenom just used that to just walk him down in the end. And that paid dividends in the end as he was able to make the adjustment and make the comeback. But really impressive from Latif to go up against, at one point, the #1 Ken online in the world at one point, right? Phenom, and take him to the edge like that in these early stages of his Street Fighter career. So massive shout out to Latif. Despite the rocky start, there's still a lot of games left. He's not out of this yet. His top 2 go through, so anything can happen.
Yeah, that's what I like, you know, you get a second chance. You pretty much like played all of your opponents now, so you can maybe formulate strategy to come back on like the part 2 and be able to come back different. I think he's definitely seen what he needs to do to win. The thing, as you said, is Phenom adapts. And we mentioned earlier about knowing Ken. Do you ever really know the Ken matchup? Because Ken has so many tools that it's not really the Ken matchup, so the player matchup.
Okay. I totally agree, Damascus. One thing to call out, guys, just a quick correction on my end. Thank you, Vicious and the team. Mr. Crimson is not 3-0. He's actually 2-1.
Right,
he lost to Nephew. Okay. So we'll get that corrected in the back end. Speaking of the devil, we actually have the man himself available for a conversation. We're going to go over now to an interview with the pride and joy of Saudi Arabia, Latif. Big up, my man.
You have no idea how happy I am standing right next to this legend right here. Legend of all games, legend of everything. Latif, it's so good to see you, man. How you doing, bro?
I never heard such a big compliment before.
I'm not lying. It's true.
Because that's what I consider of you.
Oh,
yes. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
This is going to be an interesting session right now. We're just going to give each other compliments. But Latif, I mean, this is your hometown right now. You know, this is your moment to represent Latif to the best ability. What do you think of this event right now, and how are you feeling about the competition here?
The event is phenomenal. Like, I've never seen anything like that, like in the stage, to be honest. It's so insane. Like, it's like, you know, when you're dreaming of playing in a stage like this and it happens, that's what the stage felt like. In terms of the players, I mean, look at those killers. Everybody is here. They brought, like, I think, the best of the best in terms of Capcom Pro Tour from last year, and each one of those guys is a tournament winner and a champion. So yeah, there's nothing better and more honor to play these guys.
So how are you doing right now in the tournament? How's everything? I mean, you know, I'm just asking. We gotta know. How are you feeling right now? You've been having some extremely close matches, man. What's going on there?
That's the question that I was hoping that you're not gonna. Yeah, you don't want to ask. No, don't worry. It's all good. Okay, here's the thing. So I play Guilty Gear Strive, and I'm trying so hard to play also Street Fighter 6. However, I played Street Fighter 6 really late because upon the game release, there was a lot of tournaments for Strive that I was going to. So I played the game like maybe 3 weeks late. And then, like, you know, having a full-time job, getting married, doing a lot of stuff, you know, and playing Guilty Gear Strive, it's limiting me to play a lot. However, I'm doing my best. To be honest, I was surprised and impressed. I was surprised and impressed by my performance, even though I'm 0-3 right now, but the matches are close. Yeah, bro, I lost to 3 people. I didn't win yet, but you know what? It's close. It's close.
That is the best thing I've heard. He said, I'm impressed with my performance. So if you're not, it doesn't matter because he is. Latif, I wish you the best of luck throughout this tournament. I know you're going to be good, man.
It's always a pleasure to see you. And let's hang out later today.
All right, absolutely, man. I'm so happy. I'll see you guys later.
Hope you guys enjoyed the break. No breaks now, though. The action continues, and we've done a little bit of a rotation all the way from the other side of the planet. West Coast, baby, representing. I have none other than Mr. Street Fighter himself, Vicious, and of course, my man's Ringe in the building. My homies, how's it going?
What's good, man? I thought you were gonna make a comment about my hair or something. You didn't. He gets Mr. Street Fighter, I just get nothing.
I'm not gonna comment about the hair, bro. Look at me.
I'm just glad you didn't make a comment about my hair. To be honest with you, I'm just glad that you didn't do that towards me.
I mean,
I would have been.
am I in a position to criticize your beautiful head, Vicious? Honestly, we're both talented in the same way. Come on.
Enough tomfoolery.
I mean,
Let's talk about it.
for both of us, clearly, you know. Show off.
That's what I was gonna say.
We got some juicy matches coming up. Kicking things off with the man on absolute fire right now. In a group where we were talking about Punk, talking about others, it's Zen sitting pretty at the top, and he's coming up next in his match. What about this one, guys?
Zen's looking rather dominant, I will say this, especially with his quote-unquote debut with DJ. Now, it's not necessarily breaking news per se, but as of what, like 24 hours ago, we started to see more of his replays on CFN utilizing that DJ, and to great capabilities too. I'm actually kind of curious to see more Kudo than I am of Zen, because he's been a complete mystery to me. All I know is that he's been rocking that Cammy as well as the Honda.
Yeah, right. I don't know what he's gonna really go up against Zen with on the DJ. Zen, of course, it feels like he lives for these upsets, right? Like when this deck is stacked against him, that's when he shows up the most, and you love to see it. But yeah, on the other side, I don't know, man. Kudo, obviously a very strong player. We saw what he was capable of towards the end of Street Fighter V, and he's picked some good characters, but it feels like to me when I've watched him, he hasn't quite clicked with the game yet.
All right, we've got other matches coming up, guys. We can talk about this one all day because it's very impressive. But the next one coming up is none other than that massive Evo run we just saw from the young talent, simultaneous pro Evo player as well, professionally, Kills You, going up against Spain's greatest Vega Patch. Of course, this is one hell of a juicy one. Europe in the house, they're going head to head. We have Jury versus Chun-Li. And first thing, we're all very surprised, at least I am, in these last few months, we haven't seen Vega Patch go to Jury.
We can talk about that, right? And towards the end of his Street Fighter V career, Vega Patch had actually been accustomed to Jury more than anything, right? I think his Fong, also one of his big mains, but it's been Jury that's really set him apart in terms of having a secondary. And I think overall, I was very, very surprised. We even talked about it right before we went live. I think overall, Vega Patch with Jury would have been a great blend together, but it's in fact going to be the Chun-Li, which makes me even more confused as to how he wants to play. Right?
I remember, I think it was an Ultimate Open series where Vega Patch, I think he won or got second place with the Chud, and Logan Sama was like, bruh, this is what you're capable of on a real character, and you put us through Fong in Street Fighter V for so long. So yeah, I mean, he is lethal with this character. I think Chun-Li is also pretty underrated. We obviously saw Haitani make top 6 with him on modern.
She's a problem.
Yeah, 100%. So
we'll find out in the next match. We have to go to the next one, guys. There's 2 more to get through. So the next match coming up, talk to me, guys. What is it? It's Problem X from the UK going up against South Africa's Pride and Joy, Jarby M. We might see a Lily Mirror match, guys.
That's what I was going to say. Like, there's no chance, right?
The character
How
doesn't
did this
exist
actually
outside
happen,
this.
right? We have technically 2 Lilies to talk about while we have the Descos as a Lily main. I don't even know how this is going to even work in regards to the matchups, right?
And Mike Ross is now interviewing people. I think we have all 4 Lily players on the planet here.
On the planet, it's right here, right now. Yeah, I think this is a treat for all the gamers at home, right? We have, the Gamer 4, technically, with these guys, with all the Lilies. But in all honesty, we might even see, I don't think they want to play the mirror match. Maybe we might see the secondaries at play. Problem X does have a valid Honda. He has a character up his sleeve as well.
He's got a new character,
Johnny M has a Chun-Li in his pocket as well. So we don't actually know if it's going to be the Lily mirror match.
Yeah. Well, time will tell. We've got 1 more to get through, guys. So many juicy matches to talk about. What's next? Bring it on. Oh, it's Kakaru versus Valmaster, and we saw already how emotionally distraught Valmaster was after his months and months of complaining about JP. He lands in a group with 2 of the best JPs in the world. How must he be feeling, Ringe?
The karmic retribution, bruv. He's like, what did I do in life to deserve this fate, right? That's definitely what he's thinking of right now, but he's got to compose himself. He's got to let all that fade away, because he's dealing with not only a JP, but what I consider the best JP in the business. With Kakaru, obviously the top 6 performance at EVO speaks for itself. He also won the Japan qualifier for Red Bull Kumite South Africa. I mean, the man's is a monster.
He's an absolute beast. He's going to have his work cut out for him, Valmaster. But in many people's opinions, arguably, sleeper, best Chun-Li in the world, I'm hearing people say. Valmaster's very strong. So he complains about matchups and then wins them right in your face.
That's exactly it. Yeah, follow his Twitter. You can definitely see that coming live in full effect. He's always doing that.
Exactly. Oh, we got the countdown?
I love this countdown graphic.
In the words of my boy DJ, baby, we're about to go to the main stage. Let's do it with me, boys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yalla, habibi!
These matches
have been absolutely ridiculous up to this point. And again, it is only day one of the competition. Right now, I gotta say, it seems like the DJ players have been shining. I do also love the fact that Wes and Latif have been looking strong as well in this event, representing the home turf very proudly with some very tight sets up to this point. And remember, only 2 people make it out of each pool into that top 16 so that they can get into that share of their $1 million prize pool.
Well, it's not only the crowd are watching, also the players. They're studying the matches here for the upcoming days. We still have more fights or more matches going to be here. أعزائي المشاهدين، ما زلنا في المرحلة الحالية، ما زلنا في البداية، ما زلنا في اليوم الأول وعدينا نص المشوار الحين تقريبا، لكن مبارياتنا لسه ما خلصت، ما زالت المتعة مستمرة معنا، ما زالت المباريات مكملة معنا.
And now we do have our first player ready for our next match. BLG Zerg. Zen proudly representing his sponsor, BLG. I mean, it's a no-brainer when it comes to who to sign when you're looking at the level of talent that this guy puts on display. We were just back there in the backstage, just having a little bit of a hip-hop convo, putting each other on the new songs and all that. And I bring that up to let you know that he is that comfortable. This guy is cool, calm, and collected, but his gameplay is definitely ferocious, the exact opposite.
Well, he started strong. He already won 2 matches, and like this is the 3rd match now. And if he wins, he'll take the lead in the group probably. لكن برضو أعزائنا المشاهدين، عندنا اللاعب زين شفناه على صغر سنه لأنه فاجأنا في مبارياته، فاز في مباراتين كلها اللي كانت معه، وإذا استمر بالانتصارات هذه ممكن ياخذ الصدارة في المجموعة، وصدارة مبكرة تصير مرعبة في باقي الرحلة. لكن باقي خصمه كان ممكن مبارياته كلها في الاستريم الثاني، لكن كانت جدا صعبة. هذه فرصته للتعويض، خلينا نتعرف عليه على المسرح. رحبوا معنا بكودو. كودو جانا من اليابان، جانا من بعيد، وزي ما قلنا لكم كثير عليها العاب الفايتنج. اليابانيين ما يختفون عنها، اليابانيين دائما موجودين فيها. كودو جاي هنا يبغى يعوض عن المرحلة الصعبة اللي كانت له في بداية المشوار. هذا الحين متواجد معنا في أول مباراة له على الستيج، نبغى نشوف ايش يقدر يسوي معنا هنا قدام الجمهور. هل بيكون فيها ضغط عالي بالنسبة له ولا لا؟ You're gonna see, honestly, this is going to be crazy match.
Kudo, of course, coming from Japan, the land of fighting game godhood. But the way that Americans came to know of him is because he actually came over to live in the States for a while. And as soon as he did, he absolutely wreaked havoc. So this guy has experience in 2 different countries up to this point. And he is trying to show that he is going to do the same thing here in Saudi Arabia. Kudo, Zen, please take your seats for your match, and we are about to send it over to the casters.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، شفنا اللاعبين جاهزيتهم، خلونا نبدأ المباراة على طول وننتقل مع المعلقين.
I am so excited to be here to be able to talk about this one. This is Brad Muse on the mic with Jammers in the room with me to talk about this next block. Jammers, how excited are you for this block?
I'm super excited. It's a pleasure to work with you because this is our first time actually doing a Street Fighter block together. We didn't get to do one in Street Fighter 5, but luckily we get to do it with the new title in Street Fighter 6. And what better way to kick things off with Zen going up against Kudo. Now, a couple of facts for you guys. This matchup was played before, Zen versus Punk, and Zen completely dominated that with a 2-0 fashion. But then this is going to be good because Kudo's results aren't looking too good right now. So this is actually working excellent for Zen. If he wins this, he should be at top spot in an extremely comfortable position, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, I think Zhen has been playing so strong so far. Every match that we've seen of him has been dominant. I mean, Rob was talking about how, you know, reserved and humble he is, and then he's got this super expressive character in DJ. It's like he lets all of his personality come out in the play. But Rob had also alluded to the fact that Kudo stayed in the States for a little bit, up there on the East Coast, staying out of New York. As somebody that's been commentating some of those events up on the East Coast, there's something comfortable and homey about sitting down and having Kudo back on the sticks while 100%. I get to watch it. And we are able to jump more or less right in here.
Well, these guys, they're probably talkative in their own right. But as we were talking about myself and Brad just a few seconds ago, actions speak louder than words. And it will be DJ going up against Cammy. I personally think this is a matchup in DJ's favor. He can obviously use Air Slasher. It can be punished with quick spin knuckle, but that's what the Air Slasher feint is for. If Cammy jumps, there could be Jackknife Maximum as an anti-air, if given the opportunity. That was an execution error on that dive kick there from Kudo. Good throw tech.
That trade definitely works out in Zen's favor. He has the life deficit, but having this corner position is still hugely important. And this tricky movement from DJ, you were talking about the feints. So much of what he has makes it harder. Nice, smart side switch there out of Kudo to now be able to get the knockdown. Shimmy works out. Punish counter. Now you have the drive gauge advantage. How far are we gonna press this?
Yes, and that was good because of the first throw landing 20%, being a punish counter throw, and setting up that throw loop situation. That's what allowed Kudo to get that first round there. Excellent start here for Kudo. And the check on the drive rush. One of the biggest problems in Street Fighter 6 right now for a lot of the community.
Yeah, and DJ, one of the biggest culprits for it. One of the better drive rushes in the game to try to contend with punish counter coming out.
Oh,
and now
he tricked him. He got him.
There have been so few answers to these DIs in the corner. It's been so weird watching the trajectory of the strength of DI. Kudo cashing all the way out here. That level 3 should be enough to do it. And yeah, of course it will. That is the first game to Kudo.
Delta Red Assault closing it out. Sniper locked on. And it gives us the first game under his belt. And he almost got level 3. Keep in mind as well, right? When you land supers in this game, you don't build your opponent meter. So if they're in a perilous situation, they might not be able to get out of it with the super meter they need here. And again, Kudo off to a flying start. He knows what's on the line for him. Perfect parry into the stand fist, quick spin knuckle, and ending it with spiral arrow there. Good anti-air with the jackknife maximum.
Yeah, nice up kicks there. Oh my god, that is another missed dive kick. We're seeing some of those execution errors.
Oh, goodbye to 40%. And he got the proper link, the optimal stuff there, Zen.
Oh my god, caught reaching. Zhen gonna be teaching. That is gonna be a kill. That round goes Zhen's way so clean.
And this is it, right? One of the bigger reasons I think this is a matchup in DJ's favor is the damage output. Cammy does land an abundance of damage. Yes, I do say it, but listen, DJ's exponentially higher. Goes for the frame trap there, trying to get perfect parry Kudo, but to no avail, and he's trapped in the corner.
All right. Now, how much is Zhen going to try to lock this down? I'm intrigued, actually, that he went back in and wanted to use the drive impact.
He's done.
Oh!
That's the game. All right, we're going to get our final game here. Oh, and he ended it with a perfect as well, Brad.
I mean, he got 2 perfects in one of the games against Mono in the previous block as well. This dude is just putting up perfects like it's his job.
Well, one of the things I've said in the past is singular perfects. They're not as, interesting anymore. Double perfects are what perfects used to be in the old Street Fighter games. That's why I think they're more appealing. Gets a confirm and ends it. That was optimal stuff there from Kudo. He got that confirm only because he got a drive rush cancel on a standing opponent to get the back round to connect. And he's going to go for meatless damage here. Zen. Here's a stagger pressure, and if he keeps blocking, he's in trouble.
Oh, man. Okay.
Wow. Error. That was an execution error.
Yeah, real shame. I feel like Kudo's been having difficulty in this mid-range. You can see even at some of the round start spots, he's trying to backdash exactly like there. Doesn't want to have to be contending with, like, low forward versus low strong. Now having locked down in the corner, the shimmy game has been working out for Kudo. It's what was working for him in the first game. When he gets that corner position on top of Zhen, it goes in his favor. It's the mid-range where it's scary.
You are completely right there, Brad. And he already tried to do a drive rush or quick spin knuckle round start there. Going to get the confirm off the low forward into spiral arrow. He's going to play the throw loop game. And last minute, DI, is he going to go for the hop into side switch? Yes, light kick, machine gun upper. Do not reversal. It's not an idea. Okay, he blocked. Oh, and that could be... This is going to be huge. He's not going to be put in burnout, though. This is level 2, so it only takes a stop of drive gauge. Yeah, he's got spec left. What's the choice?
Oh, I can't believe you chose to block on Wake Up. I'm a little bit surprised. You definitely could have lived through one combo, maybe eaten a throw or something, that made the decision there to be like, I will hold this burnout. But now in the driver's seat, nice reversal there out of Zhen through the gap.
Watch out. Please watch out for the air/feint because he's got level 3. Yeah. Oh, man. He's tricking him, and that might be the game. Is he going to do the greatest Sobat? He will, and that's going to be the round. Brad, it is match point for both players.
Catching that backdash is so crazy. There's a range where Kudo has been consistently backdashing because he wants to be able to like move in and fish with that low forward exactly like that.
Yes.
Cashing out the level 3 now. You need this, get an early life lead and get that drive gauge back. You're going to come out of this with the advantage in terms of your resources.
Fantastic choice there from Kudo. He needs that 40% because you know why? If DJ hits him, it's going to be null and void in about 2 seconds. And that's it. That is one of the best punish counter special starters in the game. That level 3 is now null and void. Oh, this is going to be dangerous for Kudo right now.
Right, and he can play an actual fireball game now, but we're going right back to the feint because we want that answer. Back throw?
Is he going to drive rush in there? That's the question. There it is. Anti-air. Can he pick him up? No. And that was such a vital perfect parry. He needs the side swap here, but he goes for the burnout decision instead, Brent.
I thought that maybe it would have been level 1 for the burnout decision, but actually saving the bar is better here because you can now try to cash out a little bit earlier. No anti-air on the J2K there?
Right, if he gets anything, that's going to be... Is he going to level 1? No, he will level 2. I don't know if this is going to kill. It might be a speck of health left. Yes, it is. Please do not wake up at level 3. Thank you.
Oh my God. Look, I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm going to keep it a buck. In that spot, I am buffering like my life depends on it.
You can do, but the thing is, if you do it immediately, and that's exactly what Kudo waited for a split second, he just waited and he said, okay, I've confirmed that you're not going to do it immediately, and that was fantastic stuff to see. Well done.
Yeah, we are going to remind you guys all of how this action went. Let's cut to the highlights.
Kudo saw Zen's win streak, and he did not like that whatsoever. Making his first appearance on this main stage of Gamers 8, he goes and takes Zen down, handing him his first loss. It was a good match, but when my man chased down that burnout out the end with a spiral arrow, situational awareness, and he got the job done. Kudo has a name for a reason, burst onto the scene in Street Fighter 5, especially when he came over to America, smoking a whole lot of everybody, and it looks like he's trying to continue doing just that right here at Gamers 8.
Well, for Kudo, it's totally the opposite. He had a difficult start with his matches, but now he flipped it over. Now he have more chances. أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأولى، شفنا المستوى العظيم اللي قدمها لنا كودو بعد ما كسر فيها سلسلة الانتصارات اللي حققها لنا فيها زين، لكن المراحل ما زالت مستمرة وباقي مبارياتنا مستمرة، وراح نبدأ مباراتنا اللي بعدها ونتعرف على لاعبينا الآن.
And now, let's get into our next match. Let's take a look at our first player. Kills you. Kills you gets a beautiful round of applause from the crowd as he makes his first appearance on the main stage, and I tell you what, he deserves it. This young man fighting out of France is only, I want to say, 21 years old maximum, extremely young, and he used to be a pro gamer in sports games prior to coming over to the world of Street Fighter, so he shows that he can get it done in any arena. And of course, you might not know this, but his first name is actually Kylian, just like Kylian Mbappe, and they're both coming from France. Does he have the talent like Mbappe? I would like to say so personally.
Well, he's still young, and since he made it here, I'm sure that we're going to see an amazing performance from him. لكن أعزائنا المشاهدين شفنا اللاعب الأول هو من أصغر اللاعبين من المنافسين اللي معنا في هذه البطولة، ولكن في نفس الوقت صحيح بداياته كانت في 2018، لكن من بدأ إنجازاته حافلة معنا في البطولات، والحين وصل معنا إلى مرحلة بعيدة، لكن تفصل هذه البطولة خصمه راح نتعرف الحين ونشوفه على المسرح. رحبوا معنا في فيجا باتش. فعلا اللي جالسين نشوفه في المنافسات فعلا عندنا اللاعب برضه فيجا باتش. The other way.
My man Vega Patch do whatever he feel like doing out here. Okay, that's wild. My man said he going the other way. Vega Patch unconventional
it's
player.
shorter, by the way, I think.
He said it's harder that way. He want the fire.
اكزاكتلي. اعزائي المشاهدين عندنا فيجا باتش وجوده حتى برضو معنا في المنافسه هذه. انجازاتها كانت كبيره في السنه الماضيه، كانت ذهبيه. السنه هذه يبغى ذهبها برضو، خصوصا بعد وجوده معنا في البطوله الحاليه. فيجا باتش is literally blowing up now.
I want to make sure people know something very important. Everybody at home and everybody right here in the arena. If you look over at Kills You, he does have on black Air Force Ones. So that means his opponent could be in some real danger right now, but I do not think that Vega Patch is scared of the heat. Vega Patch, Kills You, you can't take your seats. This is about to be amazing.
فعلا اللي بنشوف المباراة الحين غير طبيعية، وفعلا عندنا اللاعبين كلهم أول تواجد لهم على المسرح، بنشوف مباراة غير طبيعية.
And now let's head over to our casters.
أعزائي المشاهدين نبدأ مباراتنا وننتقل مع معلقينا.
All right, we're here for our next match here in this next block of match. I gotta say, Vega Patch is, he's a commodity. He's such a fan favorite, only because you tell him to go left, he'll go right. And that is just absolutely amazing because of his playstyle is unpredictable, so is his way of life. It's fantastic, I love him.
Yeah, I mean, I can only hope that what happened there is not Vega Patch getting mixed by reality, but instead Vega Patch mixing up reality in response. As long as he's the one driving the interaction, that's totally fine. Now, selfishly, I gotta say, I am happy to be able to watch some Chun-Li play. As a Chun-Li main myself, when I sit down, I was taking notes on the previous block for the broadcast. I'm taking notes for myself now.
Yeah, no, picking Chun-Li for Vega Patch was a surprise to a lot of people. And he's actually been playing Chun-Li since the beta days, and he said Chun-Li is extremely powerful, and I don't know why she's not getting spoken about. And we're like, well, look, just think of this as testament to what you should have done in SF5, but he loves Fang, and he's obviously waiting for Aki. But right now, Chun-Li is filling in that temporary spot, but then his opponent Kills You. Nothing to sneeze at. This guy, once he understands what he needs to do, he'll pick an extremely strong character and he'll go from there. And he's a young talent as well. Like you said, he's 21, I think, at most. I don't think he's 22 yet. He's one of the best, probably esport youngsters I've ever seen in a little while. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I'm not sure if these guys have exchanged blows in any European tournament, Salt Mine League, corner to corner, etc., etc. I'm not particularly sure, but hey,
if there's one way to actually have your first exchange in Street Fighter 6, it will be out for a couple of years. What better way to do it than at Gamers8?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You saying kills you is 21. That makes me. I can't imagine being world class at anything at 21. That is not fair. Where is all this talent and all these young people coming from? I do not understand it. And you talked about being able to pick a strong character. Has a strong character here in Jory. Particularly, I mean, most represented character at CEO. We didn't see as much of her at EVO, but I imagine partly because some tech had to be developed in order to deal with her.
Well, we'll see right now. Good confirm into the spinning bird kick. Goes low again into the tick throw here, Vega Patch. And he already has. Kills you, reacting with a drive impact. I don't think Jory's got a side swap, which is why he goes for the back throw there. Minimal damage, but the positioning is what's super important in this game.
Double shimmy there. 4 kills you, works out. Now has the corner control plus frames off of it. Wanted to up back out. Vega Patch wants out of this corner so badly. You're not going to get it. Burned out now.
Boy, and that's going to be a forced knockdown here. Couldn't get the extension, I should say. And then just going to go back to neutral. I think these two characters have a lot of scenarios where they can negate the other person's pressure. If Jury gets her fireball, she can do it, and then Chun-Li can counter that with Kikoken. But you obviously do have to watch out for that drive rush, which Vega Patch is now stunned, and that's going to be round 1. And I don't want him to prioritize trying to check it or preemptively check it with a medium punch. If he can get Kikoken out in a comfortable neutral situation, there you go. That was very close. Then he should be able to win the neutral in a fair number of aspects.
Oh my god, an attempt at an instant air legs, but the spacing of it didn't quite work out to get the throw tech attempt, and now trying to utilize that fireball like you were just speaking to, but unfortunately, we're already back at the corner and now having to deal with this burnt out once again. Is this a rerun?
He is mauling his drive gauge here, Brad, and then is he going to get an extension or confirm into level 3? That's going to be the issue here for Vega Patch.
This is
he got hit. That's going to be the round. He didn't respect it. He didn't respect it. I wonder if he did identify drive impact was coming and he cancelled into lightning legs, it might have saved him. But that's going to be game 1 here to kills you.
Yeah, a real strong showing. I feel like Vega Patch didn't really find an answer in the neutral, and it's a shame because that's where Chun-Li really thrives in this game. She has a fantastic low forward, great walk speed. She needs to kind of be in the driver's seat. Catches the start of, I think that was a DI there with the low short, but has spent so much drive already just to get in and get a pittance of life. I love the use of towards heavy kick to deal with that low traveling fireball.
Yes, that's big, and then a perfect parry, or almost try to get a perfect parry there on the jump in, early jump in. And he gets the down forward roundhouse into an EX spinning bird kick extension. All right, walks away. Walking away is pretty powerful in this game, actually. It's extremely powerful in this game.
Nice pick up.
A lot of scenarios. Is that going to be the round, level 1? Yeah.
There's one thing that I want to highlight here. There's been a couple of spots here where Vega Patch is throwing fireball and going to try to DR behind it. And what keeps happening is he's fishing with a button and he's committing so early that kills you is going for like a later jump and getting away from the interaction. So Vega Patch is committing an awful lot of resources to try to create a situation that isn't working out for him. Nice pick up off the low forward, and now the jump puts kills you back towards the corner.
He doesn't want to linger in neutral too long to allow kills you to use his drive rush to maintain the advantage in neutral. And look at that, he built up so much bar back by holding the drive rush there, or parry.
Ooh, layers there. It's changing up their jump timing a lot to try to get out of the corner, but still stuck. Perfect parry.
That's fantastic. Watch out for the jump from Killzu. Is he just going to wait? It looks like he's going to wait it out here.
Oh, checking with so many lows into the stance. Another stance, plus frames after because he's in the burnout and has the level 3 for a cash out. What a turnaround here for Vega Patch.
And that will be one apiece here. I think Vega Patch might have been not sure if that was going to take the KO for him, but it does. One apiece, immediately back into the dogfight, and he cancelled out the driver from negated it with an EX fireball there. Kills you, and down forward hard kick works again.
But unfortunately did not have the charge there after the standing medium kick. That whiffed standing, or the standing strong. That standing medium kick there was definitely supposed to go into that. Now with the burnout, went into HK legs forward. What an early answer for the jump.
This is probably the most chaotic match we've had because these two are trying to fight tooth and nail to get rid of the other guy's drive gauge as the first priority before anything else happens, but substantial life lead here for Vega Patch. And good throw tech there from him as well.
Yeah, Kills You is going to be able to get their drive gauge back first, and there it is. But it still is Vega Patch in the driver's seat, both in terms of life and in terms of the pace in the neutral. Now being a little bit more defensive, but great presence of mind from Kills You to check the forward movement after the OD fireball into the DR.
Wakes up with lightning legs. That should be the round. He spent level 1 just to make sure. I think he could have nip that in the bud with maybe a conversion into medium spinning bird kick. But hey, I'm not the player, I'm the commentator. Already drive rush round start into a light spinning bird kick conversion, and he gets another one. And it is Kills, you're going to wake up the reversal or leave it. He flopped the safe jump as well.
Yeah, he did. I love the way Vega Patch is using Crouching Fierce. It's a really good sort of like auto shimmy-ish button. You find Chuns will use it a lot in situations where they want to bait out throw. Oh, nice falling medium kick in order to check that forward movement out of Kills You, and this is such a life deficit for Kills You.
He's been so unpredictable and very difficult to stay on the ground. So elusive here has Vega Patch been, and he's already at match point. Kills You, I think he's been completely bamboozled as to how to come back from this. If he does, I'll tell you what, that's what you call a second wind. Gage is back. He might have to spend level 3 on the next interaction. I think it's going to be huge if he does it.
I mean, Vega Patch is about to get a level 3 of his own, but even just a level 2, not that we're going to need it. Standing jab, confirm, works out for Vega Patch to turn that one around. What a reversal after that first game, looking really uncomfortable, but maybe just needed a little bit to shake it off, get acclimated for the stage, and come alive a little bit.
I see remnants of Fang in his Chun-Li, and with how highly offensive this game is, it does really work out for him at this moment in time to even eat up. He's just waiting. This is brilliant. Now, the thing is with Kills You, unlucky to Kills You. Kills You still trying to do the couple of shimmy techniques that used to be super successful with Karen, but people have been very disciplined as to not throw tech or delay tech on defense, because that might be the most damaging way that will get you in so much trouble. So I really feel good stuff there, good discipline from Vega Patch to end that round. But yeah, we're looking back at things here. Great start here as well for Kills You. But then again, getting that drive impact as well. But I just love how these guys were fighting to get that drive gauge lead. One guy wanted to replenish his drive gauge and then burn out. The other guy's trying to take it off. So yeah, let's go over to the highlights.
Vega Patch getting it done with the Chun-Li. Fascinating that he went from Fong, which is a super unorthodox character, going all the way to the Chun-Li, switching over to the footsies. But I tell you what, even though Kills You lost, remember I said he has on those black forces. That means that he either is going to win this money or there's a possibility that he is going to take it with them black forces on, with his NBA YoungBoy energy right there. My man's Kills You is still absolutely a threat in this tournament in all seriousness, but Vega Patch is looking formidable.
Absolutely, he's still a threat. He's still in the group, and we're still in the first day. He still have his chances to come back stronger. لكن أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأولى اللي كانت ما بين كيلز يو وفيجا باتش، شفنا المباراة قديش كانت جدا ممتعة، وفيجا باتش تفوق فيها وفاز في المباراة رغم صعوبتها، إلا أنه قدر يحقق الانتصار. مبارياتنا ما زالت مستمرة، ما زلنا مستمتعين في هذه اللحظة. ما أنا متأكد أن كلنا لسه برضو عندنا الطاقة، نبغى نشوف أكثر، نبغى نشوف المتعة أكثر، نبغى نشوف مباريات أكثر معنا. خلينا نشوف المنافسين على طول معنا ونرحب فيهم على المسرح.
These matches have been amazing up to this point, and we are not done yet. Let's take a look at our next match and see our first player. Jobby M. This may be the most fascinating player as far as storylines are concerned in the world of Street Fighter right now. Coming from Africa, specifically South Africa. We just saw him put his region on his back, his entire continent on his back last year when it came to Street Fighter V, and then just recently at Red Bull Kumite, taking down Tokido in an absolute David versus Goliath match, or so we thought, and he proved us wrong. Jobby M more than deserving of his spot, and I cannot wait to see his match.
Well, a lot of pressure is on him. He's representing his country here in an international tournament. لكن أنا متأكد أن في نفس اللحظة مستعد جدا للمنافسة. لكن أعزائي المشاهدين، منافسة برضو منافسة جدا قوي. خلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب فيه على المسرح. رحبوا معنا في Problem X. سنة من الاحتراف واختصاصه برضه في ستريت فايتر، يعني هذا من جد ميزه في المنافسات بشكل عام. اللاعب هنا جاينا من بريطانيا، جاينا من المملكة المتحدة، يبغى يمثل بلده وفي نفس الوقت يبغى ياخذ اللقب. من جد مستواه العظيمة في المنافسات الماضية أثبتت جدارتها طلعت ثمارها إلى هذه المرحلة. راح نشوف مباراة غير طبيعية.
Problem X, men like Problem X. Of course, an Evo champion representing Team Mouse. This is gotta be, I would say, the best Street Fighter player to ever come out of the continent of Europe. Of course, Reinhardt is in the conversation if you're talking about all-time play for all fighting games. But when it comes to Street Fighter itself, Problem X is probably unmatched. Absolutely phenomenal player. Problem, Jobby is, you had sat down at first. They had you stand back up. You were just skipping the rules at first. Jobby M, Problem X, you guys can take your seats. My man Problem looking clean in that tiger red too. He's looking ready. He's looking absolutely phenomenal right now. Jobby M versus Problem X. We have an amazing match on our hands. England going up against South Africa. Let's throw it over to our casters so we can get into the action.
Well, they're both wearing red as well. It's like it gives you the urge as well in the matches. We're going to see an amazing match now. أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا اللاعبين عندنا المباراة الحالية. خلينا نبداها ونروح على طول مع معلقينا ونبدأ المباراة.
I'm so excited to jump in on this one. Problem X has been one of my favorite players for a very long time. And then Jobby obviously had that fantastic performance at Red Bull Kumite, immediately becoming a player that you just had to feel connected to. And I had the privilege to talk to him the other day, and just the way that he spoke about his scene and about how it felt to be in that position he was at Red Bull Kumite was just so heartwarming. But Problem X, obviously a prolific player. What are you expecting going into this matchup, Jammers?
Well, look, this is going to be a blood-pumping matchup between the players and the characters as well. And I'll tell you what, right, just a little bit of, to give you guys a clue in, after hours, off the clock, these two are lovely gentlemen to speak to. So Jobby M, coming from South Africa, he should be maining Chun-Li. The Tokido Slayer had a performance at South Africa Red Bull Kumite. Hopefully he can ride that momentum throughout the year of the competitive season. I really want to see him at more invitationals and more high-stakes tournaments. Got up against Problem. Now, he does use Lily. However, so does Jobby M. Jobby M has got a little bit of Lily experience here, but I expect to see Blanca. He has actually been grinding and practicing using that Blanca and perfecting it. So I can expect, me personally, Chun-Li versus Blanca, but does Jobby M expect the Blanca? That is the real question at hand here for me.
Yeah, I truly wonder, right? I think there's been a couple of players that have come in with these surprise new character developments. Obviously, Zhen making the switch over from JP to DJ. If we see a similar switch from Problem, I think that has a lot of really interesting potential. Blanca seeing some interesting representation. Obviously, Mena RD, who we've seen a couple of times so far today, the second place finish over at Evo just this past weekend, bringing out the Blanca as well. This character has some sauce. I was trying to pick Mena's brain about it yesterday. We have to sit down and have a longer conversation, but, you know, I'm not used to having to treat Blanca seriously. I still need to like get rid of that mental block.
You and me both. Like, this character was a gimmick. He wasn't taken seriously. Blanca players didn't want any friends, but like now it's just flipped entirely on its head. He's actually seriously a strong character. He's actually in top contender, top 5, depending on who you ask, in the international community. But we'll see how it goes here. Hey, this is all hypothetical, by the way. If he doesn't pick Blanca here, problem, I'll be very surprised. He does have 1 or 2 other characters he could use here, but I am expecting the Blanca, and he's had quite a bit of discussions about the game with other top players, as well as, you know, people that he's really close to. Like, these guys are professionals. They play as much as they possibly can. This is going to be big because this is their first game of the group today, so this will set pace, as we say.
Yeah, I think even in general, when we're talking about the character stuff, right, I find that if you play 2 characters and you queue up into somebody that plays one of your characters, I feel like your inclination is usually not to bring them out, because when you play a character, you come into that matchup with a different type of understanding, right? Once you know what it's like to drive that vehicle, the decision-making that you make as the defender changes a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if neither one of them pulled out the Lily, just because neither one of them wants to try to knowledge check the other when they've read the book, you know what I mean?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that statement there, Brad. That was completely brilliant. I will also say as well, I think one of the things for me is, so Chun-Li, again, her buttons do half the work for her. You actually seldom see her stand fierce being used as a poking tool. It's more as a combo starter, and it helps in other aspects as well. There's other buttons used: crouch medium kick, forward medium punch, light conversions, go for frame traps with the stance cancel, Serenity Stream cancel. But then Blanca's crouching medium punch got a lot of active frames, like several buttons he has. Blanca's probably the character with the most active frames across his entire toolset, and I don't think that's ever actually been seen before in a Street Fighter game. I could be entirely wrong. But if he spaced himself correctly, crouching medium punch will stuff a lot of Chun-Li's buttons, drive rush cancel, get a full combo into the roundhouse, and then you set pace from there. And then just like I was saying with Latif on analysis earlier in the day, what is Jarby M's knowledge of Blanca's Lightning Beast, the level 2? How far is he willing to go? And he's gone with the Lily pick. Okay, my hypothetical out the window. Let's adjust it here. I wonder why he's gone with the Lily pick. This is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Blanca just feels too fresh to bring out. I mean, there's so much on the line in this tournament. I feel like if you're not feeling completely comfortable with your pick, especially in a 1-2 here like we have in the round-robin version of this pool, maybe you feel different once you get past the group stage into the full double limb bracket and you're up to 1-3. An early start here for Problem X as he's taking the life lead, well, using that wind store immediately.
It's a brilliant start here for Problem X at the moment. Gets a whip punch with the back fist into Condor Wind, and he's going to go Condor Spire, go for the meaty, and Tensho kicks, breaks away here, but Jarby M gets the back throw. Right. And a throw again.
Yeah, wants that back in the corner. Oh, wow, it was early enough. Yeah. OD Spire can beat DI, but it was so early and immediately into the stun.
He could be dead if he does a drive rush cancel combo, and he didn't do it. I think if he'd done a drive rush cancel, he could have got the round, but that's going to be it. Drive impact from the wall splat, and you're going to end it with lightning legs there, Brad.
I think Problem had enough life that he still could have counter-DI'd in that spot. I continue to be surprised by how difficult people are feeling. Oh, what an answer to the wind store. You need to be respectful of the level 2 out of Chun in those spots.
All right, heavy Tensho kicks there into the meaty drive rush, overhead full conversion. He goes for drive rush cancel there for a little bit extra damage there. Jarby M looking strong. Goes to the back fierce meaty. Problem's having a hard time getting out the corner here, but he wants to get him in burnout, and he missed it with the drive impact. It paid off, and that will be game 1 from the Tensho kicks there. And that was an absolute domination from Jarby M game 1. The question is, and he sticks with Lily.
All right, jump in. Oh, I have to imagine that fireball was a mistake. That was way too close to want to go for a fireball. Mozanchu to try to enter it, making Problem X try to use these wind stores, and a nice counter poke there with the low forward, now having this corner control. Throwtech, it just wants out of the corner with that OD Spire. Even on block, it would have been plus frames.
I think he just wants to overwhelm him with EX Condor Spire when he gets it. Eliminate the projectile in Kikoken there, but he has to understand that Jarby M's looking to play a little bit of neutral and counter any approach he has, and he's not reacted to DI here, Problem. Throw.
Okay.
Freezing Hawk, level 1, can do a little bit of damage here for Problem. And he's got to be careful. He's got 3 stocks here, so he could be ignorant.
Oh. I feel like those jab checks were Jabi trying to like buffer level 1 or something as an answer to it. You know that Problem was going to fish with Condor in that spot for plus frames. Nice pickup off the low forward, right into the DR, and we are back in the corner. Overhead mix-up is not blocked. That is my problem with Modern Chun, is you lose that. Reversal level 1 once again for Problem X.
And that was a punish counter. I thought because of the meat, he might have recovered in time from that level 1. I think it's around 10 frame start, but it doesn't really matter at this point. And what a whip punish. This is what I was talking about before. That's like the first time he's used that stand fist there, Brad.
I think the problem with using it as a whiff punish is that you risk having it come out in a spot where you don't get the follow-ups off Serenity Stream like we saw. But the level 2 to answer the Windstorm, once again, one more touch here ought to do this round for Jabi. But instead, he knows to block the reversal this time because Problem has been going to it so consistently.
Well, count your lucky stars that there is not an invincible EX Tomahawk there. There's going to the match point round here for Jabi M. But will Problem X bring it back? Level 1 on Wake Up again. It looks like Jabi is not expecting Problem to do it, which also means he's not respecting it. Gets the whip punish with back fist again.
Oh, what a neutral jump, but he doesn't come down with a button, so Problem X is able to counterpoke with stand short. Now having the screen control, has the wind stock. What a check on the forward movement.
I think he tried to do a command grab there, and Jabi just happened to press it. He might have tried to parry, but the medium kick came out. Condor Spire, and he waits. And he's not going to do level 2 this time. That meter he's got is integral, but the stand medium punch, luckily, anti-airs with Lily. And we're going into a final game here. Okay, interesting. I find the whole aspect that he picked Lily in this matchup very interesting. I would have expected Blanca, but it's one apiece right now.
Another nice pickup off the low forward. It's been such a good button here for him. And now the shimmy working out, wanting to get that extra plus frames.
Man.
Burns himself out, though.
Oh, this is huge, Brad! And then again, Lily's damage is all in the corner. That's going to be the stun. Charge up a Condor Wind, and here comes all the damage. You ain't seen Lily combos. You're about to see one here. Is that going to be it? No. Thought he would have comboed into Breezing Hawk the level 1, but he didn't.
Okay, empty jump so that he doesn't get smoked by the anti-air on the jump in. Now, Jabi has to play a little bit slower. Not close enough to get the pickup off the fireball, even with the DR. But now Problem in burnout, but he counterpokes as Jabi tries to move forward. We are on set point for Problem X.
We are the shoes on the other foot. What a turnaround here. Try to start things off with a stand medium punch poke, but he's got to be careful. What a whip punish again with the back fist. He's actually had huge mileage, great success from that back fist whip punish there. Look at it again. Condor Spire. He's been so active in the neutral, making sure that Jabi can't really lock him down unless he splurges the meter, puts him locked down in the corner here.
Yeah, that neutral jump utilization coming out once again. These low checks after the DR in that spot, that's the second time now that low short has hit counter poke on that startup there. Oh no, that DI was not what you wanted.
He's not gonna get him. Yeah, he's not gonna get him. This is huge. He's got level 3 as well. Yeah, okay. He's going for a raw level 3 hit. Now, his punish counter, the damage does not change. It's going to be a lot of damage here, Brad. That's the second highest damaging CA in the game, by the way.
Yeah, just backing off. Jabi's in a really rough spot here. He can't really risk going in. Problem gets away with getting these win stores, and now with you being in burnout as well, that is so plus. That was checkmate. The most that you could have done was like try to make a gutsy level 1 read through these gaps, but with you being in burnout and the fact that those win stores give those spires the additional plus frames, you were going to be hard pressed to find a gap. And frankly, I imagine that he got hit trying to bust out with something and just not really getting it the way that he wanted to.
It went from bad to worse, out of the frying pan into the fire. And there you have it. Problem X and Jabi shaking hands. They're probably going to have a conversation over dinner later regarding that matchup. I was very surprised. I will hold my hands up. I was not expecting the Lily pick, but hey, it did work out. Shout out to Foxy Grandpa back at home because he did help Problem X practice a lot in this matchup, just in general. Not for this event specifically, but just in general. And you need that kind of knowledge here. And it was very interesting to see regardless. But hey, let's go check out these highlights.
It feels weird to say it, but Problem X, the low-tier hero, my man cooking up with the Lily. You brought it up backstage at EVO. You saw pretty much no Lily matches on stream. And if you ask most people, that is with good reason. Definitely not looked at as one of the more meta characters in the game, but Problem X is known to be an innovator, known to build characters from the ground up, and clearly he has some tech with that Lily. But Jarby M did look strong as well with the Chun-Li taking that first game.
Well, this is what we saw. We saw an amazing gameplay with Lily. It was surprising, and I talked to you about it backstage. Like, is Lily that popular? And he told me, no, it's not. She's not. Nobody play her. And but with Problem X, everything works. literally and we saw him winning this match. أعزائي المشاهدين شفنا المباراة الأولى كيف كانت ممتعة، شفنا مستوى عظيم، فعلا شفنا اللاعب بروبلم اكس يلعب شخصية يمكن ما هي شائعة جدا خصوصا في البطولات العالمية. شخصية ليلي اختيار غريب كان لكن اختارها وقدر يتفوق فيها. كان تحدي بالنسبة له انه بيختار هذه الشخصية عشان يقدر يتفوق، يبغى يصعب على نفسه وفعلا قدر يحقق الانتصار. مبارياتنا لسه ما وقفت، بقينا مباريات أكثر مستمرين معكم فيها إلى نص الليل.
It's amazing the worldly competition that we have going on right here in Saudi Arabia. We just saw England, Nando's, going up against South Africa, the Spitfire Brim. And now we make our way back over east as we look at somebody from the land of fighting game godhood, Japan. Let's take a look at our first player. I love seeing Kakaru's energy. You see he's all smiles, waving to the crowd. And I'll tell you what, Kakaru, he may have one of the most ridiculous Evo moments I've ever seen in that match up against Kaba. My man wakes up with the Ryu. This is back when he went by a completely different name, but all you didn't know is Kakaru though. My man wakes up, dash up DP, catches the back dash, catches the V shift. That was ridiculous. I see somebody in the crowd pointing the hype about it right now. Kakaru, of course, also won the LCQ and Red Bull Kumite. We saw him doing extremely well just recently at EVO, one of the strongest players in Street Fighter 6 at its early stages.
Well, we can see it from his face also. Look how confident he is here.
He's ready.
Yeah. He's waiting for his match. أعزائي المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا اللاعب كاكيرو فعلا حضوره برضه قوي، وجوده من اليابان من سفرته إلى المرحلة الحالية على جديته في هذه المنافسة، رغم أن السنوات الماضية كانت بالنسبة له شوي صعبة، لكن السنة هذه انطلاقته كانت جدا قوية، لعبة ورا الثانية، جالس يحقق إنجازات وبطولات واحدة ورا الثانية، من جد كان خصم جدا صعب، لكن برضه خصمه مختلف معنا، خلونا نرحب فيه ونتعرف عليه على المسرح. رحبوا معنا في فال ماستر. اللاعب هذا ما يختفي من الساحة، متواجد الدائم، خبرته من أكثر من 9 سنوات وهو ينافس على البطولات، فعلا اسم كبير، لاعب كبير يبغى يحقق إنجازات أكثر، وجوده هنا وراح ينافس ضد كاكيرو. نبغى نشوف كيف المنافسة راح تكون، لأن من جد هذه المنافسة ممكن تكون حتى توصل معنا إلى النهائيات، لا تستغربون. اللاعبين كلهم ممكن يوصلون معنا، يتعدون المراحل الحالية ويوصلون برضو معنا إلى مرحلة البلاي أوفس. كلهم يتنافسون الآن وبرضو يتنافسون برضو معنا في المرات الجاية في نفس المرحلة، مرحلة الجروب ستيج.
I love how Kakadu came out. He's waving to the crowd, big smiles and everything. My man Valmaster came out with a stone face. My man Kakadu, he looking like the young protagonist, whereas my man's Valmaster, he comes out looking like the anime villain or something like that. So it depends on what arc we're in right now. That is going to decide who wins this. Valmaster, Kakadu, you may take your seats. We have an amazing match coming at you right now. You guys can sit down. You guys are all good. Yeah, you're Gucci. You're Gucci. We have an amazing match coming at you right now. France versus Japan. Valmaster versus Kakaru. I expect to see some Chun-Li versus JP action, but there could be a switch-up. We're about to see. Let's take it over to our casters.
I love how did you describe it. It's going to be like an anime fight, and probably it's going to be like an anime fight. Like both of them are extremely good players. I'm going to see an amazing game. أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا اللاعبين وحضورهم برضو معنا في هذه المنافسة، خلونا نبدأ المباراة على طول ونروح لكم مع معلقين.
All right. One thing I love about Rob and Atik, shouts to those guys, were amazing people. They had to really set precedence with the anime scenario here. Kakaru going up with the JP, Valmaster with the Chun-Li. The funniest thing, obviously, to the rest of us, except Valmaster, is he expressed his complaints, or he lamented a fair bit on social media at EVO. He obviously got double JP'd, I believe, in the bracket, and then he had to fly, you know, over 20 plus hours to Saudi Arabia. Only to find out halfway through the journey, they got put in a group with 2 JPs. So that's not good for the journey now, is it?
No, I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And hey, you talking about setting up that anime arc. I feel like there's so many conversations about how JP doesn't feel like a traditional Street Fighter character in a lot of ways. I've heard a lot of comparisons. Somebody decided to compare him to like an NRS character with the way some of his normals work a little bit. Is one way to put it. But I remember when I first saw JP, all I could think to myself was like, wow, the way that his projectiles work, the way that he's doing these like full screen combos with the spirit and everything really reminded me of like a Uni character, almost like a Hilda or something.
Yeah, you know? It's going to be crazy here, but yes, I'm just going to let you people know at home, sometimes Valmaster, he can't hide his facial expressions when he goes up against a character he doesn't particularly like, but his gameplay will do the talking, and that's why he picked Kimberly instead. And he has been working on this Kimberly ever since day 1 of Street Fighter 6. So I like this choice. Kimberly does give JP a little bit of trouble. However, I think there's been a little bit of a technical issue on Kakaru's end. Let's find out. Oh, damn it. Has he lost his steam already? Oh, no. That is unfortunate there. Because he went off to fine start, did the 100-meter sprint. He went in, and then Kakaru, or JP, was just
walking back and getting clipped.
Yeah, uncharacteristically walking backwards. And he's like, hang on a minute, I forgot the right cane. Let me pick up the right cane as JP. I picked the wrong one. I picked the, you know, the Thursday cane, not the Wednesday one.
Yeah. I mean, with the amount of hatred that Valmaster has for JP, there's probably an element of like, no, let it rock, that's fine. One less round for me to play against.
Oh, I would so do that. I'd be like, wait, give me the round,
How much money is at this tournament? Yeah, I'd take the round. Take the round.
The less time I gotta fight JP, the better. But no, honestly, we're just kidding here. These guys are getting to it immediately. So we're gonna find out. Now, like we said, Kakaru is, the general consensus is he is the best JP in the community as a whole. Right now, optimal, very elusive on the ground. He really feels that you are locked down anywhere on screen. Mid-range, up close. All right, long distance here. Good check on the drive rush and gets the counter hit confirmed into Stryborg there. And he's already put out the departure.
Yeah, you talk about that counter hit confirm, and what I was about to say, as it happens again, I feel like the cadence for Kimberly players a lot is to be like nearly full screen outside of everything, and then it's between, you know, run slide, drive rush low forward, or teleport. And Kakaru's doing such a great job of checking all of those things. Level 1, immediate corner control. What's the mix gonna be? Finds the shimmy. That's a perfect.
That was beautiful. Stand fierce into EX Tourbillon to end it. Like, Brad, look at that optimization. That was crazy into the level 1. He's really putting Valmaster in these uncomfortable, these dangerous scenarios here, and he's checked every single drive rush in some way, shape, or form.
More than even just that, you can see that when Kakaru wasn't in range to start running his own game, you saw him back up and specifically stand at a spot to elicit that response out of Valmaster. Yes.
Oh, EX Amnesia. I was wondering when that's going to come, and it arrived just on time. And Kimberly's trapped in a corner, so unless he does run slide, he's gonna stay there unless he does run slide. I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Medium punch, one of the best air buttons in the game. Wall splat. That's the game. That's the round. He's done.
And that was so smart. DR masking the DI a little bit in the way all those particle effects on the screen. Even I wouldn't have been able to react to that one. I feel like there's so much we're seeing DI so problematic. That one was particularly tricky, I think.
I tell you what, right? It's hurting inside because whatever technical issue Kakaru had moments ago, well, it's just null and void as soon as his controller started working here. Yeah, so he's stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Valmaster, he has to make the CEO decision. Does he go with comfortability? Yes, and he's picked Chun-Li. Listen, if you're gonna get upset, got upset using your main character.
Yeah, and I think more than even just the main character, I think the difference in the cadence of the matchup is going to make a big deal. It was so clear that Kakaru had the answers to the way that Kimberly was going to try to get in. So you need to instead be a little bit more willing to walk forward. Chun does that way better. That being said, stuck in the corner. Whoa, so good, and now we have the corner control.
Yes, and he gets the shimmy attempt with the crouch fierce as well. Extension into Tensho kicks. Do not throw him. Okay, good start.
Didn't believe in the crouching strong confirm though, but we do have the pickup here. That is 1,000,000% a dead character. OD up kicks, yes, round on the board for Valmaster.
This is it, I get it. You know, Forfeels had a similar issue. I see it. You just look at the character, you're like, look, you put a mental block on yourself, then I can't do it. And he's already off to a fine start, an electrifying start here. Again, confirming to the corner, and then EX Amnesia. He can't get the back throw there, but he will get the positional advantage here.
Yeah, so having level 2, is that going to work? Yeah, it has the parry too, so we're giving Kakaru so much drive gauge back. Punish counter here. When is the DI reset going to come? Because I have to imagine it's going to happen.
Now it's coming, and that combo was only possible because he held parry on the level 2 to get the drive gauge he needed, so he doesn't put himself in debt with the drive gauge. Fantastic stuff there.
Which meant we didn't need the reset because the level 3 is what ended up triggering the burnout. And the burnout for JP, we all keep saying, is the win condition. Once you're in burnout against JP, it feels insurmountable. And this round is going to go to Kakaru's set point now.
Mate, this character is absolutely vulgar, but I love it because I'm a commentator. And there you go, look at that, and then remember, when you're in the air, stand fist will put you in a floating state, so he will get a guaranteed juggle from that. I was doing some lab work on that earlier, that is preposterous, mate. But hey, I'm not the player. Right again.
Oh
no! Hey, Valmaster, if you guess wrong from this next encounter, I think you're done.
Yeah, this is looking like the case. You can see that Kakaru is controlling that space right in front of him. Are we gonna...
Don't wake up, please don't wake up, reversal. Oh man, this is looking bleak. He might throw it to end the round, and he does the extension kicks. He took the risk, Valmaster. And the my God! On the down forward hard kick, and Valmaster, we can't see it. We see Kakaru there taking a huge sigh of relief. I wish they put the camera on Valmaster, because you need to see that reaction instead of this one.
Yeah. Look, we're out here in Saudi Arabia, the air's a little dry. I feel like it just got a little drier, because all that salt that I'm sure Valmaster's feeling definitely just sucks some of the moisture out of the air. But I want to give, on top of everything else, the way Kakaru played, first of all, the Kimberly matchup, so expertly at controlling that space, and then doing a great job against the Chun, and then at the end there, right, going for the down forward roundhouse to try to get out of the corner, and was so ready for it. I'm sure we could talk about it forever, but the guys over on the analysis desk, I'm sure, have tons to say, so we're going to throw it back over to them.
Already in the young tenure of Street Fighter 6, we know that JP is a problem. We know that there are tons of examples of why JP is a problem. But when it comes to this kid, there's just something different about it, for me. From what I've seen, and I've finally seen VX Bao play, and that was the one contention I've heard that may be better than this kid. My conclusion after seeing VX Bao, incredible JP as well. And again, watching Kakaru here, Kakaru in a league of his own, bro.
Honestly, in my opinion, you don't know this matchup until you play Kakaru. Like, that's how it is. Like, that's why he went with the Kimberly first, right? Like, he played Kimberly up against Freya 1 May at Brussels Challenge in this same matchup. And on paper, Kimberly's supposed to do well, right? She's got a lot of ways to skip the neutral. She can dodge your projectiles. She can get in your face. But Kakaru, he doesn't rely on the bullet hell. No. He doesn't rely on putting the obstacles up. He knows how to use JP's buttons better than everybody else. And that's why when you saw Kimberly come in, stand medium kick came out, right? We were talking about that during the break. Like, it is a great hitbox, the active frames on it. Like, you can throw that out if you see drive rush, if you see your teleports. Like, there's so many things that it just stuffs.
And it's so tantalizing as well, because we also talk about Chun-Li, right? We've said that Valmaster has been a Chun-Li main forever. Him whipping out the Kim initially, just to kind of give himself up, or at least download the matchup, did not actually avail for him at all. No. Kakaru's understanding of the space in regards to his normals and the amount of control, Brad had actually talked about it earlier, right?
Yeah.
When he gets on you, it is insurmountable. That comeback was not going to be happening. There's something about Kakaru that just screams confidence, right? Not only in his demeanor as a player, but just overall his confidence on the screen. I don't think there's been really anything that Valmaster has presented to him, no offense to him, obviously world-class player, to really stop Kakaru from advancing.
Agreed, man. I think it was a masterclass.
Oh, and it's sorry to cut you off real quick.
There, especially. Well, we know Chun-Li's in this situation. They'll do the drive rush to that top over because it gets them out of the corner.
Yeah.
But
now, remember, I talked about him winning the Red Bull Japan qualifier for South Africa Kumite. That's where I first saw Kakaru, and I saw him air throw an EX hooligan and an EX dive kick in that tournament. Like his air throws are the best in Street Fighter 6, bar none.
I'm just actually very surprised that that's throwable.
Yeah, exactly, right?
So then, I mean, I guess his reactions as well is very, very sharp, but just taking a look at the rankings overall, man, it's been
Well, before we get to this one, we
ambiguous.
did just miss group. I can't remember who's group B or whatever one it was, but Zen is at the top 2-1. Punk's actually 1 and 2 in that group. So that's an interesting one as it evolves. And this is Group F, guys. Talk me through this.
Yeah, so then we got the Kakaru 1-0, NL 1-0, VX Bao 0-1, and Valmaster. I mean, they're all just making their debut on the stage, right? Definitely early trying to get the king style. We'll see how it goes. Everybody's trying to get warmed up here to play their best. But yeah, man, that's a tough first draw for Valmaster getting Kakaru. And then, of course, the Zen Kudo set was super sick.
So explosive, right? Just looking at Kudo and his expectations going into the matchup, right? I didn't think Zen was going to be bleeding the way he did, but I did want to highlight one thing. I think Kudo's understanding of the game overall, right? His game sense as to working on that drive gauge was ever so important. It wasn't just the pressure, but overall, he was trying to force Zen to kind of waste the meter as soon as he could. But taking a look at just the damage output, the sheer damage output, you have to be intimidated by this, right?
You can't make a mistake. And just like our guy Mono, our homie got these. Yeah, he's got the level 2 on lock. Yeah, and he makes it count. But that momentum I was really impressed with the way Kudo was able to hold the momentum. When he lost rounds, he lost very badly. Yeah, very quickly. First game was like 40 seconds max. And he came back, made the adjustments to change it all over. And look at the start of this sequence here.
Oh, the perfect parry. This is what I highlighted right here.
Look how he kills his game.
The drive impact.
Like,
and then right into the diminishing gauge. Yo, that was actually very, very smart from Kudo to just get rid of all of that.
And yeah, you talk about the drive meter and how he kept attacking it, right? For this game, I like to say dream. Drive rules everything around me, and that's how it goes, bro. Like, that is the most important resource in this game, and I really love him waiting on the wake up as well, because obviously the meaty, you could see it, the wake up, like, it's possible, right? But when you give somebody a moment to wake up, it's so much more difficult to time your invincible reversal to avoid that chip out, and that's exactly what we saw at the end. Waited a moment, spiral arrow for the chip, close the set.
Yeah, I love that. I love what it meant to him as well, the fist pump at the end. And then the other match we had, of course, a really juicy one. 2 Europeans going head-to-head, Spain versus France in Vega Patch. Rocking the Chun-Li, ironically, not gone for Jury in this game. He's been rocking the Chun-Li to great effect for a long while. Everyone knows he's the Chun-Li main now. He actually said he can't stand Jury, surprisingly.
It's wild to even hear that, because
this version of Jury's crazy.
He was such a fan over at Street Fighter League not too long ago. But I will say that I think he's navigated a lot of the problems that Jury does present very well. I don't know what that was, but he was on the next level mind reading. That was actually kind of wild. But overall, right, his understanding of how Killzone wanted to play offense, or at least start off, really threw him off. Like, the instant air legs was the big talk in the green room. We're like, yo, how does he know when it is exactly that Killzone wants to go in for the kill?
Like, the thing about his Chun-Li that struck me the most was the fact that you could see, like, the Vega and Jury DNA within it. Like, he plays so much more aggressive and wild, like, sporadic as a Chun-Li player. Yeah, bro, like...
He weren't biting. He weren't biting. No. I mean, Killzone was trying so hard to get his game started. But if there's one thing I'll compliment Vega Patch on, it's a gift and a curse. It's very difficult to condition that guy. I mean, playing that guy for years.
No doubt.
He'll kill himself not being conditioned. He'll win not being conditioned. And this is how the group looks. Of course, Angry Bird with the 2 wins. Haven't seen him on stream A yet. Guys, we are in the Middle East.
Can we get the Evo champ on stream, please?
Please, can we get some Angry Bird matches? MOV 0-1, and of course, we've seen others there. Now, next match to come was a shocking one. We weren't sure if we were going to see one of Problem's surprise characters, or we were going to see the Lily, or we were going to see the Honda. It was the Lily. Started bad with Jarby on absolute fire, but then Problem picked up, obviously, on the fact he was going for a meaty every single way.
Yeah, he stopped getting hit by DIs as well. I think, you know, overall, we didn't expect to see Lilies anytime soon, but I'm glad it was on this stage, right? I was just hoping it was going to be the mirror match, so this really took me by surprise. I think overall, it's just the mobility that Lily can have when she has the Windspire installed is just so problematic.
And Jarby, just...
I like what you did there.
Yeah, the problem is, I see. But yeah, Jarby, it just feels like he was definitely resting on his laurels a little bit too much, right? Like, he had his strat, his game plan. It worked so well in game 1, it felt like he didn't want to abandon it in game 2 and 3.
Right.
But like we mentioned, like, Problem just stopped getting himself in the corner. He was like, I'm not going to let you push me to the corner anymore. I'm not going to let you bully me. In like the last game, we saw Jarby go for a drive impact, but it wasn't quite at the corner, right?
Yeah.
So that's exactly what Problem X had identified, and he was like, nah, I'll Condor Spire out. I'll use the big Lily buttons before you push me there. Like, even if I take damage on the way in, I'm just making sure I'm not at the corner anymore.
Look at this group, man. It's such a deadly group. I mean, Problem X already one-on-one. I don't know what match that was. I'm going to check out what happened on Stream B and get back to you guys on the results. Big Bird flying away with it 2-0. I saw him with the clutch match against Knuckle Dude. Knuckle Dude played insane, by the way.
I believe it.
Knuckle Dude, he literally punished almost every Gladius, almost every drive impact. But it's Marissa, baby. One mistake, and that's that, right?
How it goes,
and Jarby, of course, 0-1. Sorry, what were you saying, Vicious?
I actually was kind of curious during his matchup. He actually threw out a level 2 from almost out of nowhere. I actually missed the sequence literally right before it happened. I was very curious as to what that actually happened with it. So overall, Jarby M's performance, I'm kind of curious to see what happens. A lot of curiosities, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to see what happens when he starts to navigate and find that confidence with his Lily more so than his sub-characters, right? I think overall, the mirror match, I think you have to show off whether or not you could kind of overcome that challenge against one of the best in the world, sure, but you got to also remember you're one of the best in the world.
Yeah, 100%, right? Like, Problem is just that dude. Jarby, on the other hand, like you mentioned, we would have liked to see the Lily a bit more. I would have liked to see the mirror. It would have been fun for sure, especially because Lily, I think, is a very...
No, listen, as a Lily player, we don't want to see the Lily.
No? What do you mean,
It's
man?
horrible. It's
big
horrible.
buttons, Condor Spires,
It's a big mess.
man
It's
grabs.
a big, horrible mess.
Do you ever like find yourself in a mirror match and just like stock up all the way in like...
Yeah, both Lilies stock up because they don't even know each other.
Yeah.
Listen, we got to talk about this another time. Guys, we got to cut to a break, but before we do that, we want to hear, speaking of Lily, we want to hear from the Lily himself, Problem X. Before his match, Mike Ross was able to catch up with him. Take it away, guys. This is Problem X and Mike Ross.
Right now, I am joined with actually the guy that I study all of his Lily videos with. This is where I get my Lily from, Problem X. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. It's good to be here.
So you've been seeing this tournament going on right now. You haven't played a match yet, right?
No, I haven't played yet, no.
You're scheduled to play in a bit. How are you feeling right now bringing Lily into this tournament versus all the other killers you've seen?
I mean, I'm feeling like I'm surrounded by uphill battles. However, I am excited to give it a go because I also feel like Lily's a character where people probably know the least about, or some of the least about, yeah.
So what attracted you to pick Lily? Because I think from my perspective, when I think of Problem X, I don't typically expect you to be a Lily player. So what is it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would say they would assume I play JP or Marissa. Yes, and I do like Marissa, but I picked Lily because I like her command grab, mind games, and I really like her the wind mind game. How she gathers the wind, it's in a way it's similar to Bison's gameplay in the sense where she can see how you want to respond to what she's doing. Like if you do the fake out or not. And I like getting information this way.
Now with all the players here, you know, everybody here is a beast, right? Everybody's hungry and wants to win. Is there anybody in particular that you're most excited to play?
I really want to play against, there's a few players. I haven't played against Mena, so I want to play against Mena at some point. In terms of my pool is it's like Knuckle I'll be excited to play because I haven't played him in this game. And we have a lot of history on Street Fighter. Big Bad I've played quite a bit online, but it's always fun. But really, Mena, I really want to bump into.
Yeah, you got Pool E, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Is it E?
I actually don't remember the letter.
Yeah, I got you. But yeah, you definitely, I think I mentioned it the other day. That is, to me, that's the pool that I'm waiting to see. So I want to say best of luck to you, man. Good luck. And give everybody the reason of why you should pick Lily. Yeah.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنقة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنقة حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنقة جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Picking back up where we left off, guys. The action continues here at Gamers8 Street Fighter 6. Tons of money on the line, incredible players in presence, and of course, flooded with a ton of talent as well. And joining me now after Ringe and my homie Vicious exited is Damascus and Jammers. Seeing you for the second time here, guys. How's it going?
Yeah, it's been all good. I've been really enjoying the action, obviously bouncing back and forth between analysis and commentary. And I can't wait to see even more high-level action here because despite how rapid these games have been going, some of them have actually been going in the complete opposite direction of what I expected.
Yes,
so
agreed.
that's what's the beauty about double round robin and allowing these guys to salvage a dangerous situation for themselves. It's really great to see.
Yeah, and Damascus, for you, of course, we've got this next match coming up very quickly. How's the day going before we talk about this?
It's been honestly amazing. I've been watching a bit. Couple surprises, couple less surprises. Valmaster, please make it, bro. Like, it's a bit hard, but I want to see more, always.
Well, we're going to see more. Vega Patch versus MOV.
Yeah.
The first one coming up. Jammers, tell me about this one.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, MOV isn't playing Chun-Li, so we're not really going to be seeing
Which is a surprise, I must say.
Same with Kudo. Same with Kudo. I was very surprised that they're not going with their...
But MOV even more, because MOV has that Chun-Li legacy behind.
And this Chun-Li suits, for
me,
this Chun-Li suits MOV style, right?
Yeah, which is what's crazy about SO6 in general. But I want to know if Vega Patch has done any studying or any replays of MOV at all, because again, sometimes he goes under people's radars, like a lot of the Japanese players do. You just forget about one or two of them, and they show up at an Invitational, and they surprise you. But judging by how Vega Patch was playing earlier against Killzoo, he's even got a few surprises himself, and he's managed to ingrain that Fang style in Chun-Li. I didn't think that was possible.
He has a very
but
unique
somehow
style
he's
of
done
Chun-Li.
it.
No, you're right. It's a very unique style of Chun-Li. And it's effective. I think he's quite strong in this game already, I must say.
He's already strong, but that's normal because when you've been shackled to Fang for years, like you played SF5.
Great choice of words, by the way.
You played SF5 with a huge weight behind a boulder trying to like move forward.
Shackled by volition.
Exactly, and suddenly you play a character who's got absolutely everything. She's got footsies, anti-airs, everything. He removed the weights.
Wow, there are characters that can anti-air last minute? Oh my goodness. That's not the only one we've got to see, guys. I mean, it's a bit of a mind-boggling situation because if you just told me Vega Patch was playing MOV before Street Fighter 6 came out, you'd have said that Chun-Li was MOV, but it isn't. Next one after this is KnuckleDu, who I have to shout out. I watched his game versus Big Bird, and I don't think you can play the Marissa match any better, and he still lost. Like, unbelievable.
I watched this match. Unfortunately, KnuckleDu played an entire round and made one mistake.
Yeah, one mistake.
Simply don't make a mistake, bro.
That's all that matters. But he's up against JarBM, had a very good start against Problem X, but in the end wasn't able to clutch it out. I mean, what does he do now? He plays Problem X, a Red Bull Kumite, an Evo champion. Now he gets KnuckleDu, a Capcom Cup champion. What's he got to do here,
Well, this is the thing. Despite Gao being one of the best characters in the game, he has got a decent choice. Chun-Li can actually do all right against Gao, but so can Lily. Lily's a little bit more obstinate with how she can avoid or circumvent Sonic Booms. I think he's got a little bit of a choice. If he's comfortable with the choice he makes, I think he can actually take the dogfight to KnuckleDu. But again, after losing to Marissa, especially when it wasn't him that made so many mistakes, I think he's going to try and rectify that immediately here and collect the points that he needs to. So, very tricky matchup, but this could be another surprise that we're not going to be expecting, especially when we talk about it on paper.
Definitely a group of death. And then, of course, there's more matches to come in this segment, guys. We're not done yet. Coming up after that is going to be NL taking on Valmaster. NL having a very good start so far. Valmaster, unfortunate to draw his nightmare matchup in Kakarot. Now, by the way, guys, there's some matches that have taken place on stream B that we might not be aware of yet, so I'm not sure exactly where the standings are. This is the next one coming up. Damascus, talk to me.
This one is the most important for Valmaster. Valmaster has been very vocal about his hatred of JP for weeks. Now, he came back from Evo, he lost to JP in winners, JP in losers. He's coming here, he got 2 JPs. This is the only non-JP in your group, so you better win this, because like you're not gonna have another match without your most hated character.
I've got good news for you, Damascus.
Yeah.
It's double round robin.
Yes.
So he has to play JP until 4
JPs in the same tournament. Might as well shake your hand now, but that's the thing, like that's the only time he's gonna be able to play a character that he doesn't like despise. And believe me, like, I know Valmaster, I love Valmaster. Valmaster is very strongly opinionated on characters and stuff.
Yes.
And that's the person he is.
And honestly, he's a very intelligent, very logical guy. JP's a scumbag. I'm with you. Next match coming up, guys. The last one, I believe, for the segment as well will be Vega Patch again. And finally, alhamdulillah, we get the Evo champion on stream. I mean, good lord, this guy's been on stream B all day.
Yeah.
Just fresh from winning Evo, representing the Middle East, representing Jordan and the UAE. And here he is going up against an awkward opponent, a talented opponent in Vega Patch. Jammers, take it away.
I think the million-dollar question is for me here is, can Vega Patch, with his elusive playstyle, avoid Angry Bird's aggression? He had that in SF5 and he nailed it to a T, and somehow he's made a seemingly transition to Street Fighter 6. Now, we saw the way he dominated in Evo, and this could be just another victim on the card. That's it. And it's not going to be easy. And Vega Patch, you know, kind of a nonchalant like body language. It's like, well, okay, it's Angry Bird. I might not take it. But hey, listen, make it as difficult as you can be, because a lot of people are saying Angry Bird just might walk all over him. I don't think so. We could see another 2-1, but it definitely has to go down to the wire. So I can't wait to see this one at the end of the night.
Say it with me, guys. We got 4, 3, 2, 1. For the matches, let's go. Yalla Habibi!
Yes, sir. At this point, we have seen so many phenomenal matches, and we are far from done. We are right here in Saudi Arabia, and we are at Gamers8. These matches have been insane, and we haven't even seen the Evo Champ on stream yet. We haven't even seen Big Bird on stream yet, KnuckleDu, and countless other amazing players. But don't worry, I know y'all ready, but we do have some of that coming up right now. I feel like it's leaving up to the hype.
Yeah, it's 32 players now. Like literally, we didn't see all of them here. لكن باقي أعزائنا المشاهدين، باقي مبارياتنا مستمرة، باقي رحلتنا الجاية برضه في نفس الوقت. عندنا مبارياتنا الجاية، باقي لنا 8 مباريات مستمرة الحين راح تكون معنا لما نختم فيها اليوم الأول. رحلتنا ما زالت ممتعة وراح نستمتع في آخر 8 مباريات اللي راح تكون معنا اليوم.
And we do still have 8 matches left at this point. 8 more matches for day 1. Of course, this is a 4-day event. We are just getting started right here in Saudi Arabia. But we need to start it off with this next match. Our first player is ready. Let's take a look and see who it is. MOV, an absolute beast from Japan. We have seen this guy put in work for countless years in Street Fighter at the highest level. That name MOV is with good reason, because this ain't that LimeWire or nothing like that. This is the real deal cinema when you see his gameplay. The highest level. This Chun-Li has put in work in so many different games, and in this game, in Street Fighter 6, there is no difference. This is not an exception. My man's MOV is definitely a threat to take home this tournament.
Oh, he's a legend. 18 years of experience. That's a lot. لكن برضو أعزائي المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا فيها المرحلة الحالية اللاعب MOV معنا جاءنا من اليابان بخبرة عريقة في المنافسات وفي لعبة ستريت فايتر. لكن برضو خصمه قدر يفوز في مبارياته، قدر يفوز في المجموعة، أبهرنا بالأداء اللي قدمه. فخلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب فيه على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لفيجا باتش. اللاعب هذا غير متوقع من جد، شفنا منه منافسة وأسلوب اللعب غير متوقع. أسلوبه وتحركاته، يروح يمين يسار. المرة الأولى طلع معنا على اليسار، المرة الثانية يطلع معنا على اليمين، وبنفس الوقت هذا اللي ورينا إياه بالأصح برضه في المباراة وخلاه يفوز في مباراته الماضية ضد كيلز يو. الحين هذه باقي مباراته الثانية، هل بيقدر يتفوق فيها؟ اللي راح نعرفها بعد شوي.
Vega Patch. Notice he has on the Chun-Li shirt. This is a Chun-Li mirror match. It's brave of him to have that shirt on going up against MOV, and he's showing me the sneakers too. He's showing me he got the Chun-Li kicks on at the same time, but he has that going up against a legendary long-time Chun player. The players are taking their seats, and we are about to see something special, something phenomenal. I'm gonna put you on a spot, Atik. Who do you have, Vega Patch, or do you have MOV?
Well, do you want to ask the audience maybe?
Okay, if you guys have MOV, make some noise. Okay, and now let me hear it if you have Vega Patch. Oh, they like MOV. Vega Patch, they trying to disrespect you, my boy. Now he might have to pop off. You know, he is the king of pop-offs when it comes to Street Fighter 6 up to this point. Ladies and gentlemen, MOV versus Vega Patch, Chun-Li mirror. Let's head over to the casters and get into it.
And we forgot about the audience who are watching online. They're tapping also on the chat. We didn't hear their voice, but we can see it. لكن الحين أعزائي المشاهدين راح نبدأ مباراتنا الحين، فخلونا نبدأها وننتقل مع المعلقين.
Wow, that to put the crowd on the spot like that, to have them, as Ravid said, disrespect Vega Patch, could have made a fan of them. Maybe they'll have a better showing this time. I am Brad back on the mic for this block. We've swapped out Jammers, as you saw on the analyst desk, but I got Tyrant sitting with me. How are you doing today, sir?
Oh, I'm doing very, very good, my friend. I'm really enjoying the matches so far, and we've got non-stop bangers for the rest of the day. We are over halfway through our matches for today. We got a great one on the way here with MOV versus Vega Patch.
I mean, while we're loading in, because we have a moment here while they do this, you're talking about the great matches we've seen today. Is there a standout for you so far?
Oh man, there's been a bunch. Do you know what? Even on the B stream, there's been some absolute bangers as well. But man, I've got to say that Cian versus Mr. Crimson set definitely delivered for me. That was an amazing set.
Oh no, that was a fantastic one, and it's funny, right? I know we were talking in advance, all of us, about that one. We went into that with high high expectations, and it really delivered. It's always amazing when something like that happens. And I'm going to be curious to see what comes out of this one. Chun is a character that you don't see as often as some of the other ones. I think earlier on was a little bit slept on, and the evaluation of this character is changing a little bit as people get more comfortable with the nuance of the character. Now, finding her in a mirror match, that's probably even rarer.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. You know, like you say, not a lot of Chun-Li players, surprisingly enough, seeing as she is very strong. She's a very complete character in Street Fighter 6. I mean, when is Chun-Li not strong, to be honest? She's usually pretty up there.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I don't know her being particularly strong for like the tail end of Street Fighter 4. Street Fighter 5, I think she had a little bit of a resurgence towards the end. She obviously was super strong in the early season. And hey, MOV off to an early start there with the roundhouse and ready for the instant air legs. We saw Vega Patch pull that out a couple of times in the previous block, but already representing standing roundhouse anti-air there is MOV, rather.
There we go. Vega Patch already with the life deficit and drive gauge deficit as MOV looks pretty dominant in this neutral game. Go. Sling out those buttons. And Chun-Li's fireball is an interesting one. Like, I feel like it's a bit more annoying to deal with than others, you know?
Yeah, that slow travel speed really makes a difference. And I feel like, once again, we're seeing, you know, I had the privilege to be able to watch Vega Patch's previous match, really wants to go in behind that fireball with the DR. It's something we see a lot more with, like, Guile as the stylistic choice. And I feel like has not done a great job of dissuading his opponents from jumping just yet, because he commits to the buttons so quick.
Oh,
ooh, okay.
That did not look like it was going to go on the other side. Yeah, I feel like jump back button, when you see that, is usually the way forward. Like, it's just, rather than trying to block it and just getting smoked, it can be really frustrating.
Yeah, MOV with a slight lead here, and there's no reason for him to do anything short of just walking forward and checking forward movement. Nice pickup off the low forward is going to be enough. Yeah, especially having the drive gauge advantage that they had in that spot as they reset back to neutral. There is no reason against a defensive character to ever overcommit in that spot.
Okay. Already MOV off to a great start. Gets a throw as well. Okay. And a follow-up bar does to keep the corner back. Oh no! Big execution error from MOV. There we go.
Oh no, wow. Oh. The down pump, and you even see the player cams are still up there in the upper third there. You saw Vega Patch sort of scoff a little bit at missing that down kick input, but now a slight life deficit, but having MOV and burnout, big deal. But Chun's ground game is so strong, it can be scary to get in, finally now building up some of that chip damage.
Yeah, what a challenge though from MOV, taking his turn back. Vega Patch though on the hunt, and that could be enough to kill. Yes, that's going to do it right there. Lightning legs into the level 3, and we go down to a final round. Did have to spend the 3 bars, so you will go into this final round here with 0 super meter. MOV sitting on 3 bars, so sometimes that can be a real, like, you know, it's an uphill battle going into the 3rd round without that level 3 available.
Yeah, I think personally, if I take the 1st round and I lose the 2nd round to them having to cash out everything, I feel like that's kind of best case scenario, right? Because then I get to come in feeling so much more confident at the end there. But that being said, Vega Patch is off to an early lead here and being so aggressive.
Yeah, here we go, MOV though. And he's going to spend the level 3. Yeah, this is what I mean, like, being able to get it back. But MOV still with a life deficit, even after this level 3. Does land. Let's see how Vega Patch does here on the defense.
Oh my god. What a choice. Towards roundhouse, going for just the check. Nice.
There we go, and the burnout on the back throw as well. There you go, Vega Patch. He should be able to get enough. No! What happened? He had the kill, he would have got level 2, Brad.
And then no anti-air on that jump there as well, but we are able to close it out. Thankfully, sometimes you get a second opportunity, and Vega Patch was handed one as MOV tried to make his way out of the corner. First game on the board for Vega Patch, and I feel like while that first game MOV seemed really confident, I feel like Vega Patch found an aggression and, you know, a real, I almost want to say stickiness in the way that he just kept pressing forward.
Yes, you're not wrong. He was definitely sticking to him. But as we saw there, bro, that last moment there, leaving it to chance, dropping the combo, but did actually manage to covered it up slightly, you know, just a little blemish at the end, but Vega Patch held it together. And we're going straight back in here, just taking a little breather as we go into the 2nd game of the set.
Yeah, I mean, Capcom decided to give us these fantastic load times. You don't have to use it. Sometimes you can take that extra second and reset your momentum. Love that. That's one of the things that I think over time is going to be even more important for Chun. You get those anti-air roundhouses. You do get a combo off of it. Wow, we are sitting in the stands.
Yeah, look at this. MOV, fantastic round here. That's going to be, yeah, burnout state, back throw, one more touch, chip out even.
That was such a brave wake-up button. Are you kidding me?
Ah, the whiff punish there from MOV. There we go. That's a very MOV whiff punish if I ever saw one. Always so solid on the ground.
Vegapatch really loves going from DR low forward back into that stance to get the pickup. And there's that anti-air once again. I think it's an undervalued thing about Chun, where she gets so much damage off of those anti-airs as long as you're able to space them properly.
Yeah, and that's only on a counter hit state, right? Is it?
I think you can. I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, because I know with Blanca, his juggles they come from the counter hit state. But yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Interesting. Regardless, that's a huge chunk of damage for Chun-Li.
Yep,
Here we go.
Both of them now 1 round apiece, both sitting on 3 bars. This could be a really explosive round. Vegapatch at the drive deficit, but it's once again because of the way that they like to use OD, Fireball, and then go in with the DR behind it. Right into the early level 3 cash out here is MOV, maintaining that drive gate advantage, the early life lead as well, and now having Vegapatch locked down in the corner. This is the spot where Vegapatch's defense needs to stand, and it is not going to. The DI commitment, if MOV is able to, goes for the reset so that he can get the burnout. Exactly that, but another drop.
Oh my goodness, no. Here we go, MOV. Oh, could be bad. Don't give Vegapatch a chance.
Yep, fishing with that crouching fierce, that little auto shimmy situation that we've seen a couple of times, not really getting it, wants it again.
Oh,
come on!
Again, another drop. No level 3?
You're killing me here, man.
No level 3.
Pickup, no pickup there because it wasn't on counter hit.
Oh, wow.
I think if Vegapatch gets a hit here into level 3, okay, now certainly a hit into level 3 will kill here for Vegapatch. Please get the pickup, my god! No, come on! You're killing me!
Are you kidding me, bro?
Has the life lead here, though, but you can't block a single fireball. They're both in burnout. Wow. Jumping medium kick is the air-to-air. Oh, my god. Those eggs was scrambled, son. That game killed me.
My heart. The amount of drops, yeah, it could be those big stage nerves. Like, I don't know, like that was crazy right there. Vegapatch, wow, crazy one. Okay, we're gonna take a look at how we got to this point in just a moment. Vegapatch is gonna take it 2-0 over MOV. Excellent play from both players.
Vegapatch is the embodiment of For all the non-believers, you thought he could not do it. He said, MOV, you thought that was your character? No, that's my bike, punk. That's pretty much what he told him right there as he finished him 2-0. Of course, MOV is a legendary player, so he is far from done. But Vega Patch is looking extremely strong, and these moments are just not too big for him. We saw the same thing at our last Capcom Cup for Street Fighter V when he beat phenomenal players. I want to say he beat Kawano. He may have even beat Momochi there, and he's continuing his trend, beating MOV right here in Saudi Arabia.
I love seeing the mirror match also with Chun-Li. We saw an amazing gameplay. It shows who's better with that character. And it's and we saw Vega Patch. How did he perform in that match? We can't forget about it. لكن أعزائي المشاهدين بنكمل باقي الرحلة معنا وباقي مبارياتنا مستمرة. خلصنا مباراة واحدة الحين لكن باقي لنا 7 مباريات باقي اللي معنا الحين فمتأكد أنكم كلكم مستمتعين وباقي المباراة اللي بعدها اللي راح نتعرف الحين على لاعبينها ونرحب فيهم على المسرح.
And now, we have something very special for you. I know that people have been waiting to see this person, but I'm not even going to say exactly who it is yet. Let's take a look at our first competitor. Knuckle Dude! Yeah. And the crowd goes absolutely berserk with good reason. We've seen this guy since he was a kid pretty much grow up on camera in the world of Street Fighter, eventually becoming a Capcom Cup champion. We see that he was recently signed to Shopify, rocking the jersey right now as he pulls up with that phenomenal guile. Up to this point, we already had him play phenomenal on Stream B, going up against Big Bird, even though he did come up short. Extremely tight set there though. Knuckle Dude, easily one of the favorites to take this tournament, and of course, that is one of your boy's best friends. So Atik, I'm gonna try my best not to be all too biased, but that is a bad man.
Well, like Knuckle Dude, he made a fortune out of playing fighting games, and now this tournament is gonna be different because in the line it's $1 million.
1 million.
يا لكن احنا اعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما شفنا فيها نكل دو لاعب اسطوره جانا من مكان بعيد جانا من امريكا ينافس في هذه المنافسه لكن حتى برضو المنافس اللي معه اللي راح نرحب برضو فيه على المسرح شفنا المباراه الاولى شلون كانت صعبه وهنا فيها فرصه للكمباك عشان يطلع مره ثانيه في ترتيبات المجموعات. خلينا نطلع ونتعرف على اللاعب الثاني. رحبوا معنا في جابي ام. لاعب جاينا من جنوب افريقيا يمثل بلده يمثل وطنه لاعب في المباراه الاولى اللي كانت صعبه عليه لكن هالمره ما زال متواجد نفسيته عاليه وعنده فرصه انه يعوض ما زال في بدايه الرحله ما زلنا في المجموعات الحين واللي راح نشوف منه مستوى عظيم فعلا راح المستويات اللاعبين كلهم اللي راح نشوفها في ستريت فايتر بشكل عام كل اللاعبين حققوا انجازات عالميه لان ما حد يوصل هنا الا هو لاعب حقيقه برضه يكون معنا اسطوره.
Jobby M represents everything that Street Fighter is about. From South Africa, forging his own path, blazing a way for his entire scene to get spotlight, and thus far, he has been successful. Jobby M, Knuckle Dude Dang, you may take your seats. We are about to see a ridiculous showdown. Knuckle Dude Dang and Jobby M. Both of these guys have made something out of nothing. Of course, Jobby coming from South Africa, a scene that didn't have too many lights, too many cameras on it. And then, of course, Knuckle Dude Dang coming from the hood in America, definitely from the struggle, and now made something for himself. This match is going to be something special.
We're going to enjoy it definitely, and it's also I think it's we have 7 more matches after this one I believe. لكن برضو أعزائي المشاهدين هذه المرحلة مباراتنا الحالية جاهزة زي ما شفنا اللاعبين ياخذون مقاعدهم ويستعدون حتى برضو لمباراتهم عشان نبدأ فيها ونستمتع على طول.
we are ready to get into the match. Do versus Jarby M. Let's send it over to the casters.
خلونا نبدأ المباراة على طول ونروح لكم مع المعلقين.
Matchup on our hands here, Brad. Going to be NuckleDu versus Jarby M. Of course, NuckleDu needed no introduction, former Capcom Cup champion, and somebody that has just really broken down Street Fighter to a science over the last number of games. And he's going to be going up against Jarby M. Quite, you know, like he's been around the block. He's definitely not a new player, but you know, perhaps made his name off of the back of a lot of the Red Bull events. You know, the Red Bull Kumite, the Red Bull Hit the Streets from South Africa, and actually making top 8 at the last Red Bull Kumite with that historic victory over Tokido, qualifying for that top 8 there. So yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup of styles here, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm personally was really excited when NuckleDu started competing again. I know he had taken some time away to handle some real life stuff. I believe he's a father now. I don't know that that's like new, but you know, big ups to him. And just happy to see him back in it. Now, the analysts were talking about the Guile matchup for Chun versus Lily to try to figure out what character Jarby might play. Now, personally, I feel like Chun can fight Guile decently well. I feel like she does okay against Fireball characters because she has a Fireball herself to elicit you into playing a Fireball game, but then she has good anti-Fireball tools as well. But NuckleDu is not a one-trick pony here. NuckleDu, I have seen him make the switch to Cammy for certain matchups. Chief among them is the mirror matchup, first of all. Now, do I expect him to pick Cammy into a Chun-Li? Perhaps, perhaps not. Maybe he'll be comfortable with the Guile, but there is a little bit of something there to, you know, try to suss out.
Right. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Let's see the character selections. Okay, it's going to be the Guile versus Chun-Li. NuckleDu with that signature character of his, of course. And it's going to be, Jarby M rocking that Chun-Li. So yeah, you feel like she can fight Guile pretty good?
I think that she can. I think you lose the Fireball game, but I think your goal in trying to start the Fireball game against Guile is not to win it.
Okay.
It's to get it started so that you can then use it as your way to get in.
Okay, I see.
Or it is one way to do it when you're outside of that range. Because dealing with his buttons can be a little bit difficult. He moves forward on a lot of his stuff, so trying to fight with low forward can be a little bit touchy. There we even saw, I mean, Jarby, I imagine maybe he wanted to do a towards strong and got the Fireball by mistake. And NuckleDu, what I was gonna say characteristically is usually a very passive Guile in my experience, a very classic flavor of Guile, being very much the aggressor this time and has earned themselves a spot in the corner as a result of it. Buzzed out.
Yeah, Jarby M getting some great offense. Started off that air throw, as you can see, and now NuckleDu in that burnout state, and now it's looking like a bad situation for NuckleDu down here. Oh, well, anti-air.
Nice. Whoa. The crouching fierce anti-air there as well. I think you could have done more. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Going for that DI there is a big call out, and it's going to cost him. Jarby loses out on that first round. I think there was a lot of hunger for the fact that he had that corner position off of the plus frames from the OD Hozanshu.
All right. Go. Yeah, always nice to have a, an insight from someone that actually plays the characters. Right there, man. So thank you for that. Here we go. Ooh, trade. Ooh, punish counter combo. Yeah, into the Tensho, kicks in the corner right now. Jarby M off to another great start, but NuckleDu looking to claw it back, as he did in that first round.
That jump forward jab is interesting there. I wonder what it is. Going for the drive reversal there, and NuckleDu is demonstrating that he's busting out that reversal. He does not want to deal with being on the back foot, especially at the life deficit. And Jarby has already tuned into that here in round 2 of game 1. Perfect parry on the bazooka, he do.
Yeah, wow, what a play from Jarby. Overhead lands, full combo. Okay. Oh, what a call out with the Hazanshu. Oh, he's done. God. That's dead. No, he could have done more damage, no?
He could have, but I think
Is that enough?
It might be actually.
Okay.
Wow.
Guarantee it. I'm just saying, bro, with all those resources, like, you got to splash the cash sometimes to guarantee that win, but bro, like, he had the damage calculation on point, and Jarby M is going to take the first win right there.
Why do long combo when short combo still kill?
Yeah, looking really, really solid. Okay, NuckleDu. I mean, a lot of us probably expected Du to take that first game there, but damn, Jarby M.
Well, and like I said, there's another anti-fireball tool with stance into MP. That's her crouching medium punch from Street Fighter V. It is gated to the stance in this game, but now having this strong corner control, you only want Guile to play the fireball game so that you can blow him up for it. And I think that is perhaps a weakness of NuckleDu's Guile in this game, is I want for him to be able to be more comfortable as the aggressor, going for the counter DI here to be able to pull this one out, pushing us back to mid-screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people, you know, put doubt on Jabi's name when he was put up against Tokido, but look how that one turned out.
Absolutely, going for the slow boom that time, changing up the fireballs a little bit.
Oh, no, what a challenge! That was so good! NuckleDu shut that down in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, standing at a farther out range, recognizing that he needed to be far enough away that Jabi might be overcommitting to a tool that wasn't going to work at the space. Now doing a little bit better, trying to keep to that spot and force Jabi to jump instead.
All right. Okay. Oh, yeah, very nice, very nice. Those cancelable options when you see that DI are always a good shout. Good stuff to NuckleDu there. Really aware. Oh, not going to catch. No, yeah, that level 2, not too much range on that one, unfortunately for Jabi, as NuckleDu ties it up 1 game apiece, and you can see a smirk on NuckleDu's face as we go into this 3rd and final match.
Yeah, that's such a frustrating spot to be in. You know, sometimes you just want an extra little bit out of that level 2, and you're like, no, but I made the right decision. Oh, it feels so bad. But that speaks to the adjustment that Du made in that game. Throwing fireballs from just a hair farther out and finding the spot where Chun's anti-fireball answers aren't quite as strong. And Jabi is not really going back to a fireball game to try to inch back forward. He's miscalculating the space just a smidge, and Du is doing a great job of exposing that weakness.
All right, here we go. Back into the match here.
I imagine maybe we've gone back to character select.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Probably just for a slowdown, yeah. I was going to say, I wouldn't expect to see a Lily switch because the Chun is doing decently well.
Yeah, yeah, the Lily against Guile, like, I know that it's a very polarizing matchup. I've heard some people say it's good, some people say it's bad. It's hard to say for sure, but right here, NuckleDu making short work of the Chun matchup in this round at least. Look at this life lead.
Yeah, this is a strong start. Just doing a great job of starting to open up that game in the fireball game, I should say, in a different spot. Bringing out the DI now. Here is Jabi getting the knockdown. Wants the level 1. Okay, wants to try to even up this life a little bit more.
Yeah, gets that Kiko show. Oh, wow. Anti-air choice, good stuff. Oh, and again, that air throw was so good. We saw it in the first round, and it's coming back into play here, Brad.
I actually specifically asked him about the air throw. Oh my god, he's still alive. But the Hosanchu, because the Sonic Blade was up, it raised the hitbox just a little bit and smoked him for it on the back end of the Hosanchu.
All right, right there. Wow, and that's that heavy punch. Chun-Li classic there.
Okay, bringing out stance MP once again.
But look at Jabi's drive gauge, just 10 seconds into the game.
Yeah. And I think that's the problem, is she can fight him well, but I think you need to use drive a lot.
It's expensive.
And it puts you, yeah, it's expensive. That's the short way to put it. 2-sentence rule, Brad. Oh, gets the wall crush.
Okay, there we go. Tenjo kicks, Jabi M. Oh, he went for that throw. NuckleDu said no dice.
Oh no! I think he went for MK, but you could have just DP'd there and gotten the kill. Using your OD to try to move forward, has the level 2. Oh, this is rough. NuckleDu is not going to throw a fireball in a spot where the level 2 is going to be a risk. Once again, no anti-air. That's all it would take right now.
Oh, if it lands. Oh, wait for another one. Oh,
the blocks!
He got one more chance, NuckleDu.
Oh! And air, but he doesn't finish off the target combo because it lands on the second hit, having the life lead here. If NuckleDu commits too much, having to block that.
Oh, NuckleDu! Bet the farm on it and it didn't pay off. We're going to a final round.
And with both of them still sitting with full resources here, this is huge. NuckleDu getting this full screen advantage that he so desperately needs. Empty jump means the standing medium kick does not connect as an anti-air, and Jabi earns corner control as a result.
Another throw. NuckleDu has to fight his way out of this corner. Oh, see Jabi M try and check. Oh, you're in the corner now. This is bad.
That's a real shame. Going for the level 1, you're not going to get the level 3 here. I think maybe we just wanted to squeeze on a little bit more damage. There's no way, right?
No,
my man choked.
Oh, wait, Du with a drop combo. Oh, don't give him a chance.
Overhead. Asleep at the wheel here is NuckleDu.
Oh, back throw. But Jabi M in that burnout. NuckleDu. Oh, here we go. Sonic Puncher. There you go. Whoa, NuckleDu shaking his head, realizing that was closer than he wanted it to be.
There were so many layers to what was going on there. Bringing out all the tricks there was Jabi to make that one happen. Even the overhead reset in the middle of it, catching you asleep. That is something you watch some of the high-level Chuns. Even if you're getting hit, once stance happens, your expectation is they're just going to finish the combo. But you always need to be mindful. If you're not in a juggle state, that overhead reset could come out. What a performance. The adaptations from both players, that might be my personal favorite side of the day.
That was a great one. Back and forth action. Can't ask for much more than that. You got the underdog, always easy to root for. But let's go to the highlights.
Knuckle do dang, showing you that no matter how tight the match may be, he is still able to close it out. But Jabi M is looking phenomenal in this tournament up to this point. This event, I feel like calling it a tournament is kind of underselling it to some degree. It's so much bigger. And of course, the prize pool, remember, ladies and gentlemen, $1 million on the line. Someone, actually, I would argue more than one person's life will be changed in this tournament. So every game you're seeing means so much to the world of Street Fighter and to these individuals. NuckleDu barely takes it up against Jabi M.
Well, true. It's not only a tournament, it is a big event. It's Gamers8. We're having here $1 million, like what you have mentioned, on the line for this tournament only. Like we have other prize pool for other tournaments as well. أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما شفنا مباراتنا الأولى نكل دو قدر يتفوق فيها وحقق انتصار ساحق، رغم أن فعلا جابي ام قدر ينافس منافسة جدا شرسة، ما انهزم بشكل سهل وحاول يقاوم لآخر لحظة، لكن ما زال موجود معنا في المنافسة، ما زال موجود في المجموعات. لكن منافسينا الثانيين برضو موجودين في مجموعة أخرى، مجموعة ثانية، مجموعة حوسة تماما، لسه ما تحددت حتى برضو من اللي بيكمل معنا الرحلة ومن اللي راح يودع فيها، خصوصا أن واحد فيهم أول مباراة له راح تكون معنا على المسرح.
That match was so good that I feel like we need to get straight into another one. Our next competitor is absolutely ferocious. Let's take a look at exactly who it is. The crowd is extremely hyped to see NL finally take the main stage at Gamers8. NL's style, I always looked at him as the Terminator. Ever since the Intel World Open back in Poland, where this guy just walked down the best players in the world with those Cammy low forward confirms, with those phenomenal anti-airs, just taking advantage of every hit. We seen this guy back when he was on his previous sponsor, winning Street Fighter League, taking that team from the depths all the way to the promised land. So we've seen him in so many formats perform at the highest level, and I am sure he hopes to do the exact same thing here. My man's NL.
Well, this guy, NL, he have a lot of experience, and we're gonna see an amazing performance from him. Like we always see in every tournament, he never let us down. Whoever supports this guy, they're lucky. They're gonna see an amazing performance every single tournament he participated in. لكن برضو أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما شفنا اللاعب الأول NL اللي جانا من كوريا، وهو اللاعب الوحيد اللي يمثل المنتخبات أو بالأصح يمثل اللاعبين الكوريين معنا، ففعلا اللاعب جاي بشكل قوي ويبغى يحقق ألقاب أكثر، وهو برضو من أكثر اللاعبين خبرة في لعبة ستريت فايتر. لكن خصمه شفناه قبل على المسرح، شفناه قد إيش كان مرعب، فخلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب فيه على المسرح. أعطونا تحية لفال ماستر. اللاعب هذا حضوره دائم قوي، اللاعب يوريك قد ايش جديته، تقدر تشوفه حتى برضه من وجهه انه ما يبغى ياخذ اي خصم باي شكل من الاشكال بسهوله، يبغى يفوز في كل انتصاراته وما يرحم خصومه، فعلا اللي نشوفه منه مستويات عظيمه، ومباراه هذه راح تكون تاريخيه، اللاعبين امتعونا في المراحل الماضيه ولكن نشوف الحين مباراه تاريخيه.
Valmaster always looks like he just has a master plan. And when you are a Chun-Li player, when you are, I would consider Valmaster an OG up to this point. You consider he's been around since the Street Fighter 4 days cooking up. You do know that he has something on the way for NL right now. But is it enough? We're about to find out. NL, Valmaster, please take your seats. We are about to see a matchup of straight nooch. Both of these guys have some of the best footsies in the Street Fighter community. And of course, that neutral game is the foundation of Street Fighter. Straight fundamentals and some drive rush and drive impact on the side as well.
And I think we should ask the audience, who do they think is gonna win?
Okay, let's find out. First off, make some noise if you have NL. Okay. The Saudi FGC, y'all hyping here. I like that. Okay, and now, make some noise if you have Valmaster! Wow. Okay, so we don't keep it in a buck, because I feel like they wowed out when NL came out as soon as they saw his face. But as far as who they think is going to win, it looks like Valmaster is the favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to find out. There is no speculation needed. Let's send it over to our casters to get into the action.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين شفنا توقعاتكم وأنا متأكد كلكم متحمسين لنتيجة هذه المباراة، فما نطول عليكم أكثر، خلونا نبدأها ونروح على طول مع المعلقين.
If I didn't know better, I would think production knew that I was a Chun-Li player and gave me a gift in this block because we're getting to see so much of it. It is making me so happy to get to see this character represented at the highest level, and I'm so happy to see this upcoming match. How do you think that we're gonna see this one play out?
Well, you talk about Chun-Li players, and let me tell you, there's not much better than Valmaster. Been around the block, of course, taking that character since the SF4 days to Capcom Cup. And then, you know, it took some time out from Street Fighter for a couple of years with SF5. You know, it wasn't really feeling the game in the first few years. Came back towards the end of SF5, you know, remained focused and qualified for Capcom Cup, the final Capcom Cup there, of course, on Street Fighter 5. And yes, one of the greatest Chun-Lis. And going up against him will be NL. So this is going to be an interesting one because these, like NL, like he perhaps doesn't have as much of a background in Street Fighter as Valmaster, but boy, he is incredibly good at the game. Like he's proficient, obviously, with that King of Fighters background, moving over to Street Fighter 5 and broke that game down to a science. And look at the results that he got him. Like he is just so phenomenal at this game. Really does understand what you need to do to succeed here in Street Fighter, as does Valmaster. So this is going to be a battle of the minds. And it's going to be a really interesting one because both these guys, big brain plays all day.
Well, I think right now, if it's a battle of the minds, it's a little unfortunate that Valmaster is coming into this a little mind-effed, if you will, as the analysts already called out, having the 2 JPs in this block for him, definitely tilting him a little bit. We saw one of those matchups in the previous block, but now, as Damascus had said, this is your one non-JP in your block. If you're going to show out at all, it needs to be here.
Let's check it out, of course. All right, NL gets the throw, spines or Buster. Okay. Nice fireball game here from NL. Really does back off to a perfectly good space. Oh, wow. Yeah.
So while I said earlier that Chun can do a decent job fighting against fireball characters, I feel like Luke is maybe an outlier in that respect, just because the travel distance of Sand Blaster is so fast. It's a little bit harder to react with those anti-fireball tools, and that's part of why I believe you're seeing Valmaster commit to Hosanshu in the way that he is. NL now having this lockdown in the corner. Are we bringing out the level 2? No, just the level 1. That's all we need to close out the first round.
Yeah, Luke's supers are so versatile, man. That's another reason why this character is just seen as such a strong threat in Street Fighter 6. The character just has all the tools you need to succeed in so many different situations. Easy confirms, big damage, good zoning, good pressure, great buttons. Like, he's got it all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But Valmaster showing the strength of Chun-Li's crouching medium kick. Such a great low forward. The bust out from NL wants to go back into this range. I think just outside of crouching medium kick is kind of where NL wants to be. You either want to be just outside of it to try to play with the fireball game. Problem is, Valmaster's already fishing with those Hosanshus. Finds that hit now and slowly inching them back. Back throw from NL to steal the corner, though.
Yeah, went for another Hosanshu there. Maybe it's a throw bait, but no dice. NL, yep, Luke's level 1. This is another reason why he's perhaps one of the strongest supers in the game. Wow, look at that. He puts himself into that burnout state. Okay, not enough there for level 2.
Yeah, I mean, the level 2 would have killed, but I think that spot is still a strong spot to be in once you have that knockdown. We've seen through the course of the day how strong the DI threat is in the corner, especially once you're burned out. You can never really be asleep at the wheel defensively in the corner. So that's a mix-up situation you're more than happy to take. NL now off to an early lead in this one as well. A slight drop confirmed from Valmaster, and no anti-air on the jump-in as well.
Okay. NL right now, definitely looking confident in his play. Oh, gets a stray hit into a drive rush confirm. This is the perfect timing, but still, what a situation for NL to be in here, Brad.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Getting away with a naked dash there, unchecked as well.
Okay.
Ooh, the answer from Valmaster. How far are we going to press this? Oh, just right into level 1 because we want the burnout. Love that choice.
Yeah, that was so smart. Don't want to go for a long combo where they start building it back and then you don't get the burnout state. That could be Valmaster's one saving grace here in this round.
Yeah, you're totally on board with using Hosanshu a little bit more liberally here now that they're in burnout, because you know that you just want to get those extra plus frames, but not keeping in mind the threat of the level 1 to beat the fireball options. That's now the second time Valmaster's lost out on a round as a result of that.
Yeah, you really got to be careful. And then Chun-Li's fireball a bit easier to scope out than others because, she needs that charge for it, so you can kind of have an idea of when she's going to throw it. So NL, buffering and then letting it rip. Nice confirm.
Oh, we're squeezing out a little bit of extra damage here. I don't know necessarily that the amount of damage you got for that was worth it, just for the knockdown situation you could have had otherwise, but no! Unfortunately, accidentally goes underneath. That would have been the kill.
Oh my goodness, not let...
Oh!
Nice. Sometimes when everything else, is looking terrible, you're in burnout, you think that DI might be coming, that throw is what you want to do.
Can we call that the Mena back throw?
It's definitely saved him a few times as well.
Well, the 10-9 in the TNS reversal suite, Evo.
Big birds. Got. Anyone can get it. No!
Overhead.
Nice. Okay, there we go. Level 3 here. Valmaster getting some of that drive gauge back. Don't know if he's going to take the advantage, but he's still in a good position.
Having this corner knockdown is huge. Please, for the love of God, no, don't back up. Don't throw a fireball. I want you to see them to press the issue. There's so much meter here for NL. Every fireball, you risk eating a level 1 and chipping away at your lead. Now you've surrendered more than half of the screen in real estate here. This is a real problem.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
that's too late, though.
Too late. Yeah. I like Valmaster not really being deterred by that. Sometimes, if they do show you a solution to something a couple of times, it could also be a situation of unfortunate timing. But Valmaster there with that EX fireball closing it out. Oh, wow. Here we go. Valmaster may be back in the game here. And sometimes you need like a sick reaction DI like we saw to get your head back in the game.
No, you're absolutely right. It can definitely happen. Finding the throw now here is NL going for the back throw off of that DR situation. Oh, what a jab check.
Nice. Parry there. Goes for a throw, but NL with a tech.
Valmaster seeming so comfortable. It seems to have gotten a real read on where to try to make this happen for those levels. Even a trade there, wow. Interesting, gutsy choice. When we cash out the level 1, it's just barely not going to be enough. Being in burnout actually makes this a little scary.
He jumped. Oh, no, there was no back throw that time. Couldn't get out of there. And that's going to be enough. Level 2 coming. Yeah, beast mode, baby. And there we go. It's going to be that.
Exactly enough resources from NL in order to make that one happen. A hair less life, doesn't have the chance to play out the rest of the round anyway. A hair less bar, doesn't get to the level 2.
Yeah, that's unfortunate loss there for Valmaster because, you know, he's an emotional player as well. So, like, you know, when a loss like that, you know, a comeback like that happens to him, he might play a little worse. Okay, here we go.
The standing roundhouse and air from Chun, so good. Now we get another big punish counter start here.
Oh yeah.
This one I agree with. You don't get as much damage, but the extra screen position is huge. Great tech. You know that was going to be a back throw.
And now letting them DPs fly. He's been doing that for years. Okay.
Wants to move in behind the fireball and press the issue. But I love that Valmaster is really varying up the fireball timing, walking back to a space where you expect to do it, and then just waiting out for the premeditated jump.
Yeah, backing off here.
Oh! What a drop!
Oh no, that's terrible for Valmaster.
Nice throw tech, still has the life lead. You can still make this happen. Jab checks, no DR after.
Okay. Five out there.
Yeah, play this slow. Nice.
Oh, it is. On the dot. Beautiful damage there. Damage calculation for Valmaster. Gets that throw to kill.
All right, last game, last round. We are being blessed with some fantastic matches in this block. This one does not disappoint.
Here we go. 1-1, final round here. NL versus Valmaster. What a set. Oh,
so ready.
Oh, man, that was so good. That's years and years of Chun mastery right there.
You're absolutely right. And now also having a little bit of a resource advantage by way of the meter there. Nice back foot, counter hit starter.
Okay, Valmaster right now. You know he's got to be buffering that level 2.
No, absolutely. And I love the way that Valmaster's playing this, letting it be slow, slowly getting that drive gauge back, inviting NL to walk forward. That's what gave him that low forward connection to be able to cash all this out. In fact, the amount of passivity that Valmaster had as they broke that neutral down was what earned him enough drive to be able to make that combo happen.
Yeah, wake up DI from NL with the big call out. Didn't pay off though.
Oh, what a whip punish!
Valmaster with a perfect in the final round. What a set from him, man. That was an incredible performance from the French player. Man. Wow, you see the fundamentals? Bro, Chun-Li, man, I'll tell you what, like when you play a character for that long, you just feel it. You know, you just know what to do at the right time. And Valmaster absolutely taking advantage of those long range limbs there with the whip punish and takes it over NL.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? I feel like that character, I undervalued her a little bit at launch because she and Honda, the only characters without a throw loop. And Valmaster, I feel like, was not interested in playing the corner game at all, which we might see in these highlights.
Oh, no, get ready.
That match was absolutely insane. Valmaster showing exactly why he has been phenomenal now for 3 straight iterations of Street Fighter, fighting out of France, one of the strongest fighting game communities in the world today. My man's Chun-Li is looking phenomenal. And then to end it with the whiff punish, that's straight nuke, straight footsies as advertised. Amazing work by Valmaster.
Like that match was an amazing literally Valmaster, he dominated in that match. NL he still have another chance to come back. أعزائي المشاهدين شفنا المباراة الأولى شلون كانت، شفنا فيها تفوق فيها فالماستر، قدر ينتصر فيها رغم قرب النتيجة، إلا أنها كانت جدا صعبة. NL ما زال مستمر معنا، عنده الفرصة انه يرجع يعوض، وأنا متأكد أنكم كلكم تستنون معنا المباراة اللي بعدها، هي المباراة الحاسمة.
This next match is a special one. It has a lot of implications, and it has a player that I know everyone has been waiting to see. The records of these players so far is both 2-0. Neither of them have taken a loss. Let's take a look at player number 1. Vega Patch! I want to tell you about something known as self-belief. That is what Vega Patch is all about. This guy's confidence is through the roof. I would say 10 out of 10, but that is not enough. I promise you, no matter who he goes up against, he is 100% confident that he is going to take it, and we have seen him do that, so his confidence is with good reason. Vega Patch, always ready for the moment, and I'll tell you what, he's gonna need all of that skill and all of that confidence right now because he is going up against someone ridiculous.
Exactly, like he's performing so well so far, but this time it's going to be different. This time it's going to be more difficult. أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما رحبنا في فيجا باتش هنا معنا على المسرح، شفنا مستواه الأسطوري، ما انهزم أي مباراة، فاز في 2 بدون أي هزيمة. خصمه برضه بنفس السيناريو، خصمه برضه محقق انتصارات بنفس المجموعة. الفايز بينهم راح يتصدر في المجموعة. خلونا نتعرف على اللاعب الثاني. أعطونا تحية لأسطورتنا أنجري بيرد. أنجري بيرد بطل إيفو الأسبوع الماضي أبدع، حقق الانتصار في أكبر بطولات العالم، جاي هنا برضه في بطولة ضخمة يبغى يحقق انتصار وانتصار، جائزة ورا جائزة. اللاعب ما يعوق شيء، شايفين حماس الجمهور معنا. اللاعب من جد على الانتصار اللي حققه كسب حب الجميع، كسب حتى حب أعدائه، ما خلى شيء لأحد.
The champ is here in Saudi Arabia, and the crowd is absolutely excited about it. They didn't even say Angry Bird. They said, Omja, Omja. Maximum respect put on his name, and deservedly so. We just saw him go through 7,000 competitors in the biggest, the hardest Street Fighter competition of all time, and now he is right here in Saudi Arabia. Can he get it done against Vega Patch? We are about to find out. Vega Patch, champ, you guys can have your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally about to see Vega Patch versus Angry Bird. The champ is here on the main stage. Let's get right into the action and send it over to our casters.
Wow, this game is going to be insane. I cannot wait to see it. أعزائي المشاهدين، أنا متأكد حتى أنتم ما عندكم الصبر تبغون تشوفون المباراة على طول، فما نطول عليكم أكثر. خلونا نروح مع المعلقين ونبدأ مباراتنا على طول.
All right, here we go. It is time to finally witness the Evo champ in action after that insane marathon of a tournament just a few days ago, Brad.
Are you really not going to address how we could hear the crowd popping
That
off for
was
Angry Birds.
crazy.
That was a stronger reaction than anybody has had. It's like they know they've been waiting for it. Here's your main character. We get it. We know we had to let you cook for a little bit. Goku doesn't get to show up at the start of the
You are not wrong. Of course, here he is, the protagonist himself. It's going to be Angry Bird. This guy, we got to see such a dominant performance, but we didn't even talk about Vega Patch. Like, we saw some great performance from him earlier on today. We haven't even seen Angry Bird play on stream just yet, but Vega Patch we have indeed. And wow, he was putting on a show. Real solid stuff so far.
Yeah, definitely. I just wonder, you know, the first thing that everyone says about Angry Bird when you talk to them about Angry Bird is they talk about the level of aggression that he brings out with his Ken.
Yeah.
And I wonder, how is Vega Patch going to meet that? We've kept talking about maybe the word is unorthodox approach to Chun, this like very defensive style that he can sort of have. And I just wonder how that's going to pair up against the relentless force that is Angry Bird.
Yeah, the amount of options that he has at his disposal. Like, we know Ken is a strong character, but Angry Bird just makes the character look even that more busted. The way that he utilizes all kinds of from that, it's like Ringe mentioned earlier, bro. Like, standing from that like Dragon Lash range, he's got drive rush jab, he's got low forward, he can jump. And you notice about Angry Bird, he never uses that drive impact. Like, I think I saw the statistics. I don't think in the grand final set he used drive impact one time. I don't think he did. I might be wrong there, chat, but my man was just so solid.
Yeah, I think you're talking about that thread that someone did where they went down and broke down his performance through. But yeah, that was a fantastic read. We see actually Vega Patch off to an early lead here. Anti-air trade will still take that for the corner position, but Angry Bird finds that low forward connect and the side switch off the Dragon Lash.
Yeah, realizing it was perhaps better to go for a safe jump there. I guess the throw in the corner right now, and this is where Ken can be so devastating. Goes for the shimmy, but no dice. Vega Patch, oh, the wall splat. There you go. Yeah, using the DI early this time, wall splat.
Yeah, that was a really nice counter poke out of Vega Patch, but it just doesn't work out. And the bust out with the OD up kicks is not going to work. Angry Bird draws first blood.
Absolutely. There we go. Solid stuff. Vega Patch is going to have an uphill battle here for sure on his hands against Angry Bird.
Yeah, I feel like Vega Patch is going to the stance, and you know, maybe the hope is to invite Angry Bird into a fireball game, and he's finally met it, but there's not really anything going on here, and just like that, with spending a little bit of bar, Angry Bird is in, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome. That low forward check there is actually kind of huge, though.
Yeah, and you can see Angry Bird holding the parry there. Doesn't want to be left on those recovery frames. Okay. Oh, let's go. Might be, perhaps might have gone for level 3 there. Wow, bro.
Yeah, it's so hard to get out of the corner against, one, a player who's patient with their anti-airs, and two, a player who has a character with good anti-airs. Oh my god, it's a full combo. Thankfully, the OD up kicks this time works out for Vega Patch. However, he has now put himself in burnout. Angry Bird more than happy to move back here, not even worried about a sweep on block.
Yeah, I mean, in that burnout, you know, Ken sweep coming a bit safer. Thrown out there. Okay.
This is a one-button fighter. Nice confirm there to close that one out. The first game goes to Angry Bird.
Yeah, that sweep from Ken only becomes -6 when they're in burnout, so that's a difficult to punish button, and it's got such good range.
Yeah, and he was only swinging right at the very, very end of it. You saw that after it connected that second time, it was almost like you conditioned him with doing it twice the first time, and then the standing fierce the second time. Oof. I was about to say another similar start here for Vega Patch getting that early corner position and life lead, but also like the last game, Angry Bird managing to make their way out and steal this corner control shortly afterwards.
Oh, there's the challenge. Oh, you can't get away with that against Angry Bird. The Evo champ is so ready with that cross-cut Dragon Punch. And this is where, oh my goodness, you better count your lucky stars if you get out of this one, Vega Patch.
Oh, he recovered in time. That's going to be a punish. Is Angry Bird going to choose to... Oh, you don't even need to spend a bar. You didn't have to do anything. Going into what might be the final round here, sitting at 2 1/4, 2 1/3.
Okay. All right, back throw here from Ken. Real solid one. Such good corner carry on that. Ken's, you know, that's a legacy thing right there.
Content to play this a little bit slower once again as Angry Bird. Wow, what a check!
Did he really just do that? Just so nonchalant, you know?
It was. It wasn't even. It was a punctuation mark, but it was still just a period. It could have been an exclamation point.
And
burning out with this level 3 now, and that will be the set. Clean and concise. Your Evo champion for a reason, closing it out with a perfect over Vega Patch 2-0.
There you go, guys. Blink and you'll miss it. An Angry Bird set right there. 2-0 win for him. And the Evo champ is looking solid. And you can hear the crowd in the Gamers8 arena going crazy for the Evo champion there. Yeah. Angry Birds showing some love right back.
Yeah, you can see that he feels the love of the crowd there, even sitting there for a moment to take it in. I mean, take it, right? You get to, you know, this is your region, right? And they're obviously here to support you. Take that energy, let it power you up, let it propel you forward, especially now you have that on top of coming into this, off of the momentum of an Evo victory. I do not know how you cut down a player like that. Let's check out these highlights.
Yeah, let's take a look, guys.
Man, you talk about people who look at that sweeps, but look at this guy. If you understand Street Fighter 6, you understand why he's doing that, don't you? I mean, it was just an absolute masterclass of chem play, and of course of abusing your opponent's weaknesses. Vega Patch has looked incredible all throughout this tournament. Even when he's lost games, he still looks great. Something about Angry Bird and Big Bird, the level they're playing at in this game right now, the level of advancement and matchup and situational. I mean, look at that Hasanshu check, just on point on every level, man. Super impressive. I'm back. It's F Word. We're here at the STC Roundup segment of the show. Shout out STC, amazing company, and all the guys here sponsoring this incredible event. Joined again by Damascus and Jammers. We just saw the Evo champion. Feels weird saying that, but feels good, brother. Feels good. The Evo champion finally on stream A. He's been running a mock of his opponents in stream B, but we finally get to see him live in the flesh here, guys.
Did you see him? Like, I don't know, I tuned in, the match was finished.
It wasn't that bad. Hey, very fantastic moment.
I tried to see him, bro. He had already left.
See some Arab,
what do I do now?
Arab bias right now. Come on. Vega Patch did a little say. Come on. No, but that was impressive. Yeah. Jammers, we were speaking about it just now. I mean, what about that performance? Actually, good point, actually. We shouldn't go into that yet because we're going to go into that match. There's been a ton of matches in this segment that we haven't talked about yet. Starting with the first one, going all the way through to here. How have you guys been finding it?
You know what? I found it very surprising that MOV actually picked Chun-Li and went with the Chun-Li mirror. This was actually a very heart-pumping, blood-pumping match because these two were actually having a couple of drops that scared all of us in the back because they were crucial combos, and dropping Chun-Li's combos, especially with the Serenity stance, is absolutely vital for the opponent to try and capitalize on that as well. But I like the back and forth between these guys because it shows you the level of Chun-Li and the perception from Japan as opposed to Spain, more specifically Europe, because Vega Patch is one of the few Chun-Li players we have in Europe at the moment. But yeah, I really like the back and forth between these guys.
Yeah, and Vega Patch has been this one match, Vega Patch, bar the match we just saw, Vega Patch has been pretty formidable, hasn't he, Damascus?
He's had a great day so far, man. Representing the Madrid FGC tag, obviously. I'm sure the Spanish viewers at home must be really happy about this. And yeah, he's had a very interesting beginning, right? Because he was really under the radar, didn't really enter tournaments aside from like local Spanish tournaments for a while. And then first tournament in Europe, US, gets like second. I'm like, damn, like this guy's actually for real. You know, joins the last tournament, does well, and you can see him today. Like he's been playing ridiculous. I keep my theory, right? After having been playing Fang for so long, now that you have a character who has actual strength and does not force you to be ridiculous, you just have fun.
Shackles have been removed. You see Angry Bird sitting pretty free and out at the top. Vega Patch, the surprise package. Not surprising for those who've watched him play Street Fighter 6, sitting in second place. Kills you. Probably a bit surprising there. We thought he'd be the threat to that first place against Angry Bird. And then, of course, MOV 0-3. On to the next group, the group of death, and the segment of matches here. It was Jarby M versus Knuckle Dude to start here on Stream A. And it was a very impressive adjustment from Knuckle Dude.
Yeah, there was huge signs of life and good adaptation and strategy from Jarby because Knuckle Dude tested the waters with the X-Flash kick. And then Jarby was ready to punish them, but he just didn't get quite the combos he needed. And I think near the end of the set, he was getting a bit too predictable, trying to anticipate and circumvent Sonic Booms. And then at one point, I think he snuffed out the crouching meaty punch answer that goes under the Sonic Booms there, Knuckle Dude, and really put the work there. But there was a couple of times that I think the guys in the back spotted as well. When Jarby wanted to do a drive impact, we just saw Knuckle Dude just identify it and jump in some way, shape, or form and convert into Sonic Hurricane. Lovely reset
that reset there. Yeah, big drop from Knuckle Dude just before that as well that cost him. But we've seen Knuckle Dude in the matches so far, even when he's lost, look incredibly strong. Damascus, he's able to pull through this one. Talk to me about this kid.
Yeah, you can see the clutch, man. I mean, Knuckle, you don't have to introduce his experience, right? I'm more like happy for Jabi because Jabi obviously beat Tokido at Rebel Kumite, and now he's trying to be there to cement his legacy, right? And just showing how close he makes it against the greatest just shows that he's one of the threats out there. He's one of the players to look out for. Not the greatest start, obviously, with 0-2, but remember, right? Everyone plays twice, so that's
Still
a
has
couple
4
games.
matches, I think, left.
Yeah,
still has a lot. He's not even
so.
halfway through his matches yet, so anything can happen.
Absolutely.
Big Bird
Nothing to say about Big
2-0.
Bird, bro. Like, he's 2 matches were 10 seconds long. GG's. Thank you.
Exactly.
Next player.
On to the next group here in the STC highlights, Damascus, and it's NL, who was just looking impenetrable at times in his matches, catching out those reactions, and he's up against Valmaster in this set. And for a long time, Jammers, it looked like NL was going to run away with this.
Master's been cutting it close today. Obviously not on his own volition. You know, I don't know what the psychological state of him right now, but this was like, as Damascus said at the start of the hour, this was the do or die game for him. This was the pivotal moment to switch his entire situation around. You know, went down to fundamentals, tried to be less risky, and it did work out. He played the long game. And obviously it didn't look good, because sometimes when you play the long game, it doesn't look good on your drive gauge. But somehow, in some way, and a lovely whiff punish there, because let's not forget, Luke has a lot of forward advancing normals. Crouch medium kick didn't do that in SF5, it now does in SF6. So I give full commendment to people that can whiff punish crouch medium kick.
You look at this beautiful group.
Oh wow, I didn't see that.
Perfectly balanced.
Kakarot
like
lost to who? He lost the mirror match.
VX.
He lost the mirror match. Yeah. Wow. So that group is absolutely wide open. Everyone 1-1, guys.
We might need that one fact check. I think it was VX Val. I don't know if it was the mirror match though. I don't know if
maybe
it was
he
the
didn't
match.
go with JP. Okay, good point.
Okay.
Because VX Val traditionally
If we
typically
can
plays
get that,
multiple characters.
Yeah, if we can get that fact check that real quick, that'd be great. But I know it was VX Val, but I don't know if it was JP Mirror.
Well,
That's
we already know what the most interesting group of this segment of the show is. That's a fascinating one. We can see the scorelines there. Amazing matches so far in this block, and more to come. Unfortunately, I'm going to be saying goodbye to these amazing individuals here and having a couple others. Thank you so much. Any final thoughts before we move on, guys?
My final thoughts, I'm doing the next block, so you'll see me in 5 minutes.
Oh, geez, come on. Come on.
What's up, Jammer?
Well, I'm done for the day, so I get to enjoy the GGs in the back. And you know what? I've actually been taking a bunch of notes from the guys playing, and I can do some lab work and then come back day 2 refreshed and say, hey, this is what we saw yesterday. Here's what to keep an eye out for today, and then really home in on the specifics that these guys are doing, because they're giving me a lot of work to do as someone who likes to sit in training.
You love it. You love it, really. It's not work for you, Jammers. It's not work. It's just another day. And he loves to talk, guys. So this is Jammers in his element. And I must say, Jammers, again, looking extremely slick. Before we move on, I have to give a massive shout out to Valmaster. He isn't a scrub. He's actually really good at this game when he's not playing against JP. Didn't he look like a different player against NL?
This guy's been having jabs
He looked like a different player against
I was like, oh yeah, this is the Street Fighter I like.
I love Valmaster,
Yeah,
but come on. It was like Rock Lee with his shackles released again. He's really good when he's not playing against JP, isn't he?
Yeah.
But guys, enough about Valmaster. We have the one and only Big Bird, Big Gubadua, over to talk to Mike Ross. Let's hear from the Middle Eastern representative, our second favorite, arguably, in the region, with Mike Ross. Take it over, guys.
All right, everybody. I'm here now with the king right now of Street Fighter 6, Big Bird. Congratulations on that victory right now. How are you feeling right now in this tournament overall? What are your overall expectations like?
I mean, I think I'm looking good so far. I've won 2 of my matches, and then I got 1 more today. So I think if I win all 3 of my matches today, I should be safe to qualify. Not fully safe, but at least I can play comfortably the next round. So I think I'm looking good right now, and I'm happy with the way I'm playing. This is how I wanted to play Evo, but it just didn't work out.
Hey, man, that's what happens at Evo, dude. Everybody kind of gets blown up every now and then, but it's okay. Now you're here, you're focused, you're recalculated. What kind of transition did you have to think about? Because, you know, yeah, you lost in a tournament you didn't want to. How do you adjust mentally to get ready now for a tournament with so much on the line?
I mean, the reason I lost in Evo, well, the first in winner's side at least, is because I realized I got too desperate. I was getting a bit too desperate, and I was so scared of losing that right now, I mean, when I went to losers, I embraced losing. Not scared, because when you're scared of losing, then you don't care about winning. You just don't want to lose, so you play a bit more scared. But right now, I mean, I know I can lose, but at least I'm not scared of it. And I know it's gonna happen at some point. But I just gotta play my game, and if I lose, it's whatever. And if I win, that's good for me.
Are you ever worried at all about people learning and understanding what you're doing with Marissa? Because it actually blows my mind how you're so comfortable and willing to share every piece of tech you discover and you share it on Twitter. Why do you do that as opposed to keeping it for yourself and saving it?
I mean, because I'm trying to advance my level, and I wanna, for example, if I play against someone, let's say I played against Luffy, for example, and he learned the matchup so many times. So at least I want to be able to build multiple layers for myself. So if I play against someone that doesn't know Marissa, I know which layer to go with. If I play against someone that knows the matchup, at least I have the layers prepared already. So if I play against someone that, if I don't play anyone, I won't be able to develop layers, and that was gonna hurt me if I meet someone that's, that knows the Marissa matchup. So I gotta play people, and I just gotta build layers through it, and that's how I get better. I'm not looking at it for short term. I mean, that's kind of is gonna give short-term success, but I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for long-term success.
I love it. Good luck for the rest of your matches, man. You're a champion, you're a king. I love that mindset. All right, we'll see y'all later.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
Welcome back to Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 2023. We have seen a slew of absolutely amazing matches, and it's only going to get better as finally, we're going to have another one of the Middle Eastern representatives on stream. We waited all day to get Angry Bird. Now we're going to get his closest partner up. But before we do that, we have to reintroduce my homie coming back. Damascus, clearly. You just don't want to go anywhere.
I like Street Fighter. What did I say?
I mean, you're here to stay.
It's kind of a nice game. Yeah, I'm here to stay.
I mean, you can reintroduce yourself if you want.
Yeah,
well, we've seen you already.
I like Street Fighter 6. Thank you.
But Brad, good to have you back, man. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm Brad. I also like Street Fighter 6.
Do you?
I do. I'm a little bit of a fan.
I like you now.
Oh, that's good.
Let's go.
Cool. You guys heard it.
I mean, judging from the level of this guy's analytical breakdowns, I'd be shocked if he didn't like Street Fighter 6. But more to the matches to come. Jarby M with it all to play for now. He's 0-2 down, I think, so he desperately needs a win. But good lord, is this a big ask or what?
Let's be simple, right? I've seen the B3 match. Big Bird obliterated Problem X.
Yeah,
right? I think Jarby M might have seen that and was like, I'm gonna go Chun-Li.
Did Problem X go Lily?
Lily, yeah.
Problem X actually knows that match quite well. So
these two play a lot, right?
Play a ton, yeah.
I don't think, from Jabim's perspective, he knows these two play each other a lot. So he should be like, you know what? Like, Lily is probably a matchup he's got figured out. I have a better chance with Chun-Li, which I would completely understand.
Yeah. I would still go Lily just because. You know what? There's no
Can you lab guesses?
There's no correct answer, man. There isn't, honestly. And that's not the only one we've got. Of course, this segment, we're going to have tons more amazing matches. That's the first one. Finally going to get Big Bird up here on Stream A. The next match after that is going to be Valmaster taking on VX Bao. And just an update, shout out my guy Shoyu Sengan all the way over in the UK. The mirror match did not happen. Kakaru did lose to VX Bao, but it wasn't JP versus JP. VX Bao whipped out his Ken to take out Kakaru. Now, that is information I just got from Shoyu Sengan. That's very interesting because they got to play twice in this, obviously it's round robin doubles, right? So it's just a matter of time before we see if he does that twice. But we've seen what Ken can do in that matchup. Yeah. And now he's going to probably go back to JP for this one. Brad, talk to me.
I mean, we've seen Valmaster play a couple of times today already. It's gone okay. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that one goes. I mean, we've not had the chance to watch VX Bao on A stream yet today, I believe, right? And if we know that there's multiple characters that could be coming out, I mean, who knows what to expect at any point. And like you said, with something like a double round robin kind of format, tricks like that, pulling out tricks like that this early is kind of crazy, right? Because that's the type of stuff that you save for like really late in. So I'm going to be really curious to watch that one for sure.
And this is obviously the most exciting group at the moment. 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. Everyone in the group is 1-1. Still all to play for. This next match, I mean, if you're Valmaster, you're quite happy. You know, you've got these two JPs, but you're still very much in there, right? So
very much in there, but I mean, we've mentioned it, right? JP is the matchup he struggles the most with. My big question is, I have seen Valmaster playing Kimberly sometimes against JP.
I have.
Yeah. I have seen him playing Kimberly at Evo as well. Like so it's not like a rusty Kimberly. I've seen him playing and winning pool matches with Kimberly. Will he pull out the Kimberly at some point today?
Well, he tried it early. It didn't look great against Kakaru, but we'll see. Maybe it's a different JP. Anything could happen.
Yeah, I mean, but if VX Bao has the same degree of confidence with that matchup that Kakaru demonstrated, which, I mean, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But if there's even a trace of it, I mean, Valmaster's Kimberly was completely dismantled.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that never even got started. It was so clear why the character was chosen, and Kakaru had the answer at every point. I imagine VX Bao has to at least be familiar with the matchup.
But if you're going to pick Kimberly, let's do it now. You're going to play it twice, do it now, right? We'll see. We've got to get on to the other matches, guys. There's more to come. So the next one coming up in this segment, it only gets better, guys. It's going to be DCQ's debut on Stream A, taking on Oil King's debut on Stream A. First time we're seeing from this group as well. These two incredible players from Asia representing Damascus. Tell me about this one.
I really like Oil King's depth of characters because he plays both Mano and Chun-Li. I know that he's training Rashid on the side. I was talking to him at EVO. He knocked me out on losers bracket at EVO, but like that's a detail. No one cares about this.
That's pretty. I mean, you got to the losers bracket where Oil King was there, so you got pretty far, right?
No, it was winners. No, that's the winners. It was out of fools. I made it out of fools. I thought I was good. And then I played Oil King and I remembered I was not.
He tried to give you the layup, man.
I like this. He gave me coaching. Shout out to Oil King. I love this guy. But having Chun-Li and Manon is so good because you have two like completely different characters. And I know he's been training Rashid on the side. He was taking me at EVO. I will eventually main Rashid. I'm just not ready right now. I don't think we'll see Rashid this weekend, obviously, but Chun-Li and Manon is such a good pair because you don't know what's coming.
I love it. I love it. We've got to get on to the next match, guys. I would love to get your thoughts on that, Brad, but we'll do that once the match actually happens. The next one coming up in this segment, the debut of coming up, taking on the UK's pride in 4 fields. It's JP versus Ken. Brad, talk to me.
I've seen the comments. I had Twitch chat open. Yes, you've all been waiting for Daigo. He is in fact here. None of the memes
I've
you've
seen
seen
him in person.
Yeah, he was
eating. He was
amazing.
Whoa, Daigo eats. I saw Daigo eat.
Daigo eats.
Starstruck, bro.
But 4 fills, you know, if you've watched EU fighting games, shout out to Saltmine League, you've seen Forfils. Forfils really well traveled last year. I love watching them play. And I'm super excited to watch this match happen. Watching Daigo, always a treat. And then watching a player that you have followed for a while and seen in a bunch of different communities, and then getting them to play against a legend like Daigo. It's a really fascinating litmus test that I'm really excited to see.
Well, only time will tell. Some juicy matches to come up. These guys really breaking it down for me, getting me very excited. The debut of Daigo Umehara here on Stream A, here at Gamers8.
That's his first match, right? He hasn't been on Stream B.
He hasn't been on Stream A yet. I don't know if he's been on Stream B yet.
I believe that's his first match, and it's good to have, it's good to have Daigo in, right? Like, it's always happy to have Daigo. His Ken has been putting in work. His Evo performance was alright. Obviously, Evo 7K people, it's really hard. Like,
but he had a great, he got super far.
He got super far. Lost to Mena Erdi in a very close match.
Exactly, super close match. Takedo and Angry Bird just throwing it off a little bit because they're just such incredible Kens. But I think 2 weeks earlier, Daigo was arguably a better Ken than Takedo. The level up was ridiculous from Takedo.
Yeah, Takedo looked kind of crazy, but it's all about Daigo, man. I think we hype, and it's all about like how will Forfils handle that, because his JP is pretty
solid. They say it's a bad matchup. We don't know if it is, but Daigo's about got a chance to choose. 2, 1, 0. Let's find out. Yalla habibi!
The energy in this room has shifted after we saw the champ, the Evo champ himself, make an appearance and put on an absolutely dominant performance with his kin. With that performance against Vegapatch, it's hard to believe that Angry Bird might not go ahead and get the double crown. Evo and Gamers8 back-to-back, can it be done? If so, then Angry Bird is a prime candidate to make it happen.
Well, this is going to be insane if it happened. I asked the player, I asked Angry Bird himself, and he said, definitely, I want to take this trophy because it's different, and it's also a big one, and he knows how difficult it is, and he's not going to take it easy. أعزائنا المشاهدين، شفنا المباراة الأولى، أنجري بيرد ما كان خصم سهل، أنجري بيرد أنهى لنا إياها بشكل سريع، لكن مباراتنا الثانية معنا الطيور الثانيين اللي معنا في مجموعات مختلفة، وبرضه راح نستمتع في مباراتنا، فخليكم جاهزين لها ونبدأ نرحب برضه مع اللاعبين.
It takes a special player to be able to perform under these bright lights after flying all the way across the world. And that is exactly why these players are that special. When it matters the most, they're able to get it done. But in the end of this, there will only be one. Let's take a look at our next match. We have our first player ready. This guy is looking like a tank up to this point. The last match that we saw him in, so he's currently 0-2, but the last match we saw him in was up against Knuckle Dang. It came down to the final hit. It was a great match with the Chun-Li versus the Guile. So with us being this early in the tournament, so early in this event, if I'm him, I'm not shaking whatsoever. Of course, though, you do not want to go down 0-3, but with this opponent he's going up against, it's not going to be easy. But hard opponents is nothing for Jabi M, because we've seen what he did against so much strong competition, including Takedo at Red Bull Kumite.
Well, Jabi M is still here with us, and he still have his chances, even though his next opponent is really difficult to beat. But we're going to see an amazing performance, especially that it is his chance to come back to the ladder, to the group. أعزائي المشاهدين، بعد ما تعرفنا على اللاعب الثاني جابي ام، رحلته كانت جدا صعبة في هذه البطولة. مبارياته الأولى كانت غير موفقة، لكن عنده كان في نفس الوقت كان خصم جدا صعب. والحين خلونا نبدأ نتعرف بالمنافس الثاني على المسرح، فخلونا نطلع عليه ونرحب فيه معنا هنا. رحبوا معنا في طيرنا الثاني بيج بيرد. طيرنا الثاني يبغى يحلق برضو مع زميله الى النهائيات، يبغى يوصل فعلا منافسته عالية، ووجود جمهوره وتشجيعه. عادل حاضر معنا في بطولة جدا كبيرة، فعلا رحلته كانت صعبة، لكن دائما مستواه يتحسن واحدة ورا الثانية، يكمل مستواه يتصاعد، والحين معنا في مرحلة بعيدة، معنا في بطولة عالمية.
Big Bird, one of the most phenomenal players in the world, bar none, in the conversation for the best. Of course, right now, him and, of course, his training partner as well. You hear the response from the Saudi Arabia crowd. Big Bird and Angry Bird, of course, are the two most famous and decorated Street Fighter players from the Middle East. So, of course, there has to be an inswell of pride within this arena. Big Bird, Jobby M, please take your seats. It is time for battle. We are about to see who can take it home, Jobby M or Big Bird. Let's take it to the casters to see all of the action.
Well, the birds are flying, but are we going to see Jobby M is going to catch one of them? هذا بنشوف المباراة الحين، فخلونا نبدأ على طول وننتقل لكم مع المعلقين.
All right, baby, it's time for the last block of matches for Street Fighter 6 here at Gamers8. Ringe and Vicious back on the mic to close it out. And boy, I am looking so forward to seeing Big Bird on the street finally with the Marisa.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking forward to the most, right? He had a little bit of a short run over at EVO, just not really that kind of short, really. But we were looking forward to seeing him in top 6, right?
Yeah, we all thought he was going to go a little bit further.
Yeah, and so Jobby M also looking to shake things up. He could be the one to possibly make Big Bird bleed, right? Big Bird currently looking at 2-0 in his status. Jobby M 0-2, but it's still very, very early into the tournament. This just might be the one, but we'll see exactly how he faces off against that Marisa. Now, we talked about this a little bit earlier. We saw it on stream. Big Bird, in fact, demolishing one of the other only Lilies in the competition. You got to think to yourself, right? Will Jobby M stick to that character, or will he be still playing Chun-Li today?
Yeah, I think he's gonna go with the Chun-Li. All I'm really concerned about on Jobby's side is I don't want to see him crack. Like, he's actually such a solid player, and there's been a couple of times where he goes for these desperation supers, and they haven't worked out. So I just want him to stay cool, calm, and collected, but he's gonna try the Lily after all.
I'm liking this, defying all odds and expectations of not only the folks at home, but also the commentary. I gotta say, man, it's been really, really difficult to kind of figure out how Jobby wants to approach some of these matchups, but I'm glad he is playing with this character. Show me what you're about. Here we go, game 1, Big Bird versus Jobby M.
Yeah, you already know. Yeah, she had the Windspire loaded up. Oh, tried for the command throw early, but Big Bird with a quick backdash. Goes for the low as well, Jobby. I mean, as soon as he sees that stance, right, he's taking it to the sky so he does not get command grabbed.
No doubt, but that's got to be data for further on. Big Bird, the big punish counter. Gladius charged up. The medium kick on the way over, yes sir, knock him down. Dimakairis, Gladius to finish it off. But look at the super, we gotta see and expect that from Jobby M, at least from the last couple of times he's done it with Chun-Li.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, Marisa is a huge bully in the corner, right? That back fierce when you charge up so much plus frames, but right now Jobby is taking Big Bird to the other corner, waking up with the armor, parried right back. What a decision from Jobby. It's gonna be close to close, yeah, but he have a super, wakes up with it, absorbs, and takes the round. Oh.
Firing right back at Jobby M with a taste of his own medicine. The crowd absolutely loving it. And that's something to think about, right? When it comes to Marisa, one of her biggest weaknesses that I think are being thrown on her wake up, right? Meaty throws have been a really big problem against Marisa, even if having level 1 super.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up, right? Is that when you're facing Big Bird and Marisa in the corner, when they have that one bar, you got to look for the throw, man. You got to make them jump out the corner because it's so good up against her wake up super.
Yeah.
But right now, Big Bird is just bullying him to the corner yet again, bro. I love that offensive drive reversal. Keep him locked down. He tried to escape, but there is none for Marisa. 2 bars in the grave.
Big Bird finishing it off 2 super arts in a row, by the way. And you're going to see a little bit of contemplation. No, I lied to you all. It's instant rematch. Cut it back to the match, baby. There we go.
He wants it. He started off with a Superman punch again. He looked for that early on. Jobby M did a good job staying outside the range, but now playing in that danger zone.
Oh. And it's so difficult to kind of contest whether you're going to see like the Riga, the Superman punch, whatever the approach is. It's so difficult to even try to press the button against Marisa. Because look at that, Muscle Mommy, you might just be dead than dead.
Yeah, he ate a charge back fierce. Like, that is done.
No, you don't do that here. There's no refund for that. It's straight up. Oh, Kadriga to start things off. Right, he started off with the Superman punch earlier. So Jobby M, again, just a little lost in the lights in regards to the starter, but it's not the end of him yet.
100%, man. Big Bird, look at this. We just keep playing on this side of the screen, right? This corner has become very familiar to us. Oh, the drive rush, he dropped the combo a little bit. You know, Big Bird is just feeling it right now. Anyway, OD Gladius now, just in case you want to get real frisky.
Oh, charge up, yeah, get off of me. Drive reversal yet again on a charged up Condor. Windspire, excuse me. Oh no, are you dead?
Okay, he's still alive for now. Big Bird, yeah, comboing into that, right? Because off the medium target combo, you have to go into the OD version for the ground bounce, and he didn't have that available due to being burned out. Flips out, goes with the forward medium punch, and Big Bird cleans it up. I didn't even realize that was the end of the set, man. The Marisa matches just fly by.
I gotta say, man, with double super arts to close out the first game, I didn't expect it to be that fast either. But to be fair, man, he seems pretty confident in that matchup altogether. So Jabi M, another matchup to put him on the drawing board.
Yeah, and Big Bird, remember he won South African Kumite. He's from Algeria. He also stays in the Middle East now. This could be the home court advantage he's looking for. But let's take a look at the replays before we get into the next match.
Adele, Big Bird, whatever you call him, make sure you call him a winner because that is what matters most. He just had a dominant performance against Jabi M in his first main stage appearance of the event. That Marisa is looking absolutely ridiculous. The strength, the power, the combo damage is just so much to handle, and in the hands of Big Bird, it's tough to stop.
Well, it's hard to catch the birds. I think so. شفنا مباراة ما كانت طبيعية فعلا. اللاعب اللي معنا عادل أبدع فيها. بيج بيرد ما انهزم في المباراة. ورانا مستوى أسطوري وقدر يتصدر المجموعة الحين. صارت أخذ الصدارة جدا صعبة منه وتقريبا تأهله صار شبه مضمون. كل يحتاج أنه يفوز في مباراة إضافية يمكن وتحسم له المباريات وفعلا يقدر يتصدر. لكن برضو مباراتنا الثانية لا تقل أهمية في مجموعة ثانية في حفلة ثانية جالسة تصير معنا في المجموعات. منافسات كلها مستمرة وغير طبيعية.
These matches have heated up more and more throughout the competition. And I mean, what did you expect? We are right here in Saudi Arabia. This is Gamers8, $1 million on the line, one of the most beautiful fighting game communities that I have been to thus far. And I'm sure that the players echo those sentiments as well. The matches are only going to keep getting better as these stakes increase. So with that being the case, let's take a look at our next match as we have our first competitor. Valmaster! Valmaster has been an absolute titan so far when it comes to Gamers8. We've seen his neutral game, that Chun-Li, which he has been piloting for years up to this point. Eventually you form a bit of a bond with your character where you don't even have to think about any moves. It's just he's been doing it for so many years that she is almost just an extension of him at this point. Hailing from France, one of the best fighting game communities in the world when we're talking about skill, huge resurgence in Street Fighter 5, and now here he is in Street Fighter 6 looking amazing.
Well, I think he's the only player, when you look at his face, it's literally like you can get to know that he really wants to win and he's not going to take anything easily. Like, look at him. literally, he's so serious about he's really serious about every single match. He's not gonna take anything to go away, even though in a small mistakes. أعزائي المشاهدين شفنا اللاعب اللي معنا فال ماستر حرفيا مهيمن في المنافسات، ياخذ كل مباراة وبشكل جدي، ما يستهين في أي خصم قدامه، فعلا ياكله لقمة ورا الثانية إلى نقدر يحصل النقاط فيها. لكن برضو منافسة، هذه أول مباراة له على المسرح ومباراته الأولى اللي معنا هنا، لكن فعلا لعب في مباريات اللي كانت معنا في البث الثاني، فخلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب فيه معنا هنا على المسرح. رحبوا معنا في VX باو. لاعبنا جاينا من الصين، فعلا انتصاراته ومستواه في ستريت فايتر 6 ما ينهزم فيها، اغلب البطولات اللي شارك فيها حققها، لكن هذه البطولة اللي جاي برضو عارف قوة خصومه، عارف انه يحتاج الانتصار فيها وما يستهين في اي احد راح يكون قدامه. جاينا من الصين ويبغى ياخذ معه الكأس إلى الصين.
The skill that we have seen from VX Bao over the years is nothing to be scoffed at. Actually, the contrary, it is to be admired. We've seen VX Bao coming up with, of course, DCQ is also in this tournament. We've seen him come up with Zen, who, of course, we've seen him putting in work earlier with his DJ, and, of course, a Capcom Cup grand finalist. VX Bao is a monster Capcom Cup qualified player in previous years. Right now, Valmaster, VX Bao, please take your seats and prepare to do battle. Let's see who is about to take this one home. We need to send it over to the casters so we can get into the action.
Well, we still have a little bit, I think, a few other matches till we end this day, and this one is an important one. أعزائي المشاهدين، رحلتنا قربت تنتهي في اليوم الأول، مبارياتنا الأخيرة ما تقل أهمية، كلها مجموعة نقاط تحسم لنا منهم اللي بيكملون معنا الصدارة. خلونا نبدأ مباراتنا على طول ونروح لكم مع المعلقين.
And this is a matchup to behold, right? Valmaster versus VX Bao, both tied at 1-1, and I feel like for Valmaster, it's got to be a little bit more weight on his shoulders, right? Just the way that he's been presenting himself. He's been stressed out, man, and I'm not going to lie. I feel you. VX Bao, on the other hand, he's been having a killer performance thus far. Taking down, I think from over on the stream B, he had a very big performance against one of the big JP players, which is quite the contrary for Valmaster, right? He's been struggling against some of the JP players.
My man Valmaster was like, bro, what karmic retribution? Like, why do I deserve to be in a group with two of the best JPs in the world? But that is your fate, man. And it's interesting to know, though, that as you mentioned, VX Bao did take down Kakaru on stream B with Ken instead of JP, right? And we heard my man F-Word, shouts to Shoryu Sengon as well, bringing that up on the analyst desk. But yeah, I'm interested to see. I'm expecting the JP, because obviously that's what Valmaster is the most annoyed by. And I'm sure VX Bao has heard that through the grapevine at this point. But Valmaster, this is what he's all about, right? This is what fighting games and this competition journey is about. Overcoming those obstacles and flourishing in the process. So hopefully he can do just that.
So both players in their respective right have been just putting in so much work with their character. Overall, you know, Valmaster, he has been the Chun-Li player to watch. VX Bao, I feel like he's still getting himself ready with whatever character he wants to play. And it's going to indeed be the JP. Now, we saw glimpses of the Ken earlier, and man, he is spazzing out that up button. But I will say, yeah, this is just, man, tantalizing Valmaster at this point. He's like, you know what, man, I'm just going to follow the trend. If this leads me to the W, why not utilize it?
And no bias here, but I'm loving the luscious locks on VX Bao, so you know, lock up, brother. But here we go, already in the corner. Oh, and he beats out the first knockdown in the corner from Valmaster. Oh.
Is it weird that was the first smile we've seen from Valmaster today? I don't know if you guys saw the player cam, but as soon as he let the OD Tensho kicks rip, he let out a huge smile. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna play with my heart today.
Yeah, exactly. I love that right there, though. Using the Hajansu to go through the projectiles. That's one of the things she does have in this matchup that works out in her favor a lot of the time. And let's see if Valmaster can snowball this corner pressure to a victory. Nice job just backing up, waiting for VX Bao to jump out and keeping him locked down. Oh, he's really reaching with a long-range crouch medium kick right now.
That's really true, yeah. And what a stop to the driver from Valmaster with crouching medium punch of all normals, but no, he dropped it.
He did, and VX Bao was immediately ready with a drive impact right there. Valmaster, he's got a bunch of meter here, so VX Bao can't be too happy with the drive impacts, but the wall clean throwing him off and a quick whiff punish.
An excellent rebuttal coming in from Valmaster, looking at a full stock of meter. Yeah, 3 down below. Any sort of big conversion could lead to big damage. And I love the side switch 10 show kicks, absolutely ready against VX Bao. Again, the anti-air is so sharp from Valmaster. It's going to be so tough. VX Bao, he's got to be looking for that DI. No, it's going to be control from Valmaster instead of offense.
I'm really surprised. VX Bao was taking to the skies a lot here. Finally gets the trip he was looking for. Oh yeah, fainting again. He's trying to bait Valmaster into parrying, but Valmaster's not doing it really at all. Level 3 confirmed though. He wants to take control of this match, right? Even up the life and then get that drive meter advantage, which is gonna have about, a lot actually, about 3 bars of an advantage here. Does spin it and try to keep this pressure going.
Yeah, I like the double departure idea because now it gives them full screen control, at least push Valmaster into the corner. That's a huge scramble from both ends. Although the perfect parry was there on the cross-up, didn't really get much of anything. And now trying to get some mixes of his own, Valmaster immediately went for the stomp and he spent himself into the burnout. Now just trying to get some of these lights in, and I love the drive impact from VX Bao.
Yeah, he's got to be on the lookout for that. Every time Valmaster has been in burnout, VX Bao's been looking to abuse it, and right there, meets him in the middle, meets him in the sky. That was pretty.
Oh, he's saying something. He is mumbling under his breath. It's like, these JP players, man.
Learn how to play a fighting game.
Who do they think they really are,
Setting up shot with the OD. Let me get that, bro. Oh, and finally, once Valmaster shows the parry, he gets thrown. Oh, it's got to be so frustrating at this point. Tries it again, only to get punished, countered once more.
VX Bao.
And look, VX Bao, he thought he had conditioned him. At that point, speaking of conditioning,
even his conditioning has been conditioned, man.
Oh, my God, that's why his hair is so nice. Just saying, the conditioner is flowing. VX Bao right now. Valmaster now already down. He has his back against the wall. He cannot allow any more rounds from VX.
From both ends, this is terribly terrific. It's like, you can't help but feel for Valmaster, but at the same time, you're so impressed by VX Bao's adaptation, or at least kind of like awareness to kind of change up the gameplay against Valmaster to force him to do what he wants, right?
And then maybe, hopefully we get to see Valmaster unleashed right now, and that's exactly what happens. The throw bait was very successful, tries it again, but no bite. Oh, nah, didn't get the parry out in time, or I'm not sure. He had an execution error. Wow, let's go with it and throws him as he lands.
Oh. No, not like this.
There's counter, bro. The CA as well. You're going to spin it, of course, because this pauses Valmaster's burnout timer. I mean, he's going to be in the corner. He's not going to be recovering burnout. He's got CA, so you can't be brainless with the pressure, but it's still scary.
You can set up double departure still. And you get to spike him up. Look at all the chip damage. Oh, Valmaster, he's hanging on by a thread. VX Bao, he's trying to seal it here. More chip damage. Cannot wait.
He did it. He got the confirm off. That was so sick. Valmaster staying alive here.
Dear God, the calculation.
Oh, man.
And that wasn't even the end of the game. No songs here, no woes, no hoes. I gotta say, that's gotta be like, no, you gotta hold on to that. No songs here.
That was ridiculous right there. VX Bao, he just needed to stay firmly on the ground. He jumped and cost himself around here. Valmaster, you need to ride this momentum, brother.
Jeez, what a conversion too. But VX Bao's still riding the momentum. He is not phased whatsoever. He's like, you know what, that was cute. You spent 2 bars for that just to tie up the round. Let me show you what's good with the rest of it.
Precisely, man. Valmaster, though, he's building back up. The momentum is in his favor. He's got JP in the corner. He's building plenty of bars. Well, the fireball, keep it locked down. Baits out the OD amnesia. Let's see the punish here. You got to make it count, my man. Safe jump setup. Oh my goodness. The overhead doesn't pop off. It recovers in time to not get punished by the neutral jump. Oh, nah, but you're in burnout level 2. You can't do anything about it. He's got level 3 on deck. He doesn't choose to wake up with it. VX Bao closes out the set.
The amount of frustration, too, from Valmaster immediately afterwards has just been so rough, yo. I gotta say, VX Bao is truly a menace with this character. Valmaster, he's gotta figure out something, and he's gotta do it quick, man. With the amount of JPs he has to go through, it's gonna look nothing but tough for the rest of the competition.
You could tell he just gets really annoyed by the character, man, and that is a huge mental obstacle to overcome. So hopefully we see him do just that throughout Gamers 8. But right now, I want to take a look at the replays and see exactly how VXBow got the dub.
The player that you just saw right there, the player that just won was not VXBow. That was VXBow, because he just went hard in the paint. That was amazing. You seen that JP play, and this guy is looking extremely hard to stop. As far as this next match, bro, we actually have some former teammates. We're not gonna say exactly who it is yet, but these guys are actually Street Fighter League champions and did it on the same team with the same jersey on.
Well, they have a lot of experience as well. They know how each other, they know each other very well. So this is going to be an amazing match. أعزائنا المشاهدين اللي شفناها مباراتنا الأولى فعلا VXBow قدر يحقق الانتصار بشكل ساحق رغم أنه خلى فعلا أول خسارة لفال ماستر، لكن في نفس الوقت عندنا المباراة اللي بعدها اللي تجمع ما بين لاعبين هم كانوا قبل زملاء وكانوا يعرفون بعض وفي نفس الوقت حتى يعرفون لعب بعض بشكل جدا ممتاز، فهذا اللي بيخلي المباراة جدا ممتعة.
Okay, and now we do have our next match. We are down to our last two matches of the day. It pains me to say it, but of course we have 4 days of action. We have our first player ready. Energy from Oil King. Do you see that sauce? My man's Oil King is, of course, one of the best dressed players that we've ever seen in Street Fighter. And trust me, just because I led off with that does not mean it's because of a lack of accolades when it comes to in-game. I'm just big Hollywood, so you know what I care about the most. It's how my man's marketing himself. He is looking right. But outside of just that, Oil King, of course, an EVO Japan champion, EVO finalist, one of the best players throughout the history of Street Fighter V. You see him rocking that Twisted Minds eyes, of course, and the Red Bull hat representing all the way. And I'll tell you what, people lucky he ain't got the shorts on today. He might be saving the shorts for finals day.
Well, actually, a lot of people from the people in the crowd here, they were waiting for him. They waited from the morning, really. They came in the morning, they waited for his match, and now it is happening. أعزائي المشاهدين، أنا متأكد جايين كلكم تبغون تعرفون نتيجة هذه المباراة، جايين كلكم تشوفون مباراتنا. فعلا اللاعب اللي معنا اويل كينج لاعب اسطورة غني عن التعريف، ما يحتاج نتكلم عنه أكثر، لكن في نفس الوقت خصمه برضو خصم عريق، خلونا نتعرف عليه ونشوفه معنا. أعطونا تحية لدي سي كيو. هذا اللاعب بالخبرة الكبيرة برضو اللي عنده، كلهم خبرات عالية في نفس الوقت، لكن في نفس الوقت هذا اللاعب تحديدا دي سي كيو ما احتاج تتكلم عنه كثير، انجازاته تتكلم عنه فعلا، وحتى برضو البطولات اللي حققها كلها تتكلم عنه. وهنا جاي برضو معنا، جاينا من الصين إلى الرياض، يبغى ينافس في بطولة عالمية ضد أقوى الفرق. وخلينا نشوف كيف ايش راح يقدر يسوي ضد زميله السابق في هذه البطولة، لأن المباراة راح تكون تاريخية.
This man, DCQ, let me tell you just a little bit about him. Used to be a pro in another game that was not even a fighting game prior to coming over here. So in multiple genres, he has shown his genius. All the way from China, he burst onto the scene in Street Fighter League, defeating most of the best players in the world. And piloting, I would say, at the forefront of his team in order to go ahead and get to the Street Fighter League Championship, which of course they did get the W in. Now, DCQ and Oil King, they were teammates. They are close, but there are no friends when it comes to the arena. Oil King, DCQ, take your seats because it is time for battle. Let's see who is going to take it in this all-important match and send it over to the casters.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين شفنا مباراتنا وشفنا بالأصح اللاعبين اللي معنا هنا على المسرح، فخلونا نبداها ونشوف مباراة راح تكون أخوية ما بين لاعبين أساطير.
All right, it's going to be a great one here. We got some players making their debuts here on stream. It might even be the first match of the day. Oil King in the building, a crowd favorite, a fan favorite, of course, going up against DCQ, aka Easy Cake. My man is about that. Yeah, you remember
yes,
that.
Yes, I do. And it's hard to forget with the way that he's been playing. And I got to say, man, his explosive performance alongside Oil King in Street Fighter League was one of legends, to be honest with you. They were famed to be, maybe in last place and automatically going all the way to first. I gotta say, that's super impressive with obviously the amount of work they've put in. Now, this is gonna be quite the question, considering this is their first game pretty much of the tournament, not only against each other, but just in general. I wanna know what DCQ has been up to. We've seen the performance from Oil King. I have not seen a lot as much DCQ, but that's just my ignorance, right?
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Oil King, but yeah, almost none of DCQ right now. I know he's been playing here and there, rocking the JP. Definitely Just Projectile is going to be in the building. Shout outs to Lee Chung, of course. I want to see if Oil King goes with the Manan or the Chun-Li, though. That's going to be what I'm most interested in. Or does he actually bring out the Rashid? Obviously, this is a character he was the most known for in Street Fighter V, but still relatively new. And with all this cake on the line, you can't make it that easy for DCQ.
Definitely, no doubt. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, eventually, with the amount that's on the line, like the amount of pressure, the monetary value, of course. I mean, granted, Oil King is in his name, but I gotta say, like, I think bringing Rashid to the table this early into the game may not be as beneficial, right? As talented as of a player as he is, there's a valid explanation for it. There's valid proof. Like, you didn't see any other players other than maybe Momochi bring Rashid to the table to that degree. But I think Chun-Li is very much so a competent character, specifically against the JP matchup.
There you go. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier, right? Even though Valmaster laments the character in the matchup, I think she does have her own merits, and especially the Hajansu, which we highlighted before, right? Going through the projectiles, trying to smoke JP with the pressure. Definitely going to be interesting. We also saw in that previous set with VX Bao up against Valmaster, we saw a lot of usage of the down forward heavy punch, right? Long distance normal for JP. Very minus, but when it's spaced out like that, it's so difficult to punish.
Here we go, game one. Already rushing in, drive rush into the overhead. DCQ is already trying to apply that pressure, double departure. Actually, let's get a third. The trip was canceled, so he had to rebook his ticket. But now,
the old Logan-sama, huh?
Listen, man, I didn't call it, but
he'll be here tomorrow, everybody. Don't worry.
That's just how I call the departures, man. I call it the round trip if it's OD. If he puts up another one, it was a rebooked flight, right?
Perfect. I love it. Setting up shop. Yeah, you can see Oil King trying to prioritize getting out of the way of those slits. Oh, it gets crossed up in the process. That's so unfortunate.
Ooh.
I love that. The drive rush is on you, right? We're trying to get through the projectiles from long distance. The trade, though, that's so unfortunate. He burned himself out and he comboed off of it.
Jeez.
Oh, man.
They even had the Arabic casters kind of thinking to themselves, man, how did he get that trajectory to actually get the alley-oop to himself? You know, that was pretty impressive. Yo, shout out to those guys, man. They've been grinding it all day, so
yeah,
I love them, man.
Shout outs to our brethren on the Arabic side for the commentary. Yeah, and again, now DCQ stabilizing the game, right? And this is, I think, a big reason why you don't want to use Rashid so early is because JP is so good at stabilizing. And right now you can see, right? You get in, you try to jump in, the crouch fierce is there. Oil King is having a tough go at things. Drive rush as soon as he blocks the fireball. Very interesting from DCQ.
I don't like that. Yeah, just not ready for it, though. Oil King needs to make something happen. He's losing the drive gauge war thus far. DCQ is looking to back it up. Or so I thought, yeah, DCQ is still going to be spending all of this meter. That was the most regal walk I've ever seen. This guy is robotic.
For real, oh man, so look at royalty out here. I like it. DCQ now put his back to the corner. Oh, King, you got to make something happen here, bro. Catches him low, but he went into a heavier version of the leg, so no combo. Oh,
this whole mix is so difficult to keep track of. This is what took down so many people down at EVO. Oil King is just so hard to keep in place. You're not going to spend that level 3. You're not about it.
He's not. The amnesia on the safe jump. Yeah, blocks it out, and the drive impact from DCQ. He's the one that sneaks it in now. He will most definitely spin that level 3 because we're going to game 2 with a little fist pump as well. You know he felt so good about that victory because he was getting rushed down in the corner. It was looking very scary for him.
There's something about the way that DCQ opened up the round 2 drive rush into overhead. It just tells me he doesn't even want to let Oil King play the game, and that's for a very good reason. We saw a glimpse, an example of what Oil King can do once he has you under pressure. It's very movement-based, it's very tricky, and it's very mix-heavy. So with that in mind, DCQ is like, you know, I do not want to be in this situation. I want to be as risk-averse as possible towards your strategy.
Yeah. And we already see Oil King represent like the drive rush Zanshu, right? So DCQ is not going to rest on his laurels and put the bullet hell up. Like, he wants to play at the mid-range, like we see right here, right? He's forcing his way in, but he already put the double slits up. It's going to be tough.
And it's so deliberate when it comes to his pressure after the crouching jab. He's staggering it just after the block stun from the departures, right? So the anti-air off of the feint, it's so good. DCQ is forcing Oil King to act in ways that he's not familiar, or at least where he's uncomfortable, right? He's just trying to jump over some of the projectiles that's been thrown out, but...
And like, it feels so bad, right? Like, Oil King's at this distance, but he's barely got any drive meter. He's not going to have any after the punish counter throw. And you're full screen again. He does walk all the way in, but DCQ having him in burnout like this, I mean, JP, probably the character that you are at the most mercy to when you're in burnout.
Right, and yeah, just like that, DCQ, even after the anti-air, he sent out the low phantom just to see whether or not Oil King would respond in kind, maybe do like a super out one, but I still like the overall pressure too. I mean, it was bound for chip damage, right?
Yes, exactly, right? Like, DCQ was just taking advantage of the burnout state. He knew what he was doing. And now, immediately checks on a hit. Oh, yeah, of course, the drive reversal. -8 on block, so gets a little punish in. Wasn't too confident, though. Now, DCQ is loaded on meter, though. A pixel away from 3. He's got it now.
He's so got hit by that.
Yo, DCQ.
The conversion!
And that's where JP is at his strongest, in my opinion, when he's got the slit up and he just walks at you. Like, what are you going to do about it? The spike's going to come out, it's going to hit you, and you're going to be smoked. Oh, just walk up, throw.
Chip damage is going to happen no matter what. DCQ We tried to call it otherwise, but it was indeed easy cake for DCQ 2-0 against Oil King. And what pressure overall. As soon as that happens with Burnout, it's like, you know what? I'm fearing for my life. I see him drive rush towards me. I got to jump out of here. It's so hard, man. There's so many checkmate scenarios for JP.
And you see the camaraderie between these two, as Rob TV highlighted. These guys were teammates in SFL, champion teammates in SFL, and because of that, you see the love, the camaraderie shown between the two. But yeah, man, DCQ has just been looking like a monster, so controlled in that set. Even under all that pressure from Oil King in the corner, right? He didn't crack.
Ding Chung Q, or for short, DCQ, as most people know him as. Even though that was his former teammate, he made it look like easy cake. But Oil King, trust and believe, is no slouch. JP, a very tough character matchup for pretty much anyone, including Chun-Li, I would say. So I'm interested to see what Oil King does tomorrow. They only had one match today. DCQ and Oil King, it was good to see them go at it. That said, this next match that we have coming up is our last match of day number 1. And you will not believe who is about to come out right now.
Well, the time passed really quickly, honestly. Like, we have been enjoying all the matches, one over the other one. أعزائي المشاهدين، أتمنى أنكم برضو مبسوطين وسعيدين في هذه الرحلة. مبارياتنا واحدة ورا الثانية، كل واحدة كانت تمتعنا أكثر من الثانية، وباقينا المباراة الأخيرة لليوم. خلونا نتعرف على لاعبينها ونبدأ لكم في مباراتنا على طول.
Everyone, I need your undivided attention as we bring out a very special player, to say the least, from Japan. Let's see who it is. Hold on. Where is my man? There he is. That's the one and only Daigo, the Beast, Umehara! You're good, you're good. You can come down, Daigo. Daigo, the Beast, Umehara. You already hear the cheers, the Daigo chants. This is the GOAT. This is the man himself, the myth, the legend. It's hard to believe that he is even in your presence sometimes with the aura that he has. Daigo, you can actually go ahead and stand right over here in front of your setup, even though I am honored. I don't even deserve to have the Beast next to me like that. You know what I'm saying? I probably just got better at Street Fighter just from him standing right there. Of course, this is not only an all-time great, but to plenty of people, the all-time great. And now he makes his entrance into Saudi Arabia's Gamers 8.
Well, he got me nervous just getting close. How is it going to be for his opponent? Now, honestly, this guy is a legend. أعزائي المشاهدين، صحيح أن لاعب دايغو معروف أسطورة لعبة ستريت فايتر، خبرته لحالها أكبر من لاعبين مشاركين معنا في هذه البطولة. هذا يدلك على قد إيش اللاعب هذا عريق. فعلا لاعب كبير معنا في لعبة ستريت فايتر، لكن خصمه مو سهل. خلونا نتعرف عليه ونرحب فيه معنا على المسرح. رحبوا معنا باللاعب The Four Fills. اللاعب هذا جاينا من المملكة المتحدة، حقق بطولات كلها 4 بطولات في السنة هذه و2 كان الوصيف فيها. لاعب ما يطلع على طول من المراحل الأولى، يكمل إلى النهائيات. قدامه أحد اللاعبين الأساطير، هل بيقدر يبدع؟ هل يقدر يشيل الاسم برضه؟ وهل يقدر يسطع في مباراته؟ من جد اللاعب الضخم، وراح يكون هيبته وضخامته حتى برضه في المباراة ما راح تكون سهلة أبدا. شوف الهيبة، شوف الرعب وحضوره، بس مرعب مرة. Honestly, I'm terrified. I'm next to 2 legends.
You are standing in front of course, the Four Fields. And it's interesting because this is new generation fighting out of England. The Four Fields has been putting in all kinds of work. We've seen him qualifying for Capcom Cup, the best Falk player in the world in Street Fighter V, built that character from the ground up, an absolute beast. But of course, when we use that word beast, we think of one man, and that is the person to my right, Daigo the Beast Umehara. For the last match of the day, we saved the GOAT. Can we please make some noise for the last match of day 1 of Gamers8? Daigo, Four Fields, you can take your seats. And now we are about to get into our last match. Let's see it. New school versus old school. We got the Let's Go Daigo chance. This is living up to the hype and to the billing. Let's head over to our casters. I can't wait to see it.
Neither do I can't wait. Honestly, this match is going to be amazing. أعزائي المشاهدين، أعزائي الحضور، مباراتنا الأخيرة لهذا اليوم، فخلونا نبدأ على طول وننتقل لكم مع المعلقين.
Matchup of the day. This is the battle of generations. Old school versus new school, but it's still gonna be legend versus legend. It's Daigo the Beast Umehara versus the Four Fills. Vicious and Ringe to kind of close it out for day 1, but I gotta say, this is the one that has been the most anticipated.
Of course, baby. It is the Beast himself, right? What many consider the greatest fighting game player of all time. That is no hyperbole, that is no sarcasm. If you're unfamiliar, you'll find out real quick. This is the man they call Daigo, going up against the Four Fills, who is an amazing player. As you heard Rob TV said, the best Falk in the world in Street Fighter V, and his understanding of fighting games is at the highest level possible. He grinds whenever he can. He goes into every weekly, really cut his teeth on the salt mine. Shout outs Ritas, you know what it is, man. And I want to see these two clash to end today.
And this is what I've been anticipating the most, to be quite honest with you. Daigo Umehara coming in with that Ken, the Four Fills with another JP. But I gotta say, man, there's been a lot of variations and a lot of variety, I should say, in regards to how certain JPs are played. I am not too familiar with the Four Fills' JP gameplay thus far, because I gotta admit, man, Salt Mine League, they've been delivering each and every time. But man, I'm so tired by the time it comes on. I'm not gonna lie, man. So I do watch the footage, but this is a whole different story, man. This is Gamers8 time, baby. It's a whole different Fills. We might even see the 5th gate unlock, the 5th Fills, if you will, right?
The Millie Fills?
Oh yeah, that would be sick. That would actually be pretty godlike. So I am looking forward to this. The amount of pressure and just intimidation factor that both players even exude when it comes to playing the game. Has anyone ever really played against the Four Fills' Falk to live and speak about it?
Yeah,
I feel like
tell
that's
the tale.
Yeah,
Nah,
man,
bro.
it's so treacherous, it's so dangerous, and I think with the way that he sets up with Falk, it makes sense that he could set up the same exact way with JP.
100%, right? Like, you could see the similarities in the characters. Like, he's got those long-range normals, he's got the projectiles, the different type of ones too, the ones that were able to control the ground, the spikes to get you out of the air and just control space in general. Like, he is very good at utilizing all the tools of JP. However, we've seen Ken kind of cause a lot of problems for this character, right? We saw Angry Bird always decimating the JPs, as well as VX Bao today switched to Ken to avoid the JP mirror up against Kakaru and beat him 2-0. Just that space that Ken plays at, it's so difficult to keep him out. He's got that Dragon Lash that will skip things. The drive rush into Dragon Lash gets you in from long distance. He's got the run DP for the projectile invincibility.
That's very true.
Yeah, there's so many things that Ken could really pose as trouble for JP, and because of that, we'll see how much Four Fields is looking out for him.
One of the biggest things I look forward to in this matchup is whether or not Daigo is going to, or I should say, whether or not the Ken player is going to implement the meaty fireball tech against the OD Amnesias against JPs. I think that's been one of the biggest points to kind of get the advantage over JP, because if you can nullify one of the biggest defensive or the most annoying defensive techniques in the game, then you're already off to a great start, right?
In addition to that, right, another great thing that Ken has is his light confirms, bro. The triple jab into the DP, it's so strong. That's gonna allow you to pressure JP in the corner without much fear of the amnesia, right? You'll be doing the lights. If the amnesia comes out, you're not gonna get directly punished. You're still gonna have a chance to kind of fight your way out of the reversal. Right. So yeah, man, there's a lot of things Ken can do that poses JP a lot of trouble. Now, Four Fields, I don't want to get him, or I don't want him to get caught up in the bullet hell projectile game, right? I want to see him combat Ken kind of at his own game, the mid-range. He's got plenty of buttons to do so, but you can see that's why Daigo's already using the fireball and beats up to the punch barely on the drive rush was the setup. My man just waited for him against the cross cut. You ain't going nowhere. Now you're trying to parry, get in the corner.
He is lurking and he is about to be murking. Daigo, he's gonna be backing up a little bit. Yeah, the Four Fields, he's gonna have to try to crawl his way back out of it, but the frame kill, impressive frame kill at that. I haven't really seen the Dragon Lash used as a frame kill to that regard.
That was pretty good. You can see as soon as Daigo knocked out Four Fields in the corner, it does get command grabbed here, but he went with the light punch pressure. That's what we're going to be looking out for going forward. Four Fields now using the OD, trying to set him up, and as soon as Daigo sees the teleported in, the jump back, I love that, just disengage. Oh, and Four Fields, he couldn't respond with his own, right? He was going to die from the damage absorption anyway, so he needed to get a super out. That was very good stuff from Daigo.
And he's driving on into there. As soon as he sees the departure out, he's going to take his time to go in with the drive rush, but it's the Four Fields. He's still trying to find at least the low medium kick, but it's Daigo who's always really tricky when it comes to fireball spacing.
Yeah, I'm loving the way Daigo's using the fireball right now, really poking just outside JP's range, because he definitely has some normals that can cause Ken some issues, but you're going to try to commit to that Daigo with a clean whip punish. He's been doing this since you can remember.
And he hasn't utilized the meaty fireball just yet. Maybe he's saving it for the final rounds, but right now he's looking for Four Fields to even commit to that option first, so I do like that. Maybe he's trying to get him to kind of fall for it. He's trying to condition him a little bit. That standing roundhouse is getting so much mileage right now.
Look at this.
It's an electric vehicle. It might be a hybrid.
It's a very drive-impactable button, but Four Fields is not looking to threaten with that yet, so Daigo more than happy to just abuse it. You see even right there.
The roundhouses again, man. It's still tricky too because it is plus on block, so he's able to kind of just throw it out again as a little bit of a mix. But Daigo is not fearing for it. Four Fields does get a conversion. It's going to be pretty significant. I think the damage is going to be there. I don't think it'll give him the advantage, but it's all about the drive gauge. Let's see that burnout.
Yeah, exactly right. Because it's a CA, that's going to burn out so much drive meter, and we talked about it before. JP, and you're in burnout, good luck, fam. Now, again, Ken has that run DP still, so you can't just abuse the projectile, try to chip him out. You see the run. He's threatening with it here, but he gets the jump in instead as Four Fields tries to set up.
Threading the needle. Daigo Umehara has his target on lock. He's got one game down, one more to go, but hopefully he can go into a slumber. This man is tired.
Yeah, for real. And I like Four Fields threatening with the down forward heavy punch, but my man didn't get anything off of that. Now he's in the corner, the light jab pressure yet again. And man, now he's conditioned Four Fields to sit there. You're going to block that. Oh, he does get the throw this time. Nice job from Four Fields.
Now that he's shown off that card, it's up to Daigo Umehara to prevent that from happening ever again. But will he get that chance? That is the big question. The Four Fields doing an excellent job applying pressure of his own. What a retaliation from the fourth of Fillington, the Four Fields.
And that's exactly why you can see it's so dangerous to throw the amnesia, man, or throw JP in general because of the amnesia threat. He just gets so much off of it, puts you in the corner, and you're done. So I want to see what Daigo goes with if he gets another knockdown. But right now, Four Fields never trying to get knocked down again, to be quite honest. Oh, the parry, but gets thrown afterwards. He was even trying something, the drive rush jab, 4 times with it.
Here comes the throw pressure. OD Amnesia knows the back. Ooh, that could have been so slick with the Four Fields. He gets red. Daigo on the way over again. Level 3. Look at the damage. You might just be throw range for kill.
Yeah, definitely will die with a throw. What's he gonna wake up with here? Nothing. Oh, the delay and then stand medium kick. It's such a strong button, bro. He's gonna spin the level 3 here. He wants the kill now. Very dangerous from Four Fields. This is a big gamble here. If it does not pay off, he's going into that final round with damn near no meter.
Set up the Phantom, set up Departure. You're gonna teleport over?
He's just staying in his face. Wow, he's not even trying to set up the projectiles. Daigo burns himself out, and then the run DP to get the chip. That was so smart.
All that chip, and he gets the dip. This character's great.
Yeah, you see it does hit, but he was looking for the chip out. Forfils just jumped in the process, uses the Dragon Lash to get by it. Oh no.
I'm not a Ken player, but I'm definitely a fan right now. I might just change characters. Daigo Umehara, he's reinvented the game, at least the matchup-wise. He's going against this JP, and I gotta say for the Forfils, he's gotta hang on, man. OD Amnesia, not gonna be the case. Daigo backing away a little bit.
You see how confident Daigo is in his neutral, man. He's just backing up. He's like, come on, you can get out of the corner. I'm just gonna hit you again anyway. And look at this, just complete mauling right there. The Beast closes out day one with a perfect 2-0. That's how you know he's the man.
Daigo Umehara making quick work of the Forfils. Not to say the Forfils didn't give it his all. We saw glimpses and potential of what he could possibly present, but it was just too much against the pressure. And the Haki coming from Daigo Umehara.
That man got the Conqueror's Haki 100%. I love seeing the Beast. Big shout out to Forfils, though. I can't wait to see what he does in this tournament. I have no doubt he's going to bounce back like a monster. But I want to hear what the analyst desk has to say about everything. Take it away, fellas.
In true Umehara fashion, Daigo arrives finally here at Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 2023, and he delivers the goods as expected against a formidable opponent in Forfils. But unfortunately, Forfils just not at the races when it came to Daigo's strategy and anti-JP tech. He wasn't even using the meaty fireball on JP's wake up. He was just mauling him with stand roundhouse, stand heavy punch from a nice range there in the corner. Really good play from Daigo, I must say. I'm joined here again by Damascus and Brad. Tell me, guys, how did that one go for you?
I must say, man, I mean, I've watched Forfils a lot, right? I think what we just witnessed is kind of a classic case of being starstruck. I don't think Fields has ever played Daigo, and obviously if you're fighting game player who play Daigo, like, wow, is Daigo? Because plenty of things he missed. That level 3 was a terrible choice. That's not something
I didn't agree with that.
Under pressure, missing anti-airs, missing combos. Plenty of moments, like at the beginning, Daigo was in burnout and Forfils was not even throwing fireballs.
Yeah.
While he's kind of
I remember.
checkmate.
Yeah.
It really felt like
just did nothing.
He was just impressed by the fact that Daigo was in the room against him, and he was like, oh my god, it's Daigo. And it took him too long to get in the game and realize that sure, it's Daigo, he's ridiculous, but like he plays Ken. It's the same Ken as other players. Just try and figure it out.
Yeah, your strong points in this matchup don't change. You know, when you have Ken burnt out and you're full screen, he's got run, but he doesn't have drive rush anymore. Run isn't as good as drive rush, and he should have applied some approach. What did you think there, Brad?
I agree with everything you guys said. I think there's something to be said that players of Daigo's caliber, and Daigo is probably the pinnacle example of this type of player, but there are players that have so much legacy and history that when you sit down to play against them, sometimes it feels like you're sitting down against something otherworldly, right? Like there's so much to it and you lose track of exactly what you guys are talking about. They're still just mortals. You still can just approach them in the same way. And I think what happens is you come into it with certain preconceptions that certain things that work against regular humans aren't going to be brought into play. And so you stop doing what has historically worked for you.
Yeah, until the opponent shows you those things, just play your game. And that's not hard. We can't be too harsh on the criticism here of Forfils because he had some great moments. And when he started playing his game, it looked like he could potentially bring it back. But Daigo was very good. And this is something Daigo did really well. He'd back up as if he was going to stop the pressure, then he'd do a surprise drive rush, and Forfils wasn't catching onto it, wasn't able to check it, wasn't able to put a button on the screen to occupy the drive rush, and just mauled him in that last round. Really good adaptation, adapting to the adaptation there from Daigo to close it out. But the good news for Forfils is the format here at Gamers8 Street Fighter 6 is double round robin, so they will play again at some point over the next 3 days. He gets that data that he can collect. It's not over yet. That's our last game of the day. Now let's look at how the day's gone in general. Of course, we see there Hot Dog 1-0, Daigo 1-0, Forfils 0-1, and Luffy 0-1. Very early days in that group. I think it's 6 matches you play because it's double. There's plenty of matches to go. Determined yet.
Yeah, 6 matches, so plenty of times. You said it right. Forfils will have a chance to play Daigo again. Good start by Daigo, but obviously we had the Jabiem versus Big Bird, and yeah, I was scared of this one being too dominant, and that's pretty much what it was.
I mean, it started okay.
Moments,
but yeah, the momentum was like, this read as well, to not even let him get that round. Of course, I have to remind you guys, this segment, this highlight segment that we're loving to see these matches we've just seen is brought to you from STC. Shout out them and all the sponsors making this event possible. I must say, jump short is a big problem I have with Lily. I keep on forgetting she has one of the best, maybe the best cross-up normal in the game, and he's doing jump short there, and the awareness from Big Bird to press a button as soon as he felt that, because there's just no block stun at all on jump like it, but you can do down heavy punch, you could be plus infinity and he would have to hold the mix up. But I've got to credit Big Bird there for being aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, Big Bird, I feel like is maybe the example of someone putting Marissa on the map, right? Like when you talk about what the Marissa at the peak of her performance, it's players like Big Bird. He is the one that is pushing two-touch character as the identity for Marissa. And you can see that in the Group E rankings. 3-0, Knuckle Deuce sitting at 2-1, Problem X at 1-2, and Jabi, I feel for him, 0-3. I think he had some spectacular performances. I think his other two sets were much closer than against the set against Big Bird. I know we were talking about it in the casters room, and we wondered why the Chun-Li wasn't chosen. I know some of the Arabic talent thought Chun-Li might do better in that matchup. And speaking of Chun-Li, yes, Val Master and VX Bao, the other JP in the group that he did not want to deal with, and here we are.
And actually quite frustrating for him to play that match Damascus because VX Bao didn't approach the matchup in the way that JP really does approach the matchup to win, did he?
Yeah, definitely. It's like, I think Valmaster was like, alright, it might be the same old match, but the Xbox plays a bit different, and that's the thing as well, right? JP, naturally speaking, just the way JP brushes down is quite annoying for Chun-Li. It took time for Valmaster to just get there. He got that extremely clutch round. I really like this one. That was like the clutch moment.
Yeah.
Where I was like, alright, Valmaster, are you actually in? We have a match, but despite all of his efforts, JP takes the win. Like, it's been a difficult day for Valmaster. I've seen his tweets, like, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to get ready for more. But it's been hard.
Yeah, Valmaster, we've seen just how capable he is when we saw him up against, I think it was NL's loot, or someone else's loot. He looked, yeah, it was NL.
It was NL.
He looked incredibly impressive. Unfortunately for him, the double round robin setting is actually working against him here because he has to play JP 4 times, and so far it's 0-2 against the JPs, but he did get that win against NL. You can see there VX Bao sitting at the top, Kakaru sitting in second place after he was counterpicked with the Ken against VX Bao, and then of course Valmaster at the bottom 1 and 2, but still so many more matches, anything can happen. Let's take a look at the next group, guys, that we had in this segment. Again, this brought to you guys by STC, the STC highlight segment, and we're seeing now another JP on the scene, and it was an absolute masterclass, I must say, from DCQ. Brad?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, we're seeing in the highlight right now, we're seeing a spot where it worked out a little bit better for Oil King, but I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. Definitely went DCQ's way, and I mean, OD Amnesia was such a problem. I think it's such a problem in general. It's such a strong reversal tool for JP, and the amount of respect that you have to give it is something that we're feeling across all of the JP sets that we're watching today. There's no exceptions.
Agreed. Damascus?
Yeah, that's pretty much what Brad said. You know, it's like, it's been very interesting to watch like the amount of JP domination today. Oil King really tried. We said he has a Manon, but there's no real point in picking Manon in this matchup. The Rashid is not ready. Wondering if we'll try. Who knows? There's gonna be a revenge. Maybe after this match. And honestly, after this match, there are 2 solutions for Oil King, right? Either you completely change the Chun-Li approach, either you try another approach with a different character.
You know what? It's a good point. I mean, this is how the group standings stand. Takamura, we didn't see on stream yet, but he's 1-0 winning his match.
Oh, so Takamura beat Ending Walker.
Ending Walker. And Oil King 0-1, DCQ at the top, tied there with Takamura. And also worth mentioning there, as you said, anything can happen. And if Oil King may be forced, like other characters working on new characters here, maybe forced to bring out that Rashid a bit earlier.
I think that you know what? Like, I don't know how good he feels with Rashid, but considering how Rashid plays, I can see Rashid being at least like having the tools to face JP.
At least for the JP.
Guaranteed you don't have the experience against Rashid, so it might be a shout.
Maybe. I think one thing we're seeing is there's been a lot of talk about players that are developing these new characters or newer characters. And I think of all of them, I think Zhen is the only one that's really representing that newer character in the way that he's brought out the DJ that we've been watching do so much work today. But I think a lot of people expected, and there was a lot of talk from both the analyst desk and the commentary room, that there was an expectation that Problem X was going to be bringing out the sleeper character that we hadn't really gotten to see yet. And no, I think in most of those matchups, it did end up being the Lily, to a little bit of surprise to some people. So I think with the stakes that we have in this tournament, maybe players aren't feeling, at least in the first run through, maybe they're not feeling like they want to play all their cards yet.
Yeah, and I think from what we've seen so far, maybe that's not the right way to approach it. And hopefully we'll see as the days goes on, some players take a bit more risk with these newer characters and hopefully get some results. But we must move on, guys. It's been one hell of a day. There's been a lot to go through. And we're going to now pick out some key moments from the day. And I think we're going to kick things off with the KFC Colonel's Choice Play of the Day. This one, I believe, is going to be going to Angry Bird. Yes, it is. And we saw an absolutely monstrous performance from Angry Bird against Vegapatch when he had Vegapatch burnt out and he started abusing the safe sweep in burnout state, as well as his overall gameplay against Vegapatch in that set. Damascus, talk me through this.
I mean, it's especially impressive to watch this match because honestly, Vegapatch might be my MVP of the day. Like, the way he played, he really delivered, he over-delivered, he played over expectation, he played ridiculous. We're like, damn, Vegapatch the threat. And then he meets Angry Birds, and then the games are done because, you know, like the Angry Birds coming in is like, all right, guys, time to stop having fun. I'm about just to play really quick and leave. That was quite a statement from Angry Birds to do that against someone.
Against a guy in absolutely tremendous form in Vegapatch.
I mean, some real playtime's over type energy. It's like, all right, this is so cute. You've been doing really well. All right, kids, let's not forget what happened. I didn't win Evo for no reason. Man, coming in on a hot streak, right? Coming in on a hot streak off of the Evo win, walks into the crowd starts amping him up. You've got that spirit bomb energy to you, and then you have that performance. I think I said it on comms. It is, I imagine, near impossible to cut down the mood and the composure of a player that is coming into it in the way that Angry Bird has here.
And speaking of these incredible young Middle Eastern talents, he's not the only one to be highlighted at the end of the day here. No bias, guys. This has been voted by the talent, voted by the production. And big shout out to Abdul Latif Jamil. This one being the round of the day, and we've awarded it to none other than Big Gubador with his incredible round, of course, against the poor and unfortunate Jarby M sitting in his death group. Damascus, this set was just tremendously difficult in general. What about this round?
I have watched a lot of Big Bird, and yeah, that's a Marissa round. You know, every once in a while, you get the rounds where you're in the corner and you're like, I don't really know what to do because if I miss one single thing, I'm dead. And that's how it goes. Like the threat Marissa puts onto you is ridiculous. And Lily, being a character who doesn't have great lows, means she kind of has to like block these Gladius, play the power game against Gladius. And Big Bird was abusing this, burning JBM out so fast until he gets the opening into the kill. What can I say? Big Bird round, you know, Marissa round, it happens.
It happens, and honestly, when you don't have a reversal, you have to hold all that pressure. Scared to parry, you're losing all your gauge. I don't think there's a Marissa in the world who can smell the fear better than Big Bird can. And we've already seen that, of course, in Rebel Kumite. A great run, despite his disappointment, a great run at Evo. He got very far, and of course, looking to replicate his success here at Gamers8 Street Fighter 6. So, incredible play. Anything from you, Brad, on that performance?
I mean, not much else to add other than you, I think, very rightfully highlighted that it feels important against Marissa to represent strong lows. And I think that's why the conversation in the back room was like a little bit of intrigue as to why Jabi went for the Lily pick instead of the Chun-Li pick. Chun-Li obviously having a great low in the low forward. Something about that matchup obviously didn't make him feel particularly good. Maybe believed they could try to bully through neutral with Windstalks and Condor Spire, but I think the pace that Big Bird played at, never even really got the chance to attempt to create a game plan.
I mean, this is interesting. He picked Lily against Big Bird's Marissa. All of Big Bird's wake-ups are vulnerable to command grab. I don't think we saw a single command grab
that's
the entire game.
I know it's scary because if she jumps the command grab, that's 1 billion damage.
That's why.
By all means, you need to at least show Big Bird you are going to go to command grab at some point. Because if you're going to pick Lily and don't command grab, why are you picking Lily?
Well, there's even something else to say, right? Where like we keep talking about Marissa as like this two-touch character, this identity of like you make a mistake and you just die. So if you have a character who tends towards a more stable game versus a character that has a command grab and you want to represent that tool, not only why are you not using the command grab, but if you're worried about making mistakes, why are you not making the less volatile choice?
Yeah, maybe Chun-Li would have made more sense to summarize. Yeah. Very good point, Brad. That's not all we have here, guys. There's more to pick out. Before we go to this last one, can I just give a huge shout out, because the most consistent performance today, of course, have been Angry Bird 3-0, Big Bird 3-0, Middle East represented strongly, but also arguably the best player in the world, at least in that conversation, in Mena RD. Did not get voted, but a personal note from me, the guy looks ridiculous and is continuing the form we've seen recently. Now, having said that, the Al Habib comeback of the day, I think you guessed it, guys. Yeah. This one goes to none other than the Saudi Arabian qualifier for this event. Shout out the guy all the way from Jeddah, Wes, with that jury comeback in the DJ matchup. That looked impossible. Look at his health league. Brad, talk me through this.
So literally, I said when we got the chance to watch it earlier, I said coming into this, I've been someone who undervalued how impressive Feng Shui engine could be. And that was an element of what Wes brought to the table in general. But just bringing this comeback back, these extra degrees of drive, impact, resets, catching Shen a little bit asleep at the wheel, the corner pressure so dominant. I mean, you can't ask for a more perfect comeback than what we saw there. Textbook.
Unbelievable, phenomenal play from him. And having said that, he lost to Shen, but he could have won that set
No, so close.
if he just went for instant overhead mix-up just once. He went for 3 lows in the corner at match point up against Shen. Shen blocked low every single time. So the Feng Shui engine, as you mentioned, was utilized, but not to its maximum effect, because the opportunity was there to mix up Shen, but he gave Shen maybe more respect than he deserved in that scenario. Next, we have the Kidia MVP of the day. I don't actually know the answer for this one, guys, so tell me, who is it? Oh, I spoke too soon. It's none other than the guy hailing from the Dominican Republic, the CEO champion, the 2-time Capcom Cup champion, Mena RD, on absolute fire today. Apologies for those of you watching earlier. We did have the names mixed up. He's the one who won against Otani. It wasn't Otani
So it's
who
not
won
just
that
he
one.
won, right? I don't think he lost a round today.
No
That's
way.
the more important thing,
Shut
right?
up.
I do think Mena RD won all of his matches without losing a single round.
Good
Big
Lord.
Bird lost rounds to to Knuckle. So I think Mena RD has looked absolutely dominant, and he's here. He's here for the win. Like, he was in Grand Finals of EVO. That was such a clutch and close Grand Finals. He's shown that in the long set last week against Big Bird, that was 10-9 in his favor. In the long set in Grand Finals against Angry Bird, that was really close, but Angry Bird took it. He can definitely take down anyone in the world, and I think like this weekend is going to be a great way to prove it. Just seeing how he starts, man, that's such a good way to enter a tournament.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. I think even just the notion that like he's made it through the whole day, having played the games that he's played, the opponents that he's played, and is coming into it not having dropped around. I mean, if you're going to give MVP and there's a mathematical MVP, then I mean, it seems straightforward. You reverse, what's the reverse commentator curse? You were like, oh, we didn't pick Mena. I don't know that he's the MVP. You wanted to make the specific shout out. Well, he gets the official shout out as well.
He gets double shout out now because I gave him his own personal shout out, but he's actually earned the vote as well from inside the studio. And that obviously leaves us with a very particular set of standings for the rest of the weekend to play out to see who's going to qualify. So let's take a look at how the group stages are looking after this first day of incredible matches here at Gamers8. We have Mena RD at the top, 3-0. Nephew at the top, 3-1. Of course, sorry, 2-1. But Shen is also tied at 2-1. Group C, we got Zen and Mono tied at 2-1. Punk actually 1-2 in that group. Needs to make a turnaround, needs to make it quickly. Kudo also tied with Punk there, 1-2. Group D, Angry Bird and Vega Patch, who's actually looking great, I must say.
You mentioned, right?
Place.
Like, Vega Patch played ridiculous. Killzoo is the one a bit behind, right?
Yeah,
That's the one we expected to show in full force, because Killzoo, I feel like, is one of the players who actually can annoy Angry Birds, but Vega Patch has shown to be way too good today.
Yeah, he's been impressive. Then, of course, Group E, we have Big Bird running away with it. Knuckle do the surprise package, wasn't even in this tournament, pulled in last minute as a replacement. Absolute shock for his opponents. Then VX Bow top of his group, DCQ top of his group. I just missed the last one there. Don't know if you guys spotted it. But yeah, an absolutely amazing day one of incredible matches. Nothing is decided yet, guys. Remember, it's double round robin, so most of these guys haven't even played half of their matches yet. Still all to play for. Anything can happen. Even JarBM sitting 0-3 could still finish 3-3, and who knows what happens if he gets that 3-3, depending on the rest of the matches. So no one's out yet. Still all to play for, guys.
That's what I like. It's like, obviously, if you're 0-3 right now, your fate is not in your hands. The best you can do is win your next 3 games and hope that the other ones, hope that the scenario pans out your way. But regardless, you still have a hope. There is no one who is completely eliminated today. So that's what you want. Like, tomorrow is the big day.
Group E's messed up, man. That's a tough pool. Yeah. But when I saw the layout of the way the groups panned out, people were like, "Oh, this pool looks kind of good. This pool looks really good." I saw Group E. I'm like, "That's messed up.
Yeah.
That's a crazy pool." You're telling me I'm a fan of Jabi down at the bottom. Problem, not in the top 2 either. Any pool with Big Bird is already a difficult group to get put in, but that one. That to me was the death pool.
Just look at the accolades, man. You got Capcom Cup champion in there. You got Red Bull Commentate Evo champion in there. I mean, it's just ridiculous. The group is just full of absolute. And if you're JarBM as an up-and-comer who's starting to get to the level where you can compete with the best in the world, this absolutely sucks, man.
Yeah.
It's like,
I mean, on one side it sucks. On the other side, I think for me, right, the way I see it is, it's a great opportunity for JarBM, right? He's there.
Agreed.
He's in a group with some of the very best, not only in the world but in history of Street Fighter.
Yeah.
And it's a great way for him to be able to be there and represent his scene and show. And very honestly, I've been like, despite him losing, I know we meme a lot about like, I lost but I was close, right? But that's literally him today. Like, he lost but I was close. Like,
except Big Bird.
We don't talk about Big Bird.
Even Big
Like,
Bird,
when Big Bird's in a group,
Big Bird,
we just look at the second one who's making it up.
Even
right?
Big Bird, he had a few good rounds against Big Bird. Just was too scared to command grab.
Sure.
Understandably, and Big Bird took advantage of the momentum. Really impressive. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure having you and all of the analysts here for day one. If this is anything to go by, you guys are set for one hell of a next 3 days here at Gamers8 for Street Fighter 6.
3 more days.
Honestly, yeah, tons more matches to come. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Massive shout out to Aramco. They are sponsoring our day recap. We're going to head over to that and take a look at all the amazing moments that happened today in Gamers8 Street Fighter 6. Be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for more juicy games.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight.